day number 3. What are your thoughts on wrapping up Friday and Saturday here at Daytona International Speedway?
Man, just like every weekend, it comes and goes so fast, but I'm really looking forward to all the races we have today, all the winners that's going to be on the top box. The Nikki Hayden Horizon Award, the AMA is going to be given out today. Man, it's an exciting day today, perfect weather out here, beautiful people. I mean, what more could you ask for in life? It's the greatest place on earth, Daytona International Speedway. Let's go!
Absolutely, this is sort of the mecca of motorcycle racing here in North America for sure. Not only do we have racers here from all across the United States, but we also have several Canadian teams that'll bring their riders down because their season has concluded. So we'll see them. We'll see the Canadians here at Daytona in the fall. Sometimes they're getting ready for the spring races as well. A lot of Europeans will come over to get ready for the Daytona 200 in the springtime. And of course, the South American riders, easy for them to get up here as well. So this has become the International Race of Champions. And just a great opportunity for folks to all come together here at Daytona International Speedway for a great event to sort of wrap up the racing season each year and kind of test their skills against the best of the best. You have, of course, a lot of racers here from the ASRA regions across the East Coast and Midwest regions. But you have racers here from other organizations as well. There's people that come here from literally all over the United States to test their skills at the one and only Daytona International Speedway. If there's anything you need here this weekend, from suits and boots to chains and sprockets, Miles over at Street and Competition has all that for you. He's got a trailer right over there behind the blue garages, and they've got all kinds of trinkets for you. Anything you need to continue your race day, he probably has that in the trailer there for you. The motorcycle marketplace will be open until about noon today, so if you are camping here at Daytona International Speedway and you're just getting up as motorcycles take to this 3.51 mile road course, this morning is a great opportunity to jump out there to the motorcycle marketplace and check out those companies that you were thinking about and talking about circling back to. There's always those opportunities like, oh, I'm going to go back there tomorrow. I'm going to go back there on Sunday. And this is that opportunity, as the motorcycle marketplace will be closing here around noon today. So you have just a couple hours left to get over there and check out all the motorcycle gear and all the vendors. There's a ton of interactive areas over there, including Geico. Geico is also one of the primary partners here at Daytona International Speedway. But Geico has a really cool interactive booth there where you can win prizes based on the mileage of your motorcycle. So make sure you take your motorcycle over there. Of course, J&P Cycles, they take up the space of 2 tractor trailers over there, and they have everything you can possibly imagine under the tent. They have cool new gloves and helmets and suits and leathers and boots and all kinds of accessories. Several vendors over there have lighting and alarms and exhaust pipes. You name it, you can find it in the motorcycle marketplace with over 51 vendors there this morning, including several manufacturers that are doing demo rides. Can-Am, Royal Enfield, Yamaha, Nash Customs, and Prime Motorcycles of Melbourne. They all have test rides going on over there. So make sure you stop by and see them in the motorcycle marketplace. And don't forget about Mimi and Moto. The Mimi and Moto cartoon book for kids is an introduction to motorcycles for little kids. It's a really cool book. I actually ran into them at Barber Motorsports Park a few years back when they were just launching that book, and they are partnered with All Kids Ride, which is an organization that's trying to get more kids riding Strider bikes and motorcycles at a younger age. So make sure you stop by and see All Kids Ride and the Mimi and Moto tent. They're actually in booth number 46 out there at the motorcycle marketplace. If you want to follow along with live timing and scoring this morning and the live stream, you can do all that right from the ASRA website. ASRAracing.com has links to the live feed, live timing and scoring. You can get the grid sheets there as well. And towards the end of the day, you can start to see the official results posted there of all of the regional and national championships that are being won here this weekend. ASRAracing.com. One rider with a mechanical problem in a spot that's going to take just a second to grab that machine and get him out of a specific area so we can get him back to the paddock and get underway. But Group B, these are all the amateur riders in middleweight and heavyweight classes. They're working their way to the pre-grid at this time while we get this other motorcycle out of the infield and get it back to the garage area here. Daytona International Speedway, probably the premier raceway in all of North America. Their operations teams are just so phenomenal with utilizing the Chevy trucks and the safety teams and everything else. They've utilized their own air fence here for many decades and continue to update the air fence here so that the motorcycle races that are here are safe for both the Moto America Professional Racing and the ASRA National Championships here. Air fence deployed throughout the Speedway here, actually purchased and owned by Daytona International Speedway, and they continue to update that with the latest technology to make sure that it is the safest barrier possible and to make this racetrack safe for all of the sanctioning bodies here that use it. So thanks to the Daytona International Speedway safety team and all their operations folks that get this racetrack ready. This morning, before most people got here, you probably didn't see that they were out actually cleaning the racetracks with blowers and sweepers and getting this racetrack ready so that it is 100% ready to go. And the premier racing surface for the Race of Champions, the Fall Classic here, part of the fall cycle scene, and Biketoberfest, the anchor of motorcycling. All of the other events throughout the country are finished, and everything finishes right here at Daytona International Speedway and Daytona Beach with the Fall Cycle Fest and Biketoberfest. The International Race of Champions has been happening since about 1984 when Championship Cup Series first started here. And so this facility is appreciated for just everything that they do to make sure that this racetrack is as safe and as ready as possible. And their teams are up super early in the morning and stay late at night to make sure that this is absolutely the best racetrack possible for you when you get here. Group B heading out on course. Group B, these are all amateur, middleweight, and heavyweight riders. Again, these are really quick 10-minute warm-ups. Quick 10-minute warm-ups this morning for all 6 classes. Little change in the schedule. Groups E and Groups F. Groups E and Group F have been swapped. So Group F will be coming up at the 6:10 mark, or sorry, 9:10 mark. And Group E will be coming up at the 9:20 mark here this morning. In working through this B group practice session, this is amateur riders on middleweight and heavyweight machines. Next up will be our amateur lightweight riders coming up next. Chris, we mentioned the motorcycle marketplace out front. That will be closing around lunchtime today. We were out there the other day, a lot of cool stuff to interact with out there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They have something for everybody that shows up at the race weekend this weekend. So if you're here, please make sure you stop by and grab all your needs and accessories. And, yeah, let's dress your bike up and make it look good.
Saw a lot of races yesterday. Some of the unlimited classes, we saw Frank Babuska and Tony Storniolo go at it. They had 4 races combined over the last couple of days, and they've gone 2 for 2. 2 races to Babuska and 2 races to Storniolo, with 3 races in the unlimited class today. So there is a tiebreaker available if both of those riders do all 3. What are some of the other races that you saw over the last couple of days that were exciting to you?
I mean, honestly, pretty much every class that's been out there has been absolutely exciting to watch, especially the future legends of the sports coming up through the class, jumping on bigger machines and slaying those lap times out here at Daytona. It's man, all classes are stacked. The race has been great, and I expect nothing less out of this afternoon and this morning from everybody. And like you said, with Frankie Babusco and Tony Stroniano, is man, I can't wait to watch that battle for sure.
Absolutely. Immediately after the warm-ups this morning, we're going to go straight into the AMA sanction races. So the AMA has several races here at Daytona in this fall classic. So we'll see the let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 8 AMA classes here this morning, including Thunderbike, Supersport, 500, Superstock, and they've got a couple of V40 classes, V40 1000 and V40 600. So the V stands for veteran, so we'll have a veteran 4600 class race and a veteran 40,000 cc class race. So those will be coming up right after the practice and warm-ups here this morning. And then a little bit later on today, either at lunchtime or during the ASRA races, Ken Salant is here from the AMA, and Ken Salant is going to be presenting the Nikki Hayden AMA Horizon Award. That's going to be awarded to one of our young riders who has been racing in the amateur ranks and will be turning pro to go into the pro ranks next year. So super excited to see who they choose for that. We're going to do that presentation here in the Mobile One Victory Lane today, so I look forward to that. Who are some of the young riders, Chris, that you've been watching that are here this weekend that you think could be contenders for that Nikki Hayden AMA Horizon Award? Chris, who are some of the young riders here this weekend that you think would be contenders for that AMA Nikki Hayden Horizon Award?
I mean, we got Bodie Page, Matthew Chapin, Isaac Woodworth, Jaden. I mean, the list goes on. There's so many out there. I would not like to be the guy that has to make the decision on who it goes to.
Well, fortunately enough, Ken Salant is the guy, so we'll be able to pick his brain a little bit here this afternoon. So once they announce who that Horizon Award winner is, we can then go to him and ask, what were the factors that allowed him to come to that conclusion. Looks like we're getting ready to go here. These are going to be lightweight machines in the amateur classes. So this is Group C getting ready to go out. Group C, these are going to be amateur riders on 500s, Thunderbikes, and all lightweight classes. That'll be coming up next, and bikes are getting ready to go on course. It is time for you to feel your best physically, mentally, spiritually, and to be centered and supported. To feel the power of world-class healthcare coming together to help you take control of your health, it's time to feel whole with Visit Advent Health. Go ahead, Chris.
I was gonna say, I had an issue with my mic there for a second, but I think another one good for the running would be Ryder Davis for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's super fast yesterday. Yeah. And again, the Nikki Hayden Horizon Award that'll be given away today will be to a young rider who is still in the amateur ranks, who is looking at turning pro and being part of, perhaps a pro series with Moto America or international series next year. So it'll be very interesting to see who Ken Salant and the AMA choose as that award winner. And it doesn't, it's not just an award, right? It's not just the Horizon Award. It is the Nikki Hayden Horizon Award, which brings its own weight.
It does.
Axalta Coating Systems is proud to be a founding partner and official finishes coating and paint of the International Speedway. Axalta provides a range of performance and transportation coatings for manufacturers of light and commercial vehicles, the refinish aftermarket, and industrial coating system applications. With over 150 years of experience in the coating industry, Axalta products improve durability, enhance productivity, and add brilliant color to everything they have passion for. Axalta Coating Systems, built for performance.
And don't forget, Bike Week returns to Daytona February 27th through March 8th. Be here all week to experience back-to-back motorcycle events that thrill fans of all ages. From high-flying stunts to intense racing, Daytona is the place to be. It all kicks off February 28th with Daytona Supercross, featuring fast-paced racing and fierce competition. The excitement continues with Daytona Short Track on March 5th and 6th, showcasing the best flat track riders in the world. And don't miss the Daytona 200, March 5th through the 7th, the world's most historic motorcycle race. From start to finish, Daytona Bike Week is packed with thrilling events you don't want to miss. And speaking of the flat track race last year, I went, and it was absolutely amazing. I was standing there at the fence, shaking it, screaming the whole time.
Absolutely, yeah, so much fun, isn't it? Yeah, for folks that don't go to the flat track, it's interesting because it's right there. It's just outside NASCAR Turn 2 or NASCAR Turn 1, and they've cut a dirt track into. They've cut a flat track, not a dirt track. They've cut a flat track into the grounds here at Daytona International Speedway, and it's cool because you can leave the superbike races in the spring and stop by there. There's plenty of parking out there. Grab your ticket and get in there, and you can see some of the best flat track racing. And they race for 2 nights, so Friday and Saturday night features. What a feature here at Daytona International. The Daytona 200 sort of concludes the speed weeks here, and of course the Daytona Supercross starts those weeks here. So there is the Daytona Supercross in 2026. The Supercross track's actually going to be built by 5-time champion Ricky Carmichael. This will be the 56th running of the Daytona Supercross, and it's right here on the front stretch of Daytona International Speedway. All of this green grass gets turned to dirt and sand and mud and clay, and it becomes one of the great supercross tracks in all of North America, and it's different every single year. So it's cool that 5-time champion Ricky Carmichael is designing that for the 56th running of the Daytona Supercross.
Yeah, that's super exciting to have a legend like Ricky come out here and actually custom build the track, get his ideas and views and opinions on it. And I'm sure it's going to be super challenging for all the racers out there on the track that weekend.
For tickets to events here at Daytona International Speedway, whether it's the Supercross, the Daytona 200, or anything else they have going on, like the Rolex 24-hour, you can go to the Daytona Speedway ticket office. It's DaytonaInternationalSpeedway.com. You can get all of that there. You can also call 1-800-PIT-SHOP. So not pit stop, it is 1-800-PIT-SHOP, S-H-O-P, for more information and to purchase tickets. They can get you directed there. And if you've never been to the Daytona experience here in front of the Speedway, you can go there to get all of your official Daytona International Speedway merchandise and take part in the Daytona experience. There's a really cool Daytona experience there where you can get in, you can actually race motorcycles, and it actually has the race calls and everything from the Daytona 200. It's a really cool experience. Here at Daytona, you can jump in a simulator like you're driving a NASCAR around the Speedway here. So the Daytona experience is just in front of the Speedway here. Is one of the coolest things you could do while you're here in Daytona Beach. The 2026 Fall Cycle Scene is what they refer to this as now, as we're about, I think they started coming down here 84, 85. They started the Fall Cycle Scene. But this October, you can join thousands of fellow racers in the area's largest marketplace, packed with live events, free demo rides, bike shows, vendor displays, and more. The motorcycle marketplace is absolutely free. They've got all kinds of stuff going on out there. And, of course, there's food and beverage here on site. If you've never made it down here for the Rolex 24-hour, Chris, the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship kicks off the season with a Rolex 24-hour here at Daytona, January 22nd through the 25th. That race used to be in February. It was one of the final races before we got here for Bike Week, but they've moved it now. We were talking to some fans the other day who live down here, and they go to the Rolex 24-hour every year. They just love it. It's part of their annual routine, and they moved it to January 22nd to the 25th. So all car enthusiasts, race fans, and experience seekers from around the world travel to Daytona to experience the 24-hour of nonstop entertainment from sunrise to sunset and all through the night. Witness North America's most prestigious sports car race in this twice around-the-clock marathon. For infield admission, visit DaytonaInternationalSpeedway.com or call 1-800-PIT-SHOP. Yeah, and that 24-hour, that's one of the races I haven't made it down here for, Chris. There's only a couple 24-hour races in the entire world, that being the 24-hour race here at Daytona International Speedway, and, of course, the 24-hour Le Mans.
Yeah, that's a race I always wanted to go to. Hopefully one day I'll be able to make it out here. I've had a couple buddies that actually made it, and they tell me about it every year. I need to come. So maybe me and you, Kenny, can make a trip out here and watch it together.
Absolutely. We used to have 24-hour motorcycle races here in the U.S. Willow Springs hosted one on the West Coast, and the East Coast round was at Nelson Ledges, one of the most beautiful racetracks in all of North America. And some of myself and a couple friends on a race team, we actually competed in the last couple 24-hour races at Nelson Ledges for motorcycles. And I got to tell you, it is one thing to ride around these racetracks on a motorcycle at 160, 180 miles an hour during the daytime. It is quite another experience to ride around at those speeds in the middle of the night. While you've got 30 other motorcycles chasing you, then it would be, how incredible would it be if we could get another 24-hour motorcycle race back here in the United States?
Let's make it happen.
So the checkered flag has been shown to the field for Group C practice. Group D will be coming up next, Chris. Those are going to be all of the expert riders in lightweight classes. We saw some great racing yesterday from these expert lightweight machines, where again, a lot of these riders that have been nominated for the Nikki Hayden Horizon Award, we're probably going to see a lot of those riders in this class, in this practice session. And then keep in mind, coming up after this D practice group, they have inverted groups E and F. So after this lightweight expert session, we'll see the expert middleweight machines on track, and the final rotation this morning will be all expert riders in the unlimited class. So groups F will be coming up after D, and then E will be our final session with the expert unlimited riders. And then, Chris, we'll probably take a little bit of a break and then we'll jump right into the 5 and 6 lap sprint races for the AMA championships here this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, keep up with the breaking news and all the latest fan information. Stay connected with the World Center of Racing by liking us on Facebook at facebook.com/Daytona and following us on X and Instagram Daytona and all your social media platforms at Daytona International Speedway.
Yeah, we've been pushing some videos out throughout the weekend, so we encourage everyone to go to the Daytona social media handles at Daytona and at Daytona International Speedway. Make sure you're tagging Daytona International Speedway in all of your social media posts. I know you're shooting photos and videos and everything else this weekend. Make sure you're tagging at Daytona or at Daytona International Speedway on all of those photos so that we can increase your exposure for all those photos and videos and everything else, if that's what you're pushing it out for. But we've been pushing that stuff out through Pin the Gas podcast and the CycleVision Network as well. So trying to get more fans here to the Daytona International Speedway property to watch the great motorcycle races here this weekend. It sounds like they are getting ready to release these expert lightweight machines, Chris. We've got them all in queue over there. But yeah, talk about some of the things that were happening last night here, Chris. They had a big party over there in the RO lot, and they had a band all lined up, ready to go. But they ended up mostly just playing music last night. But it was a good time anyway. A lot of good food, a lot of fellowship there. We were able to connect with quite a few racers and teams down there, Chris.
Oh, it was an exciting night last night for sure. Like you said, man, the food was absolutely amazing. Mario Ferrone threw it down. It was, listen, we had a great time last night mingling with everybody. And, yeah, I look forward to some of that today, too, as well.
A couple of riders getting set over here. They're to do a practice launch. It's pretty common for riders to swap out a clutch if they had a lot of races yesterday, swap out a clutch overnight, and so they want to get that initial launch on that clutch to get rolling here this morning.
Daytona International Speedway Daily Tours. Experience the history and prestige of the World Center of Racing on a Speedway tour. Daytona International Speedway tram tours run daily, leave every 30 minutes, and last about 60 minutes. We also have VIP tours that takes you on an exclusive stop to the NASCAR Archives and Research Center and Press Box. For more information, visit our website at www.DaytonaInternationalSpeedway.com. Visit our ticket office, purchase online, or calling 1-800-PIT-STOP. Kenny, have you ever been on these daily tours?
Yeah, I went on one a long time ago, and a lot of times they run, I mean, you'll see the tram running through there today probably, but yeah, especially during the week when you start moving in here, Wednesdays and Thursdays and Fridays, you see the trams run along. They're always full. And you get a tour behind the scenes and into the garages and everything. It's a really cool thing. But yeah, all you got to do is call 1-800-PIT-SHOP or go to the website to schedule that. And honestly, I was talking about the Daytona Experience. That's where the tram starts, is right there at the Daytona Experience, right out in front of the Speedway.
Ladies and gentlemen, and don't forget, the Geico Demo Road is the heart of fall cycle scene at Daytona, where top motorcycle brands, Royal Enfield, Yamaha, Can-Am, and Prime Motorcycles Melbourne line up their newest models for rider to test for free on real roads. With engines roaring and crowds buzzing, it is the ultimate spot to see, hear, and ride the latest machines. Take a demo ride Thursday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. or today, Sunday, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Don't miss it.
Yeah, that should be a good time. Of course, the Daytona 500 coming up next spring as well. The other thing that they've got on the schedule for May 7th is the 2026 Rockville. So welcome to Rockville. Returns to Daytona International Speedway May 7th. If you're into music and rock music specifically, Daytona International Speedway will host Rockville as Rockville returns May 7th through the 10th. 150 bands over 5 stages and 4 days. Passes are all available now at welcometorockville.com. That should be a good time, Chris.
Have you ever been, Kenny?
No, we need to make a trip down here in May for Rockville. That sounds incredible. 150 bands and 5 stages right here at the Speedway. That sounds cool.
My wife would definitely be in on that.
There you go. Kenny Abbott up in the tower with Chris Simcoe down at the Rolex Bridge, bringing you all the action here this morning at Daytona International Speedway and the Race of Champions, the fall cycle scene event that wraps up the motorcycle industry here in North America. I mean, everything kind of comes to an end after this, Chris, with the exception of a couple rounds of Moto Grand Prix over in Europe. But this fall cycle scene is sort of the wrap-up. It's the last big rally that the Harley folks have. It's the last big race in North America for superbikes, and this is it. So everyone looks forward to this. Everyone's series and championships have all wrapped up by now, and it's time to pack everything up and go to Daytona Beach for the Race of Champions and put it to the test and go head-to-head with other top racers from across North America and the world, honestly. And for some, it's to get ready for the Daytona 200 coming up in the spring of 2026, where we're celebrating the anniversary of several different champions of the past. And, last year, we've talked a little bit, Chris, coming in, the 2025 Daytona 200 actually celebrated the 50th anniversary of, some big riders. I'm going to pull that stuff up here real quick and go through some of the stuff that I thought was kind of cool over the last few years. Going back to the 2024 season, right? The 2024 season was the 50th anniversary of Giacomo Agostini winning the Daytona 200, which actually made the Daytona 200 an international event. At the time, Giacomo Agostini was the world champion in Europe and the Grand Prix champ, and he decided he wanted to come over and do the Daytona 200, and then all the Europeans after that thought that it was a good idea, and that sort of created this Europe versus America Daytona 200 event. So Giacomo Agostini in 1974 won that Daytona 200. That was the 50th anniversary. It was also the 40th anniversary of Kenny Roberts winning it for the 3rd time, and then it was the 30th anniversary of Mr. Daytona, Scott Russell, winning here, the 20th anniversary of Matt Mladen, and the 10th anniversary of Danny Eslick winning. And remember, Danny Eslick won the race twice as well. In 1975, Gene Romero won that race. So this year, it was the 50th anniversary of Gene Romero winning the Daytona 200. And then Freddie Spencer won it in 1985. 1995 was Scott Russell again. 2005 was the 5-time winner Miguel Duhamel. And then, of course, in 2025, Josh Herron, who's now a 3-peat winner of the Daytona 200, and he's won it 4 times, but 3 times in a row, which is amazing. In the history of the Daytona 200, we didn't have anybody win it 3 times in a row. Scott Russell's won it twice in a row. Roberts won it twice in a row. Mladen won it twice in a row. But no one won it 3 times in a row. So Josh Herron in rare air there with his 3-peat this year.
Oh, absolutely. And you could feel the energy. It's such a unique energy here at Daytona International Speedway. You feel that it's so unique in its own vibes and spirit, basically, because of all the legends that's come here, left their mark, and helped build this place to what it is. All racetracks from around the world obviously have their own unique feel, but this one in particular is a standout amongst all the others.
Yeah, absolutely. So checkered flag out for this session. Coming up next will be Group F. Group F will be coming out next. Those are all of the expert riders in middleweight and heavyweight classes. So Group F will be coming up next. Yeah, so coming up in 2026, Chris, it'll be the 50th anniversary of Johnny Saccato winning the Daytona 200. At the time, he was on a Yamaha TZ250. He was the youngest winner of the Daytona 200 in 1976 when he won that race. A decade later, it was 1986 when Eddie Lawson won the Daytona 200 for the first time. In 1996, Miguel Duhamel won for the second time. And in 2006, it was Jake Zemke. Remember when Zemke won the Daytona 200? This was one of the, this was the second year that the Daytona 200 featured 600cc machines, and Jake Zemke took the win in 2006. So those are the champions that we'll be celebrating next spring when we return to Daytona International Speedway for the Daytona 200 here at the Speedway. And I was, yeah, sorry, I'm always hoping that ARMA will bring some of those riders and teams back here to the fan zone and allow fans to interact with all those past champions each year, you know, celebrate the decades of champions at Daytona International Speedway. I mean, how cool would it be to have someone like Kenny Roberts and Freddie Spencer and all these guys all in one place here where you can get t-shirts and autographs and photos with all those past champions.
I would love to see it, man. We should make it happen and put it together. Yeah, and all the riders out here, make sure after the end of your race, as you're doing before you come into the pits, make sure you say hi to all the corner marshal workers out there. They are without them, we wouldn't be out here, and without the Road Racing World Action Fund with their air fences, we wouldn't be out here either. So, yeah, make sure you guys go to Road Racing World Action Fund and donate to the air fence. And if you have not joined AMA, you can go to AMA 1-800-AMA-JOIN, and Jarritos Mexican Drink, Dunlop Tires, and Pirelli Tires.
Yeah, cool fun fact, Chris. The air fence here at Daytona International Speedway actually purchased and owned by the Daytona International Speedway, so they actually take it upon themselves to purchase, implement, maintain all that air fence here at Daytona International Speedway. They care that much about the folks that come here and participate and race here, that they want to make sure that they are staying on top of all of that. And you know, there's been several updates to air fence over the years, and they've done everything possible to make sure that they're keeping up with the current technology of air fence. So they've actually, you know, updated and upgraded all of that air fence here at Daytona International Speedway to make sure that we have the safest barrier and safest racetrack possible. And Daytona Speedway takes it upon themselves to do all that. Some racetracks, they rely on the sanctioning bodies to bring all of that air fence in, or, you know, they have some small sections of tough blocks or hay bales or something like that. Nope, not here. They've stepped it up, and they actually purchase all of that air fence themselves, and they implement it, deploy it, maintain it, and they make sure that it is the industry standard for safety, because when people come here, they want to make sure that they're protected and have the safest racetrack possible. So something a little bit different about Daytona International Speedway. They actually purchase and deploy their own air fence here, and still fantastic what the Air Fence Fund does across the country and everything that they do for our sport in North America. We definitely want people to keep pushing funds to that, and it's super easy too. Just go on roadracingworld.com and buy a t-shirt or a hat, and that helps fund the Action Fund for racetracks like Blackhawk Farms and CMP and Road Atlanta and some of the other, you know, racetracks that we go to where the Road Racing World Action Fund or the sanctioning bodies bring their own air fence. But here at Daytona International Speedway, they've implemented their own safety deployment of all of that. And so thanks to the operations team who was out here early in the week getting all that set up and maintain it every day. They check it. And as we mentioned, Chris, when you and I were rolling in here this morning, it was still almost dark. And the Daytona Speedway operations team is out there with blowers and making sure that the racetrack is as good as it could possibly be, because that's the standard here at Daytona.
Absolutely, and the air fences just changed the safety game in our sport altogether.
Yes, sir. This is Group F. These are all middleweight and heavyweight machines, middleweight and heavyweight expert machines out on course for their 10-minute warm-up. Oh, one rider down over in turn number 3, Chris. It was kind of funny. Most of the time when motorcycles crash, they crash and they slide towards the outside of the corner. This one was kind of weird. It was almost like he kind of spun the bike around on his knee, and he ended up on the inside of the corner. So he's actually over the inside, curbing right towards the exit. It was kind of funny. It was almost like you know when everyone's riding their pocket bikes or pit bikes and they kind of fall and the bike spins around on your knee. That's sort of what happened there. Going right there. He's big 1,000cc motorcycle just kind of like fell in on his knee and spun around and ended up in the grass right on the curb there. But he's up and okay. We got waving yellow flags in the area, but he has picked the bike up and starting to recontinue there, heading off through the grass, doing some motocrossing. Looks like he's going to go down to the next corner station and wait for a point to get back into this 10-minute warm-up.
Attention race fans, when you see a Chevy accessory you want, you can order it online, even right from your phone, and have it delivered to your local Chevy dealer or at your home. It is simply that easy. So please visit Chevrolet.com/accessories to learn more. What a beautiful day today at Daytona International Speedway. I'm so excited and so pumped for all these races coming up.
Yeah, Chris, I was just looking for grid sheets on the ASRA website, kind of updating the file there to see if those had been posted yet. I see all the day one and day 2 grid sheet postings. I haven't seen any postings for day 3 yet, but those should be coming out pretty quickly because we have race number 22 coming up here in just a few minutes. If you want to break away, Chris, let me know. You can head over to the office there and see if they've got grid sheets coming out here anytime soon.
Absolutely.
And we've been waiting for, been looking for timing and scoring here this morning as well on the apps. And I see everything that happened yesterday. And so anyway, we'll keep looking to see if they're updating any of the lap times here this morning on the ASRA sites or live timing and scoring. I haven't seen any of that change yet from yesterday. So we'll keep looking for that. Hopefully all that'll start being updated here pretty soon. We'll be underway. We've got one more practice session left this morning. That'll be the Group E Expert Unlimited riders coming up next. All expert riders in unlimited classes coming up next to conclude our 6 group rotation and warm-ups. getting ready for our final practice session here this morning, which will be the Group E riders, all expert riders on unlimited class machines. And then we'll have a little bit of a break to switch gears and get reset for our 6 and 5 lap main events here this morning. Bikes heading out on course, starting the 10-minute clock for this quick little warm-up here this morning. This is Group E, all expert riders in unlimited classes. Yeah, Chris, I was confirming with timing and scoring up here. I just want to make sure that all of our equipment was working okay, and they haven't been pushing times out this morning, so the times we were looking for, they just weren't getting pushed out by timing and scoring here. So all of our equipment seems to be working and ready to go. They are pushing the live stream, however, so if you go to ASRAracing.com, you can actually pull up the live stream directly from the ASRA Racing website. And we should see grid sheets here at least towards the end of this session. They said they were working on that for us, and they should be able to get those rolling. So we'll be waiting for the grid sheets, and we'll bring you all the grids for all the races coming up here this afternoon and this morning. AMA Vintage So the AMA Veteran 4600cc race will be our first race up this morning. It'll be a 6-lap main event on the schedule. That's race number 22 of 37 for the weekend.
Hey Rodders, fall cycle scene is up and rolling, and Geico is calling all trailblazers to put your mileage in gear at the milestone meter. Vroom to the stage and show off your mileage and turn your miles into rewards. Left your motorcycle in the garage? We've got you covered. Just enter our sweepstakes and you could be en route to a $500 gift card or $500 Reszilla gift card. Get more at Geico.
Yeah, how cool would that be? Just by having the highest mileage on your odometer, Chris, you might win $500 to Revzilla. That'd be cool.
Absolutely, it would be cool. I could use that $500.
I use $500. I need a new jacket and I need a new pair of boots. Was that Gabriel Da Silva?
Yes, it was going out. I'm excited to see what he's going to do today. He's got a lot of momentum coming into this weekend, especially off his 2 race wins, especially for his first time here. And come to find out, he's actually using his New Jersey setup on his motorcycle.
Oh, that should be interesting. Yeah, we saw some riders we weren't necessarily expecting yesterday. One of the riders, Chris, was Joseph Lamandry Jr. He wasn't sure if he was going to be riding today, and we saw him yesterday, and we saw him last night at that barbecue. What did he have to say?
He was excited of what he did yesterday. I mean, he showed up, and listen, Joe Lamandry is an absolute weapon out here on the track, and he proved it yesterday. So he just wants to come out here, put his head down, and do the best job he can, and hopefully put it on the top box.
He's always been very fast here. Last couple of years, he's always in the mix. Last year, we had several riders from Europe here. There was the World Endurance Champions that were here. The deal that they had with Yamaha was that if they won the World Endurance Championship, the Yamaha would pay for them to come over to the U.S. and do the Daytona 200. So they did their part by winning the World Endurance Championship, and so those riders got a chance to come over, and Chuck Giacchetto helped build the motorcycles and get them data, and was working with them throughout the weekend. And they were mixing it up. And so you had Shane Narbonne, and you had the European champions, and you had Joseph Lamandry Jr., and all of our top riders here in the U.S. And there was a freight train of about 10 riders that were all doing minute 50 lap times, including Tyler Scott and Richie Escalante. And I mean, it was one of the most exciting fall Daytona Race of Champions races that we had seen. And every time the 600cc machines or super sport machines hit the racetrack, we were seeing the same thing. But imagine the 2-hour endurance race last year with all of those talents in it. It was like a mini Daytona 200. It was just an epic race here to finish the 2024 racing season.
Oh, this is my first time here. Well, actually, it's my second time here. I come in March, but it's my first time here for ASRA Race of Champions. I'm definitely looking forward to coming back next year. This has been an absolutely amazing experience.
Yeah, man, fitting real well. I think, half the battle is, knowing and understanding, the teams and the riders and who's who down there. So you being the host of that Pin the Gas podcast and everything that you've done in the paddock, both regionally and nationally, and getting to know all these teams and riders and what they do and part of their history is a great asset for the team here. So welcome to the World Center of Racing in Daytona International Speedway. If you haven't met him yet, he is the one and only Chris Simcoe. He's going to be bringing you all the action here on the ground. My name's Kenny Abbott. I'm up in the tower, the World Center of Racing Tower. Get a chance to overlook the entire 3.51 mile road course in this beautiful Daytona International Speedway facility and the Mobile One Victory Lane. I've been, in and out of Victory Lane here for the last 40 years. My first time here, Chris, 1985, as a corner worker with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Club. And so fortunately, I've got a chance to see 40 years of history here at Daytona International Speedway, and teams and riders and industry changes and everything else. And got to be here as a racer and a team manager as well, and worked with Dunlop for a long time too. So I have a lot of great memories here, and I still get the chills when I come under the tunnel and rise up into the speedway, whether it's in the middle of the day or when it's still dark outside. I just remember 40 years worth of history here at Daytona, and so super stoked that you're on the team this year and working with us, and I appreciate you being here and bringing all the facts and data that you can from all the teams and relationships that you have in the paddock.
Yeah, man. Thank you, Kenny, for the invite, man. It's been an absolute honor.
So getting ready to roll here. That was the final practice session. Tony Storniolo coming your way there, Chris. Again, him and Babuska 2-2 over the last 2 days. So they've each split unlimited races over the last couple days. So we haven't seen grid sheets yet for the races coming up here. So we're going to take a little bit of a break and wait for day 3 grid sheets. And we'll turn it over to Jen in the paddock for paddock announcements to bring the race number 22 competitors back up to the pre-grid. Chris, we've got a host of AMA races this morning. Races 22 through 28 are going to be all the AMA sanctioned races. They're going to be 5 or 6 lap main events, including the AMA Vet 4600 class and the AMA Vet 41000 cc class. Merged in between the two of those things is a 500 superbike race. And then we'll get into the 6 lap finals of the AMA Thunderbike, AMA Supersport, AMA 500, and AMA Superstock races. That'll all come up here before the lunch break and the opening ceremonies for this afternoon's national championship races.
Attention race fans, welcome to the track for an exciting day of motorsports action. On behalf of Toyota Gazoo Racing, we would like to wish all the teams, riders, and crews the best of luck. And whether you're cheering from the grandstands or your couch, when you're a part of the Toyota Gazoo Racing, you're part of something greater. Now it's time for what you've all been waiting for. Get out of your seats, get loud, and the riders start your engines. Race fans, Toyota Gazoo Racing would like to wish all teams and riders and crews the best of luck today. When you're part of Toyota Gazoo Racing, you're part of something greater. Now it's time to get out of your seats, get loud, and riders, start your engines.
That's always fun. Yeah, absolutely. We are getting ready to go here. Just I think they're just waiting to post and distribute the grid sheets. So we'll take a little bit of a break here in the tower, and we'll let the ASRA folks get those grid sheets up and ready to go. When we see the operations staff moving back towards the racetrack, we'll re-engage here. But Chris, why don't you go see what you can find out over there, and we'll take a little bit of a break. Fans, make your way over to the fan zone and the Budweiser Bistro. Grab yourself a nice cold brew here. It's almost lunchtime, and if it's not that time yet, you can grab a nice cold Coca-Cola. Two of our great partners here at Daytona International Speedway. The fan zone has a great interactive space here in the springtime. They've got a great place to sit down and relax and catch some rays, but they've got some of the best food in the area over there at the Budweiser Bistro, so make sure you get over there. You'll also be right next to the media center, and there's some really cool signage over there. If you're looking for some of the best places to take a selfie or a photograph here at Daytona International Speedway, I would recommend doing it right there next to the Budweiser Bistro. There are 3 giant signs there with Daytona Speedway, some of the racers, some of the famous cars and motorcycles integrated into the signage there. And that is a great place for a backstop and a great place to take a selfie. And then for our racers, they have access to the Mobile One Victory Lane, and that will be open all day for photos as well, so you can capture your Daytona Speedway experience with your motorcycle and your race team. Whether you're winning a championship or not, you can take advantage of that opportunity to get your photos here in the Mobile One Victory Lane. Again, we're going to take a short break here as we get reset from practice to our main events this morning, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
So I just got the word that the bistro is actually closed today.
Race control getting ready for our first few races coming up here this morning. As we mentioned, races 20 through 28 will be happening here before the lunch break. Those are all the AMA sanctioned races here at the Race of Champions. Ken Salant from the AMA will also be here to present #1 plates and championship trophies to those riders who finished first in the AMA races. Ken Salant from the AMA also here to present the AMA Nikki Hayden Horizon Award today. So we'll see that sometime either at the lunch break or during some of the national championship races this afternoon. So that should be exciting. Again, we're just waiting for calls to start going out for our first race of the day, which is going to be race number 22. That's going to be the AMA Vet 4600cc race. That race coming up here in just a few minutes. You all set down there, Chris? What'd you find out?
Yeah, I got grid sheets for the first 3 races.
Fantastic. Yep, so those grid sheets should also be posted online here. So if you're looking for grid sheets for day 3, those should be posted online any minute now. So if you're in any of the races here today, you should be able to go to ASRA Racing and look at the race day link, and you should be able to scroll down and click on the grid sheets and select the event. And we should see those grid sheets pop up here any moment now. So Chris, glad you got those. I'll be using the leaderboard and the other app. If you want to follow live timing and scoring throughout the day, you can do that by logging into asra.live, asra.live, or there's a link on the asraracing.com website where you can link to the live timing and scoring. You can also download the Speed Hive app. That's a annual subscription. I think it's $6. I think it's $5.99 per year, and that works really well as well. So second call goes out to the race number 22 participants. Again, that's going to be the AMA Vet 40 600cc race for riders over the age of 40. Again, the motorcycle marketplace will be closing here in just a couple hours. Make sure you get out there and pick up those last few items that you were looking at yesterday. The motorcycle marketplace features over 51 of our top companies in the motorcycle industry here at Daytona Beach, including J&P Cycles, Bill's Trailer Sales, Global Quality Technologies, the United States Marine Corps is out there, Hot Leathers, Load All, Holiday Network Group. Holiday Network Group, I saw them the other day. They actually have drawings where you can win these really cool race experiences. You can win vacations and European motorsport events and all kinds of other stuff. You need to get out there and see those guys. Holiday Network Group. They have some really cool stuff that they're doing over there where you can literally win some of your dream vacations. And so make sure you get out there and enter to win that. Battery Tender is there with all of their latest accessories for charging batteries and accessories where you can add accessories to the battery that you have with through cables and everything else. So check in with Battery Tender. They have a lot of cool stuff over there. Sixth Gear Racing Apparel, Geico, Fast Light LEDs, Scully Customs is out there, Extreme Audio. We talked about Hot Leathers, Patch Stop, K Speakers is out there, Curly's Ink, Extreme Custom Paints, and then of course we mentioned Mini and Moto. Mini and Moto is a cool little kids book. It's the adventures of a monkey and his friend who discover motorcycles as a kid, and it's a really cool kids book, and it's a way to introduce kids to motorcycling. It's a really cool book. You need to make sure you check that out. And if you don't get a chance to make it over to the motorcycle marketplace, you can still find them online. It's Mimi, M-I-M-I, and Moto. Mimi and Moto. It's a really cool kids book. And they are partnered with All Kids Ride, the 501c3 set up to help little kids and families discover cycling, and it starts with a Strider non-powered bike, balance bike, and then it leads into small CC motorcycles and stuff like that to get more kids and families interested in riding. So some really cool stuff happening out there at the motorcycle marketplace, and they will be open until about noon today. All right, we are underway. We're ready to go. Chris Simcoe is back at the Rolex Bridge, and we're ready to go here. This is the race number 22. This is the AMA Vet 4600 race, and riders taking to the racetrack for their warm-up lap. This is exciting. Our first race of the day on our final day at Daytona International Raceway for the annual Race of Champions event here. Super excited for that. Derek De La Noche heading out on course with Gary Johnson, one of our Isle of Man TT riders over here to get some experience for the Daytona 200 coming up next spring. Eric Wood, Jeff Gray, Antal Halas trying to defend his #1 plate. He's also won some of the AMA awards here in the past, Chris. Connor Coughlin, Kyle Kircher, David McPherson, Brad Moser. The number 21 is Darren Clemens. We mentioned the 223 of Derek De La Noche. 720 is RJ Wade. 384 is David Combe. 928 is Rick Surizen. 288 is David Mink. Number 8 is Noah Vanderweide. 326 is Andrew Leach. 240 is Bo Oren. And number 550 is Mark Voigt. And rounding out the field as our 20th competitor, Chris, is Corey Kimball. That's your field of riders for the race number 22, the AMA Vet 4600. So these are all veteran riders over the age of 40. Chris?
Yeah, I'm waiting for this race to take off. We're going to have an absolutely proper mega battle today with our first race. And it's awesome to see that, you know, the people that are over 40 years old still show up and love the sport so much that they continue to race and also give back to the future legends of the sports coming up too as well. And you had said something about that Strider bike. I bought my son one when he was born, and yeah, he rode that thing around, and I got him a little 50 and threw him on a bicycle, and he took off like, you know, he's been doing it for years. So it's an absolutely a great thing to have, especially to get your kids into the sport.
Yeah, they look at it as a balance bike, right? It helps keep them balanced and then, you know, steering the bike left and right, and, you know, using your body and all that. So it starts as balance, and just the sensation of doing that. And then at some point, when you're comfortable, you add a motor, and it just kind of takes off from there. But yeah, getting kids involved early on, I think, helps the overall economy of the sport.
Yes, it does.
So you got your grid sheets down there, Chris. I'm still waiting for those to hit the website. So I'm just going to be working off of live timing and scoring for our grid sheets. And at some point here, I think they're going to switch over the ASRA.live site to live scoring. So we'll keep watching that. Otherwise, I'll be using Speedhive. And as we mentioned, the number 5 machine of Eric Wood sitting on pole position, that bright yellow Ducati, Chris, that Penguin School Racing Ducati V2, one of the fastest riders in the Northeast region. And here we go. He will get off the line well. And Tal Halas there as well. That's going to be the whole shot going to Eric Wood on the number 5. Gary Johnson is the other rider there on the number 7. So Gary Johnson, he lost a spot on the outside of turn 1 and goes just a little bit wide there into the International Horseshoe, and allows, it looked like it might have been Derek De La Noche who slid through there. So Johnson not 100% confident on those tires in the right-hand horseshoe early on here. And we've discussed that the left side of the tire gets really, really hot here, Chris, but it's the right side of the tire that you have to be careful of, especially on the first lap when you've been sitting on pit road for a few minutes.
Yeah, absolutely it does, especially when you're over on the left for most of the race and you got to flick it in the right hand. You need that. You got to have confidence that you're going to have that edge grip when you need it, when you flick it into those corners.
Riders up onto the west banking up through NASCAR's turn 2 and 3 in that 31-degree banking. Eric Wood will drop down to the middle of the racetrack and slingshot onto the back straightaway here along Lake Lloyd. the I'll say the largest racetrack, the largest lake in the middle of a racetrack in all of North America. It is so cool. I always expect to see boats and stuff out there, but it's such a beautiful asset here at Daytona International Speedway. Just the glistening of the sun off of it, and the airport behind it, and the palm trees. Just like the atmosphere here at Daytona is just stellar. Racers up onto the Super Speedway, down through NASCAR Turn 4. A little bit of a breakaway here. Two bikes as they approach the start-finish line for the first time. Again, this is going to be a 6-lap main event. Chris?
Yeah, this one's a battle between first and second already with Eric Wood, and I'm thinking that was that Derek Delanoche?
I think it's Derek Delanoche waiting for timing and scoring to update here. So Eric Wood out front for sure on that Penguin School Ducati V2. I believe it's Derek Delanoche next to him, but that could also be Antal Halaz. Antal Halaz on the number 1 machine, very, very fast here at Daytona. He's won multiple regional, multiple championships as a amateur and as an expert. So that may be Antal Halaz. Derek Johnson is there as well, but Johnson is on the machine that's mostly blue and white, and the bike that was right behind Eric Wood was more red and black. So that could be Derek Delanoche. It could also be Antal Halaz. There we go. We're getting the live timing on the ASRA site to pop up. It's showing Eric Wood, Gary Johnson, Antal Halaz, then Jeff Gray, Connor Coughlin, and David McPherson. So, yeah, as we projected, that could be the number 1 of Antal Halaz right behind Eric Wood. Chris?
Yeah, this race is absolutely going to go down to the line. I think Eric Wood's going to pull it out the bag, but we'll wait and see what happens.
Big puff of smoke over near the turn 5 area. I'm not sure if that's inside the speedway or outside the speedway. That might just be outside the speedway walls there. They might be making lunch or having a barbecue over there, but a large puff of smoke. I wasn't sure if something happened to one of the machines up there. It's right behind one of the pillars here in the World Center of Racing Tower. So we'll make sure that I haven't heard anything come over the operations radio, so I'm assuming that all of that is good to go there as the leaders cross the stripe, and it's Eric Wood that will slide back to the 2nd place position on that bright yellow Penguin Racing School Ducati. Gary Johnson being shown there as the contender up front. So we'll go with that. And Tal Halaz being shown 3rd. Connor Coughlin is 4th with Jeff Gray rounding out the top 5. Remainder of the field crossing the stripe here. Again, these are Formula 40 competitors. And this is the first of 6 races for the AMA here this morning. Ken Salant will be working with you, Chris, in the Mobil 1 Victory Lane to present number 1 plates to the winners of each of these races here this morning.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that.
Just a quick note from the garages. Team Shocker, one of our teams yesterday that finished 1st and 3rd in one of the lightweight classes. Chris, that was Aaron Gustafson and Chris LeBugan. They've actually teamed up with Olin's here this morning, and they have some free Olin's swag available in Blue Garage number 39 while it lasts. So if you're an Olin's fan, you can get over there to B39 and pick up some free Olin's swag while it lasts here this morning from Team Shocker. We saw them last night, Chris, at the barbecue and concert over by the RO lot. They were having a good time celebrating their 1st and 3rd place finishes yesterday.
Yes, they were, and I'm glad we got our Olin stuff too last night as well, so we don't go by there and we get left behind.
I've been begging for an Olin's hat for about a decade now, so I finally get to leave Daytona with my Olin's hat.
Yeah, I got one earlier this year, actually at Jersey. I've been asking for one for, it hadn't been 10 years, but it's been a long time, and Yeah, finally they're like, here you go. And I was like, yes.
It's cool too because the old Olin's hats were black and these are bright blue, so they actually match our Daytona International Speedway uniforms today. So Gary Johnson being shown in the lead. Now all of the timing and scoring systems are starting to match up. Gary Johnson again being shown the leader, fastest lap of 53.355, and Eric Wood being shown in second on the number 5 machine. On Speed Hive, it's showing David Combe in second place with Derek Delanoche there somewhere, and Eric Wood back in 10th. But we know that that's not what we see on the racetrack. So we'll make sure to track these and follow the ASRA Racing site for now, because we know that that one looks like to be the most accurate of what we see on the racetrack. The ASRARacing.com website is available. There's a live feed available for you as well, with a link right there. As soon as you get on the website, there's a link with there's a video link, so you can live stream that. Live timing and scoring, and of course the grid sheets will all be posted there at some point as well, we are told.
Yeah, man, Gary Johnson and Eric Wood are neck to neck. There's nothing hardly in between their 2 lap times. They're both in a 153.355 for Gary Johnson, and then Eric Wood did a, well, now it just changed. Eric Wood just did a 153.048, and Gary Johnson did a 152.945 by my timing.
Yeah, it looks like a problem for one of those 2 riders, Chris. One of them slowed heavily. It looks like that could have actually been Eric Wood. Trying to get eyes on him here in turn number 3. Can't tell which of those 2 machines had a mechanical problem in turn number 1. We'll get to see the side of the machine. That could have been Johnson that actually has a problem. He's continuing around. It looks like he may just continue around to get back to the paddock area. But one of our 2 leaders, Chris, just after they crossed the finish line and got into turn number 1, they experienced a mechanical problem and backed off the gas. So our leader is by himself now into the chicane. We'll get a better look as they cross start finish. He'll exit the chicane, back on the gas, up onto the super speedway here into NASCAR turn number 3. He'll run the high line. It looks like Eric Wood still on the race course. And just as they came across the start finish line, I was going to say that Gary Johnson had just purchased one of those Altus Racing Suzuki GSXR 750s, and he loved how bulletproof they were. And he is the one who will cross the stripe. So it was Eric Wood who experienced the problem on the Ducati.
Yeah, it looks like Gary Johnson's definitely got this one in the bag, and it's good testing for him and his team to come back in March next year and put a full assault on the Daytona 200. So I'm excited to see that. We also had Danny Webb here yesterday in Friday testing to do the same thing too as well. And again, it's always good to have the BSB boys from the UK over here in the United States to throw down with our American boys too as well.
Yeah, for those that didn't hear the story yesterday, when Gary Johnson arrived at Daytona International Speedway yesterday, I gave him a little 2-cent tour of the Speedway I think it was Wednesday. We were kind of cruising around, him and his buddy who were here racing from Europe, and they are Isle of Man TT and Irish Superbike teams, and so they're used to running the Isle of Man TT and the Ulster GP and the Northwest 200 and all of these legit street races. And the Northwest 200 is super fast with really long straightaways. You'll be going 200 plus miles per hour, and then come to a little traffic circle, go around the traffic circle, and head off in opposite direction, which is very similar to the experience of Isle of Man. But I was joking with Gary. I said, hey, a lot of people, when they arrive at Daytona International Speedway, they look at the high banks and the walls and everything else, and it may not be what they're used to. He says, yeah. He says, there's no curbs or light posts here, so we should be good. And I just thought it was hilarious, the perspective of someone coming off of a true street race on the Isle of Man that literally, you could run into buildings and street posts, and they have curbs and shrubs and everything else. And, here they're just high banks and safety walls. So, and he didn't even see them. So I just thought the perspective was very interesting.
Yeah, the perspective them guys have is totally different than people that race closed circuits. And it's amazing to get their perspective, too, coming off the Isle of Man TT, the Macau, the Northwest 200, wherever they've been, racing at, and then coming over here, racing on the closed circuit. They give a different perspective, and probably it also helps our guys here, too, that race here with their information, help them push them forward, too, as well.
Look at this battle to the checkered flag, Chris. 3 wide up into the tri-oval here in the V40 600cc race. 4 competitors just all going at it here in the draft. They go 3 wide at the stripe. That's what racing's about here at Daytona International Speedway and the Race of Champions here in the fall. Gary Johnson will take an easy win here with the retirement of Eric Wood. We didn't get a chance to talk to Eric about what may have happened with that Ducati. He's over in the yellow garages there, I believe. And but we'll get a chance to talk to Gary Johnson when he gets back here. Gary Johnson takes the checkered flag. Antal Halas will be second. David McPherson will be third. So Gary Johnson, Antal Halas, and David McPherson, your top 3 there in the expert class. Connor Coughlin, Jeff Gray, Kyle Kircher, as well as David Combe, Derek Delanoche, and Noah Vanderweide round out the top 10. Look at the amateurs in that race. David Combe, your top amateur. So the 384 of David Combe, Chris, will be your winner in the amateur class there. Noah Vanderweide was second on the number 8 machine, and Rick Surason is the third place rider on number 928. So David Combe, Noah Vanderweide, and Rick Surason, your top 3 amateurs. Top 3 experts, Gary Johnson, Antal Halas. Again, Antal Halas, he won here. He won several races here on a big black Ducati from New York as an amateur. He came back the next year with in the expert class with white plates, and he dominated everything he rode in the next year. And here he is again, finishing on the podium. So Antal Halas, one of our past champions, who just continues to impress here at Daytona International Speedway. Gary Johnson returning from his cool down lap. He'll be headed your way as we get ready for our next race coming up this morning. It's going to be the 500 Superbike race. This is going to be a 5-lap race. 5 laps for the 500 Superbikes. Again, top 3 riders should go to the podium and the Mobil 1 victory lane. The number 1 plates will be presented by Ken Salant of the AMA. And Gary Johnson has turned in, Chris, and he's headed your way.
Did he drop out? I thought
That's why you don't ride a Ducati. Yeah, I think you wrote a blow on turn 1.
So down to you, Chris.
Yeah, I'm standing down here with Gary Johnson, the winner today of the race. Gary, talk us about your strategy coming into this race this morning.
Well, I forgot to enter the race, so thank you to CJ and all the organisers for letting us at the back of the grid. I think the problem is the lads are over 40 years old. They're not getting out of bed too early, and it's all shits and giggles until things go wrong, and then it's giggles and shit. So at our age. So no, I want to thank Dunlop for supplying me an awesome set of tyres. It's been fantastic. I've loved the weekend here. The event and the ceremony last night and the barbecue, thanks to Mario, and what a family warm feeling we get here at ASRA.
I love it. Did you do any major setup changes between yesterday and today?
We've made some small tweaks during the whole weekend. When the bike arrived, we had quite a lot of faults with it, and I got some poor qualifying. Now the bike, you know, it's 90% there. You never get a bike 100%, else you're not trying. So, no, we've just lifted the whole centre of gravity, given it a bit more swinging arm angle, which helps for a big fat old boy like me. You know, you need a bit of anti-squat. So, but I'm happy with the whole package. I'd like to thank Chris and Team Hammer. They've helped me through the weekend with bits and bobs, and the lads in the garage. Everyone's been absolutely fantastic. Cheers, lads.
Absolutely. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Gary Johnson, all the way from the UK, taking a win.
Gary Johnson, a quality champion from the UK, just such a gentleman. He's got his guys over here helping him out, and good to see Gary successful here at Daytona. Know it's something important to him, and as we mentioned yesterday, he's going to have a new trophy he can take back to the pub and have some fun with his mates, and something to show off on the airplane, on the long airplane home. Coming up next, 500 Superbikes. This is going to be a 5-lap main event. Congratulations to Gary Johnson on his win. As we move on to our next race this morning, this is going to be race number 23 on the calendar. And the 500 Superbike class coming up next. They are in the pre-grid, ready to go.
I'm standing down here with the number 594 of David McPherson from Olstein, Florida. David, talk us through your strategy on your race today.
Well, we made a couple changes last night. Pirelli tires are working awesome. Miles at street competition. My family at Team Technology, Dave, Matt, Paul, my wife Linda, Kathy. Somebody I'm forgetting. He's coming, Blake. Larry. Sorry about that. Yeah, it worked out good. We're having fun, and man, I wish I wouldn't get on the podium so I wouldn't have to come back every year. But this is working. It's a blast. I'm having fun, and a little note out to John Ashby. This is his motorcycle this weekend, and I felt he was around with me, and we put in some good times.
Awesome. Did you do any setup changes from yesterday to today to help you?
Yeah, I did. Unfortunately, I'm a little heavier than I was last year, so we had to tighten some things down. So next time I come back a little slimmer and really a little faster so we can get up there, you know, 1 or 2 more steps.
Absolutely. Congratulations, my friend. Let's go.
Thank you much. Again, to Richard Chambers, thanks again. Miles, thanks for your help.
Yeah, nice shout out to Richard Chambers, the one and only Richard Chambers, who was part of that 1976 Daytona 200 here, legendary voice of Daytona International Speedway. He'd always be posted up on top of that 500 club there, bringing us the race-by-race action through the infields. So shout out to Richard Chambers and Pat Gonzalez, who have been the longtime voices of Daytona International Speedway. They've brought such a professionalism to the sport that we hope we can continue moving forward. Those two gentlemen, both Pat Gonzalez and Richard Chambers, enshrined on the Daytona 200 monument down on the beach. If you haven't been down there, that is a place to go when you are down here in Daytona Beach. So, yes, sir. Great shout out. Thank you to Richard Chambers as a reminder of his input here at Daytona for so long. And don't forget about the one and only David Estock, who's been working with those guys at Technology Racing through the years too. A great Daytona celebrity here himself, who's raced on the Supersport machines and Harley Davidsons, you name it. He's got a lot of laps around this place as well.
How exciting was that race? I feel sorry for Eric Wood, but I'm super chuffed for my mate Gary Johnson all the way from the UK. Like I said,
he's having a blast, isn't he?
Oh, man, he is. You know, and when you have somebody that's having a blast, he's in tune with his bike, it's really hard to beat.
Yeah. Now we need to go over to the UK and watch him run the Isle of Man.
You say when, I'm definitely in on that.
So 500 class coming up next. Derek Sanchez, Frank Sanders, and Caden Brown in this race. Oren Billick, Nicholas Seedling, and Mitchell Snorbush. Valen Gomez, Daniel Walewski, and Kyle McGill will be there as well. The 712 is Roman Brock Edgar. 42 is Sasha Agam. And 737 is Brent Camp. The 177 is Jaden McKellar. 927, Steven Peterson. And number 727, Carter Dabney. The 25 machine is Alberto Chacon. And number 23 is Ty Whiting. Rounding out this field, Chris, is the number 12 of Alex Ferreira. We know he's fast here on a 500cc machine. He proved it yesterday with a great battle to the checkered flag. And but unfortunately, he was in the wrong grid position, so they gave him a 3-second penalty, which pushed him from first to third. But we should see something special from Alex Ferreira here this morning. Derek Sanchez also on the grid, so we should see something from him. He is last year's AMA Nikki Hayden Horizon Award winner, so maybe we'll get a little bit of word from him at the conclusion of this race to find out what that's meant to him over the past 365 days.
Absolutely looking forward to getting that interview from him too as well, just to get his unique perspective of winning the Nikki Hayden AMA Horizon Award this year and then handing it off to the new one.
Yeah, they are away. The rider in the middle of the front row was able to get the whole shot and will lead through turn number 1. You flick it to the left and right-hander turn 2. Just go around that pit wall there and then backshift a gear or 2 for turn number 3, the International Horseshoe. A long double radius right-hander. Get back on the gas there, pull the pin. One rider running wide. He'll take to the 2.56 mile road course as an exit road. As the leaders now through the left-hand kink, infield, turn number 4, down to the braking area, turn 5. Another back shift, usually 1 or 2 gears into the right-hander there. And another long double apex right-hander. You sort of triangulate that and then back on the gas through the little short chute up to the left-hander of turn number 6. Again, the right-handers here so treacherous on the right-hand side of the tire that hasn't had any heat built into it yet. But up onto the banking now they go. These 500cc machines try to get all the way up next to the Daytona logo on the wall. And some of them actually stayed up above that top line there, Chris. A couple have dipped down below, and they're going to pick up some positions. Actually, the faster way around on these little motorcycles. And a couple riders in the draft as they get to the back straightaway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 motorcycles in the lead draft as they go 3 wide into the chicane. Down along Lake Lloyd, they'll make a left, right into the chicane, another right hand out of the chicane, and then the long trip back to the start-finish line. 5, 6, 7 riders in that lead draft, 3 more behind them, and then the field spreads out a little bit. So a majority of the race, Chris, is up front. 2, 3 riders dip down to the bottom of the racetrack near the apron to take the short way around. That leaves a couple other riders up top hanging it for themselves, trying to push their own air. Now they're trying to team up as they get to the front straight here. Everyone trying to find a little bit of that draft as they get back to the tri-oval.
Man, how close is this battle up front between so many riders? I think it's going to go all down to the last lap into the wire.
If they can keep this going, it's Sasha Agam who went across the stripe first on that white machine. Valen Gomez there as well. Oren Billick and Jaden McKellar were side by side across the stripe. Derek Sanchez is the number 23 being shown in 5th. So he's one of those 7 riders in the breakaway draft up front. 6, 7. So Sanchez, Chris, may be that 5th place rider there as they work their way through the infield. Chances are Sanchez is going to try to work his way up through that field, through the right-hander there, and again to the short chute. Sanchez being shown 5th on the board, but we know he's one of our top cup riders here in the country. One rider has been working his way up through the field there, through the infield. 2 machines have very similar paint jobs, so I'm not sure which motorcycle that is. One of them may have been Sanchez. Valen Gomez still there as well on her machine. So this is a, oh, what a battle. Instead of actually teaming up in the draft. We've got a couple of groups going side by side all the way around the banking. That is just going to be good for nobody but Sasha Agam, who's out front pushing his own air. And Chris, as we saw last night at the award ceremony, Sasha is not a large person. He is a young, he is a youngster who can easily duck down behind the fairing of these small motorcycles, and the advantages to him in getting out of the air and being more aerodynamic and certainly lightweight. He might be 75 pounds soaking wet in a leather suit, so we'll see how this goes. He's got his own air out front, and now it's a four-rider battle behind him as they come to the stripe. 3 wide when they get to the apron, changing positions all the way to the checkers here on the front straightaway as they get 2 wide and 2 abreast all the way up through. Sasha Agam, 4 laps in the books. That's Valen Gomez versus Oren Billick side by side. It is Jaden McKellar and Derek Sanchez side by side. So 2 battles within the top 5. They go side by side through the infield here, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sasha Agam, man, just put down a 211.135. And in second place with Valen Gomez, he did a 213.263. So Sasha is absolutely on it.
Almost 2 seconds per lap faster. Excuse me. Almost 2 seconds per lap faster than the rest of the field. Sasha Agam well out in front through the infield here, and he may have done enough to break the draft of the other 4 riders. However, if they can get back together, they might be able to make up about 5 miles an hour in the draft with those 4 machines together. But if they tend to go side by side like they did the last lap and go 2 abreast through the banking, they're just going to slow each other down, and it's going to allow the opportunity for Sasha to get out. Now they go 3 wide on the banking, Chris. 3 wide on the banking through NASCAR turn number 2.
Yeah,
From 4th to 2nd was Sanchez. Sanchez now getting shuffled back as they get into the braking zone. Valen Gomez, Oren Billick, Jaden McKellar, and Derek Sanchez all fighting for the final 2 positions on the podium as we have 4 laps. Oh, it's being shown as 2 laps complete there. Timing and scoring shows 4 laps complete. So Sasha Agam continues to lead here. And again, it looks like he has broken the draft, Chris, as they come back to the line.
Yeah, the more the guys behind Sasha battle each other, the more it gives him a chance to just keep making that break and keep getting further and further ahead.
They will they will never catch him unless they team up in the slipstream.
Absolutely. But it's also hard when you're in a moment out there and the adrenaline's pumping and everything is going on because everybody wants to win.
Absolutely. Daytona is Daytona, and wind does not lie. So this is a, this is a drafting racetrack. You have to be able to use that draft and use the wind to your advantage. And the four young riders back there behind Sasha are learning that lesson here this morning. Again, they all are looking for the normal race win. They're used to racetracks where you don't have to use the draft. And here it is absolutely necessary, not only up on the banking, but even through the fast sections of the infield, Chris.
Oh, for sure. And it also shows with Sasha Agam, he's on that NSF 250. It shows what a weapon that thing really is against the 400s.
Yeah, what bike is he on?
He is on the NSF 250R.
Yeah. Yeah, a Grand Prix built, purpose-built machine here at Daytona. Sasha Agam continues to lead on that number 42. Valen Gomez and Jaden McKellar, Derek Sanchez, and Oren Billick. 3 of those motorcycles almost painted identically with red, black, and white livery, so hard to tell which is which as they literally continue to change positions in and out of every corner and every section of the racetrack. The sure leader here is Sasha Agam, and he is out of the infield and chicane area up onto the high banks past the Sunoco fuel signs. he's able to get that NSR 250 to run the high line, Chris. And so when they come down through NASCAR 4, he's able to use that slingshot to come down. And then look at the 4 riders behind him. They're still 2 abreast. They are not using the draft to try to catch Sasha. If they're able to use the draft, they might be able to get back up to Sasha, but they're racing against each other, and they've clearly decided to just let him go.
Yeah, at this point, they're absolutely running out of time trying to work together to create that slingshot to push everybody forward to make that gap up to them.
Yep, they're just not adopting that strategy yet. Behind that group of 4, Chris, is the young man we've seen have great success this weekend as well, the number 54 of Caden Brown.
Yeah, absolutely. Caden Brown is a weapon out there. He's an amateur. He's making a big name for himself out here in the scene. Can't wait to see what he does this upcoming year. And, yeah, he's putting it – listen, he's giving it all out there on the line, and I'm so proud of him and his family and everything that they put in it just to be out here today and to continue racing.
He's going head-to-head with Mitchell Snorbush. So Mitchell Snorbush and Caden Brown with their own head-to-head battle. Right behind them is Frank Sanders and Steven Peterson with their own battles. So some pretty good racing all the way back through the field here in the 500 Superbike class.
Yeah, 2nd through 5th, there's nothing hardly in between those lap times between all 3 of them.
Yeah, some really good battles going on everywhere except for the lead here, Chris. Sasha Agam has just destroyed the field here. They've got 4 laps in the books. They'll see, this is the race to the checkered flag. This is only a 5-lap main event. So the white flag being shown to the field. Sasha Agam, Chris, I'm going to let you call him to the line. He's out of NASCAR 4, coming to the checkered flag. Here is your leader, Sasha Agam. And there's your winner. Here comes that battle for the final podium position. They go side by side. Again, they've abandoned the draft here at Daytona, which is funny to see. But Sasha Agam will take the win, and it'll come down to the final move on the tri-oval for Valen Gomez to take the 2nd place spot. Jaden McKellar will finish 3rd. So that's your podium, Chris. Sasha Agam, Valen Gomez, and Jaden McKellar. Rounding out the top 5 is Oren Billick and Derek Sanchez. And then behind them, Mitchell Snorbush, Caden Brown, Steven Peterson, Frank Sanders, and Kyle McGill to round out the top 10. Switch over and look at the amateurs that were in that race. Oren Billick was your winner in the amateur class. Mitchell Snorbush was your 2nd place rider, and Caden Brown finished 3rd. So Billick, Snorbush, and Brown, your amateur podium. Agam, Gomez, McKellar, your expert podium. We'll see these riders make their way back to Mobil 1 Victory Lane. It takes these little 500cc machines a little bit longer to work their way back. But coming up next will be our next Veteran 40 race. It'll be the Vet 40 1000cc sprint race. That will go back to another 6-lap sprint. Chris, always fun to see these youngsters racing here in the lightweight classes, as we see some of the races being developed around the world for entry-level motorcycles and entry-level racers. What are you excited about seeing here in the industry in regards to racing with these lightweight machines? The nice thing about these lightweight motorcycles and classes is they are fairly inexpensive to run. So good to see that more racing sanctions are making it possible to get racers and families involved at an inexpensive level. Some of these 500cc, 400cc machines, fairly inexpensive. They're also a lot easier on tires, so you don't have the same type of tire bill that you would on some of the larger 600 or 1000cc machines. Again, coming up next is the veteran 1000cc races. Ken Salant with the AMA is going to be down there at Mobile One Victory Lane with a #1 plate to greet Sasha Agam as he makes his way into that area. And we'll throw it downstairs to Chris.
I'm standing here with the number 42 of Sasha Agam. Congratulations on your win. Talk us through your race strategy today to make this happen.
Overall, my race was pretty good. My start was pretty bad. I lost a couple of rows, I think. But after the first lap, I was able to pass anyone and get to the front. And for the rest of the race, I was just by myself. And I was just by myself, just cruising along.
Did you do any major setup changes between yesterday and today to help achieve this victory?
We didn't make really any major setup changes. We got new tires, but that's really it.
Man, congratulations on your win of the weekend.
Yeah, Sasha Agam on the number 42. Hasn't been getting the best launches off the line, but he's able to make it up once he gets that bike up to speed. So good to see him on that NSR 250 purpose-built machine get rolling again. And Chris, you have Kent Salon down there presenting the #1 plates. So the Vet 40,000cc class is coming up next. Again, this is one of 3 opportunities for Babushka and Storniolo to settle this battle here this weekend.
So I'm down here with the number 119 of Oren Billick from Staten Island, New York on a 2021 Kawasaki Ninja 400. Talk us about your race strategy and how you come to get this win today.
I knew if I could stay on the tail through the first corner of top expert riders, I could probably get a toe through that back straightaway and get it and try and draft to the line. And I did exactly that. I stayed on their tail the whole race until last lap and drafted to the line. It's a fun race.
Absolutely. And who's all on your team that made it possible for you to be here this weekend?
Scott from Moto D, Todd Racing for keeping me safe with the leather suits, Vortex, and the Rye Americas. And that's it. And my parents, mom and dad.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, number 119 amateur Oren Billick.
And New York Safety Track.
We had to throw that in too. Congratulations. Let's go.
Yeah, congrats to Oren Billick and Sasha Agam, our winners in the 500 Superbike class. The Vet 40 1000cc machines heading out on course for their warm-up lap. Again, this will return to a 6-lap main event, 6 laps for the remainder of these classes until we get to the 1-hour lunch break. Chris, is Ken Salant down there presenting #1 plates to these riders as they finish?
No.
Gotcha. So we'll be presenting #1 plates here throughout the day with the AMA races, and then we have Ken Salant from the AMA, who's also going to present the AMA Nikki Hayden Horizon Award at some point, either during the lunch break or during the ASRA races. So we're waiting to hear from him and what they've decided and who they've decided on to be that award winner this year. Derek Sanchez, the number 23 rider who just finished that 500 Superbike class, he won that award last year, the Nikki Hayden AMA Horizon Award, which carries with it a lot of weight. We'll hear a little bit more from Ken Salant on that a little bit later on. But we continue to celebrate champions here at Daytona International Speedway and the annual Race of Champions here. Daytona Beach, the mecca of racing, whether it's two-wheel or four-wheel. Make sure you don't miss out on any of the action here at Daytona International Speedway. Just go to the Daytona International Speedway website for tickets and information on everything here, from the Rolex 24-hour to the Daytona 500, the Daytona Supercross, the Daytona 200 and flat track that'll all be here next year, and of course that Rockwell show that's going to be here. Over 150 bands at the Speedway. That's going to be a good time. That's coming up next May. And then, of course, we return here to Daytona International Speedway in the fall of 2026 for another great event with the Daytona Race of Champions. Racers have returned to pit road and their grid positions for the start of the AMA V40 1000 main event. Antel Halas, Derek Johnson, Derek De La Noche, Manzel Hines, David Loikitz, and Jesse Huilka, some of the riders out there in the expert class, with Darwin Perez, Asi Billick, Robert Powers, Dwayne Brown, and RJ Wade, your amateur class participants here. My understanding is that we have grid sheets for this morning's races posted in Tech Inspection. Still waiting for those to hit the website, but they have been printed, I believe, and available at the Tech Garage for folks to view. We are using two different timing and scoring systems to monitoring systems rather. The ASRA.live system is up and running. You can watch the live timing and scoring through the ASRAracing.com website, as well as Speedhive. Speedhive, you can subscribe. It's $5.99, and you can watch all the timing and scoring there as well. The cool thing about both of those is that you can click on each of the racers and you can see their lap by lap times as well. So if I click on Sasha Agam from the last race, I can see all of his lap times during that race and his finish. So it's a great app to use. You can and several sanctioning bodies across the world actually use that. So if you want to watch live timing and scoring anywhere, you can do that through the Speedhive app. And Tal Halas on the number one, trying to defend that big number one plate here at Daytona. And Tal Halas will lead here on the first lap. Derek Johnson there in second, with Derek De La Noche third. Eric Komrowski is fourth, with Manzel Himes fifth. And Zal Halam is by himself. Our second place rider, Derek Johnson. Derek Johnson runs a little wide in three. He'll give up some real estate to Antal Halas, who's working his way down into turn number 5. Chris?
Yeah, Antal Halas just posted a 158.595, which is a flyer around here, especially from a standing start.
Yeah, on his first lap. Yep. Leaders up onto the west bank, and that 31-degree banking on the west end of the Speedway. down there past the Ryan Rawls camp. I know they're big fans of Formula 40 racing here at Daytona.
Yeah, we had a good time over there hanging out with Ryan Rawls.
Down into the chicane, Antal Halaz is actually being caught. So whether he made a mistake going into the chicane there, he slowed severely, so he either something happened there or he misjudged something. But Antal Halaz, who had a very big lead even after the first race, encountered a problem there in the chicane, and he's now been overtaken by Derek Johnson. We'll see Johnson lead here this time by. Here comes your third and fourth place battle. That is David Leukitz, the longtime participant here at Daytona International Speedway during the Race of Champions. He's worked his way up through. He's on the number 55 machine. Darwin Perez, one of our amateurs, trying to work his way up through the field. Asi Billick there as well. You spoke to him a little bit, Chris. Derek Delanoche, Robert Powers, RJ Wade there as well. So just looking at the different timing and scoring systems, there's a couple conflicts there, so I'm not sure. Looks like Darwin Perez is our overall leader. So Darwin Perez, Chris, on the number 18, our leader over Antal Halaz. And if that's the case, that amateur rider definitely did a good job to get up there in the lead from the amateur class.
Absolutely, and I'm showing he just laid down a lap time of a 156.924, followed up by Antal Halaz with a 159.2.49. There's a huge difference.
Yeah, so a problem for Halaz. He's usually right there around the 50 mark. And being 9 seconds off, something must have happened there to cause him to slide back just a little bit. As we mentioned, the live stream is up as well. You can watch some of the video footage from this race throughout the weekend. You can watch that. The live stream is available right there on the ASRA Racing.com website.
Yeah, and last lap, Antonella Halaz did a 156.327, followed by Darwin Perez with a 156.717, and then Derek Delanoche in third with a 2-minute .347.
Yeah, Derek Delanoche, usually he's under 2 minutes there, so he's a clip off the pace here as well. Antal Halaz now looks like he's got his bearings, maybe quite possibly literally under him, and a 56.327. That is what we expect from Antal Halaz here. Darwin Perez, almost an identical lap time, Chris, a 56.7. And for the amateur to be running up there with Antal Halaz, that's quite the effort from him, as those two riders now hit the West Bank.
Oh,
they'll
absolutely.
take those big 1,000cc machines way up top, and it's going to be Perez. Perez has got a big old motor in that thing. He's able to power around Antal Halaz on that big Ducati on the banking and just dominate on the backstretch there. Antal Halaz is going to have to make up time on the brakes. It looks like he's a little bit better through the chicane, but it is Darwin Perez who continues to lead as they get to NASCAR 3.
I think between Antal Halaz and Darwin Perez, it's going to go down to the wire between those two.
Yep, here they come to the line, Chris, if you want to call that.
Here they come. Get ready to get down the start finish straight across the line. We have Antal Hernandez still winning, but followed by Darwin Perez. And the lap times are still almost identical between the two.
They dropped almost about a half second there as Perez goes to the front. It'll be the 55.38 from Perez. Antal Halaz in second, 55.6, so 0.3 of a second difference between Perez and Halaz. Derek De La Noche now has worked his way up to third place overall. Second place in the expert class between Antal Halaz. So the story here, Chris, is that Darwin Perez, the amateur, is up in front of Antal Halaz, the multi-year national champion here at Daytona. Derek De La Noche has been one of the fastest racers here for the last few years as well. Back there in third behind Darwin Perez if we're looking at the overall results on the racetrack. Second place amateur is Asi Billick, and third place is Robert Powers. So in the amateur class, you've got Perez, followed by Billick and Powers. In the expert class, Halaz and De La Noche. And then back in third in the expert class is Derek Johnson, who was one of our early leaders, and he's now dropped back to 7th overall.
What perfect weather for racing today at Daytona International Speedway.
Is this great, or what? 4 straight days of sun. I checked the weather right before we started, and the Weather Channel, and checked with Race Control, and they said that there's no threat whatsoever of rain in the forecast at all today. So this is what we're going to be stuck with, Chris. A bright sunny day, almost 80 degrees in Daytona Beach. Doesn't get any better than this.
White flag is out. White flag is out.
So Halaz now around Perez into turn number 1. So Antal Halaz let Perez lead across the stripe, but he'll now take the lead back and lead the youngster through the infield here. Well, not youngster, they're all over 40 years old. But Darwin Perez is the amateur in that battle up front. Antal Halaz, a multi-year, multi-class national champion, is going to lead the amateur through the infield here. Perez gives it a look up the inside as they get to turn number 5, but Halaz will closes the door on him. They triangulate that corner and get that bike back to the middle of the tire before pulling the trigger. They use the whole racetrack all the way out to the curbing and back to turn number 6, where Perez will go underneath Halaz, and they'll go up onto the banking there. They'll pass the Daytona sign on the Super Speedway, and they'll go side by side through NASCAR 1 and 2. Halaz with the long legs of that big Ducati out of New York down into the braking area, and Perez around the outside into the braking area. He'll outbrake Halaz, maybe outbrake himself, and he did. He had so much momentum going into the chicane, and I just knew he wasn't going to make that corner, and he ended up having to pull up. So he's gonna give that overall win away. We'll make sure that that's what we saw here coming to the stripe. But Darwin Perez and Antal Halaz both leading their individual classes, and it looks like it's going to be, I believe this is Perez to the line. The amateur will take the win. Let's double check that with timing and scoring. And that is in fact the case. So sorry, Chris, it was Antal Halaz who outbroke himself into the chicane. They were literally changing positions on the banking. They were drafting each other and continued changing positions all the way through the back straightaway. And it was Antal Halaz who basically outbroke himself going into the chicane. He pulled out of the draft, had way too much momentum, and just wasn't able to get it stopped in time, which gave Perez the momentum and opportunity to break the draft coming around the Super Speedway and to the Tri-Oval. So the amateur, Darwin Perez, will take the win in amateur vet 40,000 cc, and Antal Halaz will take the win in the expert class, and we'll have, again, #1 plates from the AMA for those riders here today. In the amateur class, let's look at Darwin Perez as your winner, Asi Billick in second, and Robert Powers in third. In the expert class, it is Antal Halaz taking the win, with Derek Delanoche second. And third place, all the way back to 7th overall, is our third place expert. That is Derek Johnson. These riders coming at you here, Chris. So Chris is going to be looking for the number 1 and the number 18 machines as they work their way back to the paddock here. Again, what a great race up front between the amateur and expert winners. Antal Halaz, excuse me, Antal Halaz on that number 1 plated New York Ducati will take the win in the expert class. As we move on to our next race, this is going to be the AMA Thunderbike class. This is race number 25 coming up next, another 6-lap main event. AMA Thunderbikes coming up next. Only about an hour left before the motorcycle marketplace will close here this afternoon. If you're looking for any accessories for your motorcycle, that is the place to be today. Hot Leathers, Load All, Challenger V8, and Hannigan Trikes, Roweco Trikes, J&P Cycles, Spaz Cycles, Bill's Trailer Sales, and more. Over 51 vendors over there in the marketplace. We're going to go downstairs. We're going to throw the announcements down to Chris Simcoe in Victory Lane with our winners, Darwin Perez and Antal Halaz. Back down to you in Mobile One Victory Lane, Chris.
Yeah, I'm standing down here with the number 1 of Antal Halaz from New Windsor, New York on a 2018 Yamaha R6. Man, congratulations on your expert win. Tell us how it all came together for you today, and what was your race strategy coming into this morning?
Well, it was supposed to be an easier race than it was when I looked at the lineup, but the amateur top rider here gave me a good run. We had a lot of fun together, passing each other back and forth on the banking, and at the very end I messed up. I missed my brake mark going into the chicane, and actually the amateur won overall. Good job, buddy.
Absolutely. Who's all on your team that made it possible for you to be here this weekend?
So thank you for my beautiful girlfriend, Maggie. Thank you for being here with me all the time. Nikolai helping me out all weekend. Pirelli Tires, thank you very much, guys. Tires working very well. And thank you, AMA and ASRA, putting this together every year. This is the funnest weekend of the year, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Congratulations on the experts, number 1 on your win from Antal Halaz. Let's go! All right, in first place amateur, I'm sitting here with Darwin Perez. Darwin, talk us about your strategy coming into this race this morning to get that win on top of the box.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much, my wife. Everybody, thank you so much. Turlo, appreciate it, everybody. Thank you so much.
Did you change your race strategy at all from yesterday to today?
Yes, yes. I need a new tire. That's it. Good.
Well, congratulations, amateur number 1, Darwin Perez. Let's go!
Great ride from both of those riders. And with Perez able to jump up in front of Halaz. Chris, I'm interested to know what Halaz was feeling about outbraking himself there into the chicane. And we'll never know. Thunderbikes coming up next, AMA Thunderbikes. This is race number 25 on the schedule here today. Another 6-lap main event coming up. This is AMA Thunderbikes. So same or similar rules to the ASRA Thunderbikes, just this is a AMA sanction class that they will run at other racing sanctions around the country. And this is the final round of that championship. You can win the AMA Thunderbike class here separately than the ASRA Thunderbike class. So we host those here with the ASRA. Again, if you're looking to get dialed in here at Daytona International Speedway, visit asraracing.com. They have the live stream going right now. You can watch all of the racing live on their live stream. There's a link right on the homepage of asraracing.com. You can click on live stream. You can watch that. You can click on live timing and scoring, or you can go to asra.live for that live timing and scoring. Grid sheets and results are also going to all be posted on the website there as well. And then we are also using Speedhive as an app on our phone, on your phone or tablets. That will also have the live timing and scoring throughout the day. You're able to look at all the lap times and everything from each of the racers. So if you're one of the riders and teams here, you can use Speedhive to track all of your activity on the racetrack here. One of the larger fields that we'll see today is this Thunderbike class. We'll go through some of the participants here in this class. Number 104 is Maverick Sear. Number 7 is John Shield. 79 is Tony Pitcock. Behind them is number 78, Alyssa Gendron Belen. 23 is Jason Griffin. 255 is Daniel Caron. 101 is Rich Foster. The 25 is Terry Young, and 110 is Michael Oliver. The 703 is Joel Powell. 117 Dylan Davis, and 700 Ed Sullivan. The 985 is Aaron Galloway. 114 is Joseph Katzberg, and 87 is Christopher Woodman. 177 is Jaden McKellar, and number 40 is Josh Everett. The first wave is away.
Yeah, Josh Everett is actually husband to Brianna Everett, which is a BTR racer with Build Train Race by Royal Enfield.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we met her last night over at the barbecue, so that was fun. They're working through some scenarios. We're going to figure out what's next for her. She's talking about getting eye surgery so she can see better and see if that'll make her a better racer. So, yeah, what's next for her will be exciting as the second wave is now away, Chris. It looked like the number 177 of Jaden McKellar, the leader there off the line. Leaders now into turn number 6, that left-hand turn they call the barrel turn because of the big water barrels, safety barrels that are out there that force us a little bit to take a little bit wide line entering the racetrack up there because of how the banking comes down and meets the apron. It's a much safer line there when we go around the barrel, and it forces us up to a flatter section of that transition. So a lot of people refer to that as the barrel turn, or as we see it on the map, it is turn 6. Leaders now into the chicane. Couple clear leaders that are starting to stretch the legs of these machines. Chris, talk about some of the motorcycles we see in these Thunderbike classes that kind of match up a little bit with the Moto America Twins Cup machines.
Yeah, of course, we got the GSX 8Rs out here and the Aprilia RS 660s. And listen, when Suzuki come out with that GSX 8R, it's almost like the SV 650 of back in the day. They hit it nail on the head, and it's actually one of the most bikes out there on the grid besides the Aprilia RS 660.
Yeah, the Aprilia RS 660, of course, Yamaha's version of that is the MT-07 or the R7. KTM has a couple different motorcycles that qualify for the class. And funny enough, the Indian FTRs, the Harley Davidsons, there's about 8 or 9 different manufacturers that qualify for this Thunderbike class, and we see them through regional racing all over the country. And of course here at Daytona International Speedway. Actually, one of the fun motorcycles that qualified for this class was the Energetica electric motorcycle that we saw Stefano Mesa on here at Daytona, not last year, but the year before. And that was an interesting motorcycle as well. I mean, you would never think that an electric motorcycle would be competitive with some of these, big Italian, European, or Japanese motorcycles, but it absolutely was. It was super, super heavy, but it was very, very fast.
Oh, absolutely. And all that originated from the MotoGP with the Moto E program, and then they started developing, other companies with other bikes and bringing them out here and racing them too. I think it's a great platform. We'll see what the future holds for them.
Yep, absolutely. Interesting looking at timing and scoring here, Chris. The ASRA timing and scoring system shows Jaden McKellar, Travis Carr, and Daniel Coron in the top three. But if we look at Speed Hive, it's the 311 of Robertino Pietri ahead of Jaden Keller. So interesting turnabout here. We're talking about some of the motorcycles that qualify for that. If Robertino Pietri on that number 311 is in fact in front of the field here, as it shows, out of 57,927, that is a brand new motorcycle, and that'll be exciting for Yamaha and the Pietri team to, if he could bring that motorcycle home to a win. Looked like he may have been third across the line.
Yeah, I'm showing number one with Robertino Pietri, and then in second place, Edward Sullivan, followed by third place, Jaden McKellar. Robertino Pietri laid down a lap time of a 156.010. Edward Sullivan put in a lap time of a 2.01.123.
Yeah, it'd be a great lap time. Pietri is interesting because, again, Pietri, when these bikes came across the line, you could see Pietri because it was the naked bike. He was third or fourth in line there, but it's still being shown at the head of the field here, just ahead of Jaden McKellar, Ed Sullivan. Ed Sullivan, who has a stack of national championships of his own here at Daytona International Speedway.
Absolutely. He's also a legend in Moto America with Flow for Law Racing.
There you go. Looking back through the field, you have the 78 of Elisa Gendron-Belen back there, Chris. She just slid down. She is just behind the number 113 of Jacob Werner. Andrew Graham back there as well on the 142. Matt Tresky is on the 109 machine. Matt Tresky, one of the top riders there in the Midwest region. Gino Angela is just inside the top 20. The amateur machine, number 41, Chris LeBougan, one of the riders who finished on the podium yesterday in the twins race, or lightweight race rather. LeBougan second to Terry Young, I believe, back there. Ethan Song might actually be back there as well, so we'll have to see final results. You might have to double check there when they get to victory lane, Chris, as again the two different ASRA timing and scoring systems showing different results here. Jaden McKellar for sure is running up front there with Ed Sullivan and Travis Carr. Those are the consistent, along with Maverick Sear. And Maverick Sear, Chris, one of our Canadian Superbike riders, again, down here testing some new equipment. Usually we see Maverick Sear, one of the young Canadian riders. We normally see him on 600cc based machines, but making the switch over here to Thunderbike this year, maybe going to make a run at that Super Hooligans Championship.
And I love the Super Hooligans Championship. I think it's a great class, a great platform, and it is a stacked class in Moto America.
What's fun about this Thunderbike class is that manufacturers continue to add motorcycles to the field. So more and more manufacturers are building motorcycles that qualify for these classes. And as the dealer support ramps up in each region, and in the area of all of our race enthusiasts, you know, they're able to build out these motorcycles to give us such a variety of machines for each of our classes. So yeah, cool to see that new MT09 being built out. We've seen it throughout the weekend.
That thing's a weapon too, and it looks like Robertino Prietri did a 156.250, followed up by Edward Sullivan with a 2 minutes .792, and then we got Jaden McKellar with a 2.01.422, and then we got Travis Carr with a 2.02.845.
Yeah, this will be interesting, Chris, as we start to wind down and get closer to the lunch break here. This is the AMA Thunderbike class. Coming up next will be the AMA 600 Super Sport class, followed by the AMA 500, and then finally the AMA Superstock 1000 class. Just a few more laps to go here, as it looks like they're preparing the white flag at the start-finish line. And so we'll be looking for our leader. Again, the ASRA timing system shows Jaden McKellar as the leader. The other system shows Robertino Pietri as the leader. And as they come across the stripe, if Pietri is on the naked Yamaha, that motorcycle is actually slotted back a few spots, so we'll have to see here. Again, once they get through the checker flag, we'll have to sort that out in the winner circle. Here's Chris LeBougan across the line in the amateur class.
Yeah, and the wind's actually picking up down here too, so it's going to change the game up there on the high-speed banking.
Here you go. Here's the white flag being displayed at the tri-oval, and now we see Pietri out front. So Pietri way out front now on that Super Hooligans bike. Indeed, the eye test confirms that that is Robertino Pietri on the number 311. And Chris, what was that lap time, a 55?
No, he did a 156.117 from my time and score.
There you go. His fast lap was what, a 155 flat, 155.3? Sorry, 155.898. I just have to put my glasses on. Yeah, so it is Pietri with Jaden McKellar in second, with Ed Sullivan there in third. Again, Ed Sullivan, not a stranger to this Daytona International Speedway course. Ed Sullivan with several wins. And Chris, you may know Ed Sullivan as the crew chief and chief mechanic for our current and two-time Moto America Super Sport champion
Yeah, absolutely I do. And then we got the amateur of Tony Pitcock in number one position in the amateur fight, and he just laid down a lap time of a 209.895 by my time and score.
Skoltz is the name I was looking for.
Yes, Matty Skoltz.
So yeah, so Ed Sullivan, the South African, has come over with Skoltz and has propelled him to world dominance in that super sport class, as well as when he was on the Westby Racing Superbike. So Ed Sullivan, no stranger to success and building out proper motorcycles. We usually see him once a year right here at Daytona. Once his season is finished with everybody else, he gets to tune on his own motorcycle, and looks like he will finish third this year. So Robertino Pietri will take the win on the number 311 on that proper mega Yamaha Super Hooligans bike, Chris. So excited to talk to him in the Mobile One victory lane. Jaden McKellar will be second, with Ed Sullivan third. If we look at our amateur class, here they are coming to the line here. Our amateur class leaders, Tony Pitcock and Chris LeBougan, with a great fight of their own. It looks like Tony Pitcock will take the win with Chris Labugan in second, and Terry Young will be third. The rest of our finishers here across the stripe. Chris, I think everybody who crosses the finish line here at Daytona International Speedway is a winner during our Race of Champion events. Such a effort just to get here and circulate and qualify and make the main event, and then to finish the main events here as they go. Again, I think just everybody is a winner, including us. I think we win the most, getting an opportunity to watch and talk about all this and then celebrate along with them. And the cool thing is we don't have to spend all the money on tires.
So from my understanding, Tony Pitcock was not actually out there.
That's awesome. So he is on the timing and scoring loop that we have from the ASRA. So ASRA AMA Thunderbike. That's why we were trying to separate them here on our other timing display. Do another rundown here. Tori Carnes. So Tori Carnes, Chris Labugan, Terry Young, Jason Griffin, and Joel Powell are being shown as your top 5 on the Speed Hive app, Chris. So it may be the young lady Tori Carnes on the number 79 taking the win in the amateur class. Chris Labugan on the number 41 is second, with Terry Young third. And in the expert class, Robertino Pietri will take the win, with Jaden Keller and Ed Sullivan finishing third.
Did you say Terry Young won?
Negative. Tori Carnes.
Tori Carnes is the amateur winner?
Correct.
Let's go.
Yeah, number 79, Tori Carnes being shown as the amateur winner. Chris Labugan is second, with Terry Young being in third.
I'm down here in Mobile 1 Victory Lane, just waiting on the winners to come in so I can give them their interview. So I'm standing down here with Robertino Pietri. Man, congratulations on your win. Tell us what your strategy was coming into the race today.
Yeah, you know, we keep testing things on this Giacomoto Yamaha MT-09, and we're making improvements. We're trying some tires from Dunlops, and we're just trying settings to get some experience for next year. Moto America around here, the opening in March. So that's the plan. We've been accomplishing the goal session after session, and just keep going and having fun here at Daytona. It's a privilege to be here racing in this world center of racing.
Did you have any different setup changes from yesterday to today to make this happen for you?
Yeah, we changed a few things. Front spring, some preloading the back, some little things that we need to analyze if it's in the right direction or not, but definitely just generating some data so we know we can look at notes for when we run into problems next year.
Absolutely. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, the winner, Robertino Pietri.
Yeah, fun seeing Robertino there, Chris. Of course, his father, Roberto Pietri, one of the legendary racers from back in the 70s and 80s here at Daytona International Speedway. So good to see them being able to celebrate as a family here. You got more riders coming at you there in Mobile 1 Victory Lane, Chris.
Absolutely. I'm sitting down here with the number 79, Tori Carnes, the winner of the amateur race. Tori, tell us what your strategy is coming into this race this morning.
I was actually racing against one of my buddies, Terry. He does all my powder coating, and my goal this weekend was to get below a 210, and I got a 209. But coming to that last lap, I knew that I was gaining on them through the banking, and I was just trying to get them on the brakes, and I got them going into one.
Did the wind affect you since it's picking up on the high-speed banking?
No? I mean, the back one's pretty bad. Keep your head low on that one. It's pretty aggressive. But other than that, it's good.
Absolutely. Congratulations on your win. Ladies and gentlemen, Tori Carnes from Carnes Performance on the number 79 is your winner today. Let's go!
Yeah, great to see Tori Carnes. She's been working so hard down here every year. Again, one of our youngsters in the sport, trying to make it up through there. And Carnes Performance, and they also support a lot of other young riders in the paddock area. So great to see Tori there in the winner's circle and taking a win. She's going to get a #1 plate from Ken Salant in the AMA. So that's going to be fantastic for her. Congratulations. And again, to Robertino Pietri and his win, where he gets to celebrate with family there as we get ready for our next race this morning. That's going to be the Supersport 600 race. So AMA 600 Supersport coming up next.
Yeah, absolutely. Just speaking about Carnes Performance, and one thing I want to say, if anybody's out there interested in ordering any parts, gear, anything online, please keep it in the industry. Don't order it off of Amazon or Temu or anything like that. Matter of fact, I drove all the way from Virginia to go out there to Carnes Performance to pick up my son a dirt bike last year for Christmas, just to keep it in the industry and help support my friend's business too as well.
The AMA Supersport 600 class heading out on course. This is race number 26. Race number 26 on the calendar today. Next race up will be the 500, the AMA 500 race, and then our final race before the lunch break today will be the Superstock 1000 class event. So this is AMA 600 Supersport.
This is going to be an exciting race. I can't wait till it kicks off.
Yeah, absolutely. Still waiting for grid sheets for any of these races. I haven't received anything from ASRA for day 3 grid sheets. So we will look at the amateurs and experts here separately. in 600 Supersport. In the amateur class, you've got 227 of Miguel Betancourt, 247 of Mohamed Mouchet, number 7 of William Huckabee, number 21 of Philip Bailey, and 928 of Rick Sarasin. There's 17 starters here this morning, Chris. So that's always exciting. In the expert class, you've got the 326 of Stuart Lancaster, Bodie Page, Dominic Doyle, Craig Wilson, Gabriel Da Silva, Jared Malika, Sam Martin, Josh Pelkman, Roger Davis is out there in this race, John Green, Nick Paganis, Walter French, and Austin Pulley. Nikolai Greco, Matthew Braun, Michael Lee, Connor Coughlin, Kyle Kircher, Muniz Syed, Danny Webb, Brandon Posh, Travis Carr, and Terry Ferguson registered for this, but they did not take the warm-up laps. So Danny Webb, Brandon Posh, Travis Carr, and Terry Ferguson will more likely be a scratch from this 600 Supersport race, Chris.
Yeah, I don't see him out here at all.
Again, you can watch the live coverage on the live stream, which you can get to. It's on YouTube, but the easiest way to get to that is to go to the ASRARacing.com website and pick up the live stream from there. Live timing and scoring and results are also available. Looks like Da Silva is sitting on the outside of row number 1 there, Chris.
Yeah, Da Silva's got a lot of momentum coming in here this weekend, especially after his 2 first race wins. And it's his first time here at the track, too, as well. So we could see if he can keep his head down and stay and give it the full beans and pull out another victory today.
Clean start for the experts as they get through the first part of turn number 1. It tightens up there towards the exit, and then a flick left and right through turn number 2. Amateurs now away. Oh, 2 riders off in turn 3. Just as I shifted my eyes from turn 3 and thought that everything was okay and shifted back to the start, 2 riders go off there. One down in the grass. He's up and okay, trying to get the motorcycle picked back up again. He was from the middle of the expert field there, Chris. So good to see him up and okay. Here come the amateur riders. You've got the corner marshals there. Oh, one rider, target fixation. He looked up and rode straight off, went right past the other incident. 2 riders off there, just again staring at that incident and not looking back through the corner. So 2 riders off in the amateur class. They will get back on the road course using that exit road, that old 3.56 mile road course as an exit road. Everybody up and okay and has rejoined competition for our race number 26. Race number 26 on the schedule, Chris.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting race. You know, Dominic Doyle had a win too, so he's, you know, him and Gabriel, I foresee battling it out all the way to the end. Also, we got Bodie Page out there, and you can't forget about Ryder Davis. He is definitely one to keep an eye on.
Yep, absolutely, and they're going to go side by side here coming into the tri-oval. Several groups of riders. One of these is Da Silva to the line, and it looked like Eric Wood down there, but we will get a confirmation as the timing and scoring hits here. Stuart Lancaster, perhaps, Gabriel Da Silva, John Green right there, Nikolai Greco, Ryder Davis on the number 5. Perhaps I think that's Ryder Davis leading the way, Chris.
Yes, it is, and I'm super pumped for him. Man, I hope he can keep it together and get on top of the box.
Yeah, Speed Hive will confirm that's Ryder Davis. On the number 5 up front, Gabriel Da Silva, number 55. Those 2 riders with their own battle up front. Just behind them, another battle for the final podium position, John Green and Nikolai Greco. Those 2 riders in 3rd and 4th. Now being pursued by the 4th, 5th, and 6th place riders. So Nikolai Greco and Jared Malika now joining that chase. Sam Martin and Dominic Doyle trying to work his way up through. Dominic Doyle on that 251. He ran into a lot of traffic there at the beginning, Chris, so he's trying to work his way up through, using the draft to pick off the next rider, and it looks like he may have been able to clear himself as they get to the chicane, maybe able to get by the other 4 riders that he was in a group with. He was in a larger group of 5 or 6 through the infield, and then he was able to get to the banking and catch another group of 4, and now it looks like he is the solo rider coming to the stripe here, Chris, just behind De Silva and Ryder Davis.
Yeah, I'm showing that Ryder Davis just did a lap time of a 151.761, followed by Gabriel De Silva with a 151.71. I mean, there is no time in between the first 2, followed by the Dominique Doyle with a 152.155.
Yeah, there you go. Doyle in 3rd behind Davis and De Silva. Doyle had to come from a long ways back, Chris. He started this race about 10th or 12th place back in the grid. He got shuffled in, and again, he got kind of caught up in one of the riders that ran off there in turn number 3. So he had a lot of distance to make up. So now he's got quite a bit of clear space in front of him. We'll see if he can make up the distance to De Silva and Davis and perhaps contend for the win here in race number 22. This is the AMA Supersport 600 race.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of development work on that R9 for his assault on the Supersport next season. So it's going to be exciting. He's done got a win, today. So he's going to keep his head down. We'll see if he can make up the gap and crawl all the way to the front.
Yeah, cool 4-way battle back behind Dominic Doyle, John Green, Nikolai Greco, Sam Martin, and Jared Malika. That battle of 4 now onto the Super Speedway, trying to use the draft. These riders, unlike the 500cc machines a little bit earlier on, understanding that there's no way to get to the front without using that draft. So they are all holding in the draft, using each other to get to the front. They will break out of that draft to get down into the chicane. Everyone makes it down into the chicane okay. That's now a 6-rider battle into the chicane. Chris, these guys continue to get strung out here and then rubber band back and forth as the lead battle just through start-finish into turn number 1. That remains the same with Gabriel De Silva, Ryder Davis, and then Dominic Doyle. Look at this 4-way battle to the stripe, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. It's super exciting to see a pack together. I'd rather see a group of riders fighting it out for the battle than just one take off and win by a mile.
Absolutely. There's a group of 4 riders behind Dominic Doyle. That's Green, Greco, Martin, and Malika. Behind them, 6 riders changing positions throughout this 3.51-mile road course. That includes Braun, Pulley, Syed, Lancaster, Pelkman, and Lee. Again, 6 riders changing positions throughout the Super Speedway, and red flags. Looks like red flags are flying here, Chris. I will try to find where that incident is, but there's a red flag at the start here, and riders have their hand up. They're coming off pace. So the red racing has been ceased here. Gabriel De Silva being shown as your leader with 3 laps complete. And the number 5 machine is second with Ryder Davis, and then Dominic Doyle in 3rd. So that's your top 3 at this moment.
Bodie Page is right behind them, too, as well. Their lap times, like I said, you can literally throw a blanket over the top 4 riders.
Yeah, Bodie Page right there as well. Why don't you run down some of those lap times for us, Chris?
Yeah, so we got Gabriel De Silva on the last lap with a 151.494, followed up by the number 5 of Ryder Davis with a 151.637. And then the number 251 of Dominique Doyle with a 151.872. And then we got the number 36, not 70, Bodie Page with a 152.030.
Yeah, so the leaders have completed 3 laps so far, Chris. 3 of the 6 planned laps, so we're halfway. The riders were told to go back to the garage area, so riders are now working their way back to the garage. Maybe you can catch a couple guys there to get their perspective on what happened as they tend to the wall and the incident over there in turn number 6. Looks like they just need to get some things back in order there. What do you got down there, Chris?
I'm standing right here with the number 5 of Ryder Davis. Can you tell us what happened out there on the track?
Oh, on the first lap, Bodie Page set up the inside of Dom Doyle and decided to crash. So that's what ended a race, and it happens. It's part of racing.
Thank you, Ryder.
Yeah, so incident over there in turn number 6. The safety vehicles are there. They had to move some barriers, put some barriers back in place from one of the motorcycles that impacted the barrier there. So they're working on getting all that back ready to go. In the meantime, they've sent the machines back to the garage area. And again, another perfect opportunity to thank the Daytona International Speedway operations team, everything they do there, from their emergency personnel and the folks in the Chevy trucks, both white and red Chevy trucks, who help to get this racetrack ready to go every day, Chris, from deploying their own air fence here at Daytona and getting everything set up. Look at how many hay bales are around this 3.51 mile race course. There are what seem like hundreds and hundreds of yards of hay bales, and those all have to be set up and checked and monitored day after day to make sure that it is as safe as possible. And our operations team is here at dark every day to make sure that all of that happens. So thanks to all of the operations teams that are here at the Speedway, and I know Jen and Troy and their entire team and the safety control folks here. They take all this so seriously to make sure that this is the safest yet most enjoyable environment possible to race motorcycles here in North America. So thanks to our EMTs and emergency teams and our fire trucks and our the folks that are helping with the bike pickups and the crash trucks and all that, and of course the corner workers that come out here and dedicate their time to make sure that we have safe racing, and all the folks that are deploying all of the Daytona International Speedway safety barriers and safer barriers and all of the implementations that are here. Again, it takes a village, and here at Daytona International Speedway, this massive facility and a 3.51 mile road course, it's its own city. So perhaps here it takes a city to get this racetrack ready for us. But Chris, when we showed up this morning and started to take our positions with microphones and everything, the track crew was out there with giant jet blowers, and they were blowing all the debris and dust and everything off the racetracks, and it wasn't even light yet. The sun hadn't even come up over the speedway yet. So it was it takes quite a few people of the operations team and of course the marketing team and everybody else here at Daytona Speedway to make this thing happen for us year after year, and to have the opportunity to be here at Daytona International Speedway, the world center of racing, and compete for these national championships. So thanks so much again for all the emergency personnel, the operations teams here at Daytona, getting all of this dialed in for us. It is quite the blessing. So we remind riders, teams, and fans, as you circulate this road course here today, make sure you're thanking the security guards as you pass them, and make sure they're having a good day, and thank all the corner workers as you pass, and of course thanks to all the fans that come here. The RV lots are starting to thin out a little bit here, but kind of cool to see RV parking here in the Speedway. And of course you can reserve all of those RV spots. Usually here in the spring, Chris, that all those spots along Lake Lloyd, those are almost all full. So you got to make sure you get in and reserve those spots early. Don't wait till the last minute. There won't be any left. You can go to Daytona International Speedway's website to reserve any and all of the RV spots here. Get your tickets for Supercross, for the Daytona 200, and of course the flat track events. And for the four-wheel events, don't miss the Daytona Rolex 24-hour and the Daytona 500 coming up in the spring. And then, Chris, as we mentioned, that cool rock and roll event coming here in May of next year with 150 different bands. So we got to figure out how to get here for that. Now, what would be cool is if you get 150 bands during the 24-hour Rolex. That'd be an event.
That would be amazing to have all those bands with the 24 hours of Rolex going on. It would be absolutely chaos, but it would be absolutely proper mega at the same time.
Yeah, just, rocking out in 3 in the morning, right?
Yeah, I thought we was going to rock out to 3 in the morning last night.
Yeah, the trick is just keeping everybody out of Lake Lloyd at that point. So,
or keep them in. Either way you want to look at it.
One or the other. Absolutely, yeah. So we rely on Rolex for the official time here at Daytona International Speedway. So thanks, Chris, for hanging out down there, chasing the shade, as we say, chasing the shade with the Rolex Tower, and bringing us all of the interviews with our winners this morning in the Mobil 1 Victory Lane. We're going to catch up a little bit on what's happening with the operations and what's coming up next on the track here. It looks like we still got 3 laps complete in the AMA 600 Supersport race. Gabriel Da Silva, your leader here early on. Ryder Davis being shown in second with Dominic Doyle in third.
Yeah, everybody out here is chasing the dream, and I'm down here in pit lane chasing the shade.
There you go. So waiting to hear from operations on what's going to be coming up next here and what the timing of this is going to be. So we will get that to you here shortly. Chris, yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. If you haven't already done so, make sure you follow the Chris Simcoe's Pin the Gas podcast. We have Cycle Vision Network's Exhaust Noise podcast as well. But if you are on all the social handles, make sure that you are using @Daytona and @Daytona International Speedway to post all your photos and videos from the weekend. Make sure you're tagging the World Center of Racing at Daytona in all of your social posts and videos, and make sure we're pushing all that out. And go there to also check out, make sure you follow Daytona and Daytona International Speedway on all the socials so you know what's going on here at the World Center of Racing. Again, Chris, we're just going to take a quick little break here and figure out what's going to be coming up next and how we're going to reset for this next race coming up.
Looking forward to it, my friend.
So, Chris, it sounds like they're making first call for the return to grid for the AMA 600 Supersport race. It sounds like they are going to use the original grid positions for this race, and that they will restart. And I think they're going to run a 3-lap final here, so we'll see how they reset everything here. So 3 laps are complete with 3 laps to go in this 6-lap main event. And they are going to use the original grid positions. So if you have the grid sheets for this race, they'll be the original grid positions.
I just want to take a second to say thanks for all the ASRA media team, Vay at Noiseless Productions, Faith at Full Throttle Visuals, Blanco at Blanco Cycles, and John at Breakneck FNDR. Make sure you sign up and follow them on all the social media platforms.
Yeah, all the social media is becoming so prevalent in helping to promote all of the events happening here with the ASRA and what's happening here at Daytona International Speedway. As we mentioned, make sure you're using all the Daytona social media handles. It's pretty simple between all of the social media sites. It's at Daytona or at Daytona International Speedway. Either way, you will find all those social handles and be able to tag them in all of your posts.
Man, I'm excited about the 2026 Daytona 200, and the Bike Week returns to Daytona February 27th through March 8th. Be here all week to experience back-to-back motorcycle events that thrill fans of all ages. From high-flying stunts to intense racing, Daytona is the place to be. It all kicks off February 28th with Daytona Supercross, featuring fast-paced racing and fierce competition. The excitement continues with Daytona Short Track on March 5th and 6th, showcasing the best flat track riders in the world. And don't miss the Daytona 200, March 5th through the 7th, the world's most historic motorcycle race. From start to finish, Daytona Bike Week is packed with thrilling events you won't want to miss, and I hope to see everybody here in March.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time. And Chris, regardless of what tribe you roll with and what motorcycle you ride, it's going to be interesting to see if Josh Herron decides to try to make this a four-peat and be a 5-time champion of the Daytona 200. I don't know of anyone who's working harder in the off-season who wants it more than him, just to prove people wrong and to prove himself right and to sort of solidify his legacy here at Daytona. But it'll be interesting to see what happens there with Josh Herron as they start to have motorcycles roll back towards the pre-grid here. What it sounds like, Chris, is that they're going to do a 4-lap sprint race. So 4 laps sprint race from their original grid positions. So 4-lap sprint from the original grids.
Yeah, it'll be exciting if Josh Herron can come up and do a 4-peat. Like I said, he's already made history, and to do it 4 times in a row to prove everybody wrong. And what a superbike season he had this year too as well. He ended up falling short, of course. Cameron Beaubier came on top of that in a fierce battle with Bobby Fong at New Jersey, and it was absolutely amazing to see it all go down in real time and live there at New Jersey.
Yeah, what was neat was the fact that it came down to a 3-way battle for that championship and a winner take all at the final round. We've actually had it's been a few years since we've had that many contenders in the Superbike class, and be able to wrap all that up. And some of the announcements from out there, Matthew Skoltz is going to go back to a Superbike next year. We got P.J. Jacobson on the Ray Hall Ducati going back to the Superbike class next year. So not only is the Super Sport class going to be stacked with a lot of new talent moving up through the field, but Superbike is going to see some new talent as well. So the 2026 season is shaping up to be an incredible season. You got to be here at Daytona as they kick off the racing season here at Daytona Beach and the Daytona International Speedway with that Daytona 200 and all the other events that happen here. Of course, they always have the Harley race here, which brings in a ton of fans. Between the Harleys and the Indians and the Super Hooligans and everything else, this is quite the atmosphere, and can't think of any better place I'd rather be than Daytona Beach, from the first weekend till the last, getting here for the Daytona Supercross and staying through the Daytona 200, and of course the flat track being right there on Saturday night as well.
Absolutely. It's actually a points for Moto America next year too as well, the Daytona 200. And man, the 2026 season is absolutely shaping up to probably be one of the best seasons we have in Moto America.
Yeah, it will be great. All right, so we got bikes back on track for the AMA 600 Supersport race. You've got Gabriel Da Silva, number 55, who was leading the way with Ryder Davis, Dominic Doyle, John Green, and Nikolai Greco in the top 5. Sam Martin, Jared Malika, Matthew Braun, Austin Pulley, and Muniz Sayed rounding out the top 10 in our first leg. So those were the top 10 riders in the first 3 laps before the red flag stoppage came out. Again, what I heard was we should have a 4-lap sprint race to the finish here. So 4 laps, and they're all going to return to their original grid positions.
Yeah, this race right here is going to be a cracker of a race because it's going to be a all-out brawl with 4 laps. I'm excited to see Gabriel De Silva and Ryder Davis see if they can keep their momentum up and put it on the top box today.
Either way, they had a great battle going up front. The problem early on was for Dominic Doyle. Dominic, who got shuffled, and Chris, maybe you can watch him from the start of this next race and give us a report on how he does at the start of this race. But the last race, he got shuffled in between several different riders as they ran off in the International Horseshoe, and he had to come back through the field, make up quite a bit of time. He had to come through a field of 6 to catch another field of 4 to be able to get up to 3rd place. And it looked like he was starting to chip away a little bit at the lead that De Silva and Davis had created right from the start. You got one rider checking in one final time there on pit road, Chris.
Yeah, that's the number 36 of Bodie Page, just having a chat with Chris Ulrich.
There you go. So some last-minute instructions for Bodie Page before he moves up into his grid position. I think he was one of the riders that was starting on the front row there, first 2 rows at least. Yeah, so he's going to be in pole position. And Dominic Doyle, Chris, do you see Dominic Doyle? Is he the rider on the very back of that expert field?
I don't see him at all.
Gotcha. And then Gabriel De Silva. De Silva is on the outside of row 1, so he's got probably the best look at turn 1 as they come off the start-finish line. De Silva will dip down inside Bodie Page. Page will take the whole shot, but De Silva right behind. He looks around the outside maybe for a better position for turn 2 and then thinks otherwise. He tucks in behind Bodie Page. Page will lead into turn number 1, then De Silva. Ryder Davis on the number 5 machine, tucked in right behind.
It looks like we had a jump start.
So the amateurs are away, perhaps a jump start in the amateur class. So we'll listen for any penalties that may be assessed there. But up front, you've got Bodie Page, Gabriel De Silva, and Ryder Davis, your top 3 riders here. Again, this is not a 6-lap race any longer. This is a 4-lap sprint. This is going to be a quick race, Chris.
Yeah, and everybody's going to put in 110%, and it's going to go down to the wire. I'm super excited to see how this one plays out. Like I said, Gabriel De Silva come off of 2 wins. Ryder Davis up there in the mix with Bodie Page 2 as well. It's going to be one heck of a race.
Just behind that trio, Chris, a group of 10 riders who are going side by side into the chicane off the backstretch as the leaders back on the accelerator coming out of the chicane. They'll run the low line this time through. So these 600cc class, middleweight class machines run the low line all the way around the lower end of the banking, which actually makes you slide the bike coming into the apron here just before the tri-oval.
Looks like Ryder Davis had a draft going there for a second, down into turn 1.
Absolutely. Ryder Davis pulled a nice little double draft slide job up through the tri-oval. He's now second behind Bodie Page and Gabriel De Silva. De Silva mixing it up there. He's taking his opportunity to lead through the International Horseshoe, turn number 3.
Yeah, it looks like the number 36 of Bodie Page put down a lap time of a 152.409, followed by the number 5 of Ryder Davis is the 151.859, followed by the number 55 of our 2-time winner, Gabriel De Silva, with a 152.4 50.251, so there's literally nothing in between them.
That's fantastic. The leaders now out of the infield up onto the high banks of NASCAR turn number 1. Gabriel Da Silva with a nice little lead now starting to pull away. The riders behind them trying to use the draft to catch back up to him. They may be able to catch him by the time they get back to the chicane. And they will do that, so they'll equal out there once they get back to the chicane. Massive riders still working through the infield with 1 of 4 laps complete. We didn't hear any penalties being assessed, Chris, from the amateur class, so we'll see if there's going to be a penalty assessed at some point for a jump start, but didn't hear anything over the radio yet. Bodie Page out front as they get to the stripe, as you mentioned, on the number 36.
Yeah, Bodie Page just put down the fastest lap time, number 36 of a 150.443, followed up by the number 5 of Ryder Davis with a 151.104, and the number 55 of Gabriel Da Silva with a 151.153. So it's very, very tight at the front.
Absolutely. Back behind them is Nicolai Greco and Sam Martin with their own little race here for 4th place. 5th is Sam Martin with Austin Pulley, Matthew Braun, Michael Lee, Jared Malika, and John Green rounding out the top 10. A couple amateurs up across the stripe there. Put another lap in the books. Again, 2 down with 2 to go. Leaders up onto the west bank. Bodie Miller now, he'll slide all the way down to the bottom of the racetrack. That low line seems to be working really well for him, Chris. And he's able to separate himself. It is the fastest, or it is the shortest distance around. So Bodie Page continues to use that small stature that he has to tuck in behind the bubble. Ryder Davis is a smaller stature young man as well, but Gabriel Da Silva is not. So Da Silva actually at the worst disadvantage here as the tallest of the 3 riders. All of these riders, I believe, are on equal equipment. I think they're all on the Suzuki GSX-R 750. Are they not, Chris?
Ryder Davis is actually on an R6.
Oh, gotcha. White flag being shown at the start-finish line. So 1 lap to go.
Man, it looks like Ryder Davis and Gabriel Da Silva is locked into a battle, and it looks like Bodie Page, the number 36, is actually starting to pull away right now.
Yeah, he's got himself a nice little lead. Like I said, he's been using the low line on the banking, and he was using it to his advantage for sure. He's able to break away just a little bit by doing that. The other 2 were high on the bank, and so some combination there where Bodie Page using the low line down real close to the apron is working really, really well for him, and it's a good fast line for him. The other 2 riders using middle to the top of the racetrack.
Yeah, all this track knowledge and experience Bodie Page is gaining this weekend is definitely going to transfer over to the Daytona 200 next year.
Yeah, Ryder Davis will lead Gabriel Da Silva here on the final lap. Again, white flag flying. This is the final lap of 4 for the restart here. Again, 2 parts, but this will be the finish that will count. Bodie Page into the chicane for the final time. He just needs to coast home here with about a 2.5 second lead. Ryder Davis will lead the pair of podium finishers onto the east bank. Gabriel Da Silva in the draft on that GSX-R 750 from Jarritos. And Ryder Davis actually pulls a little bit of a gap up on the banking. You would think Da Silva would have sucked that bike in on the bank, but it didn't happen. But he's going to challenge at the line. They're going to go side by side, and it's going to be Davis who maintains that 2nd place position, and Gabriel Da Silva who will finish 3rd. So Bodie Page will be the winner here. Ryder Davis will take second with Gabriel da Silva third. Here comes your battle for fourth, fifth, and sixth place into the tri-oval. And that'll be a photo finish for sixth. It'll be Nikolai Greco in fourth. Fifth will go to Austin Pulley. And the sixth place will be Sam Martin. Michael Lee will be seventh with Jared Mika eighth. Matthew Braun will be ninth. And Muniz Sayed will take home the 10th place spot. If we switch over and look at the amateur winners, it is Austin Payne, the 889 Chris. Austin Payne, who will take the win in the amateur class there. Mohamed Mouche was second place on the 247. Number 21 of Philip Bailey will take home the final podium position in the amateur class. Again, Ryder Davis on the number 5. Gabriel da Silva and Bodie Page will all be celebrating on the podium here when they get back to the Mobil 1 victory lane. Ken Salant will be down there with some number 1 plates for those guys, celebrating their race wins as we move on to race number 27, our penultimate race before the lunch break. Races 27 and 28 will take place just before the lunch break here. The AMA 500 race coming up next. That's going to be 5 laps, Chris. 5 laps for more of the lightweight machines coming up next. And then right before lunch, we're going to see the AMA Superstock 1000 riders, another 6-lap race, as these guys working their way back to you, Chris, in Mobil 1 victory lane. Da Silva stops on pit road. They're going to check the tire pressures and tire temperatures. Yeah, a couple riders just bypassing victory lane there. Yeah, we need to get those guys in there. Probably taking a long time to double check pressures and temperatures on their tires with Jason Da Silva. Da Silva on the Jaritos Suzuki GSX-R 750.
Yeah, so from my understanding, Bodie Page had a penalty added to him. So that means that Ryder Davis is the rider. Number 5. So I'm down here in victory lane, Mobil 1 victory lane with the number 5 of Ryder Davis. Ryder Davis, what was your strategy coming into this race today?
Honestly, I was just thinking I need to get a good draft overall because this place is a big mind game. There's nothing you can do on that banking. If you're getting drafted by 6 people, you're going to come out in last. But at the 4th banking, you're going to come out in first. So you never know what's going to happen. This place is just a straight mind game.
Absolutely. Did you guys do any major bike setup changes to allow you to get this victory today?
Yeah, we've been having problems all weekend with the clutch and just overall had a crash in the first race yesterday. But it feels great to come out here and win this race. We had to set up the suspension, but overall had a great weekend.
Absolutely. So who's all on your team that made this possible for you this weekend?
My dad, Kevin, my grandma, and Ducati Pittsburgh, Mercedes Motorsports, and Dunlop Tires, of course, keeping my tires sticky out there. Thank you, and everyone else who's gotten me here.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 5 of Ryder Davis is your winner today. Let's go!
That makes a lot of sense because as we saw, Bodie Page was leading on the leaderboard throughout the race, and then at the very end, everything switched over to Ryder Davis being the winner, Gabriel Da Silva being second, and Bodie Page being third. So that penalty makes a lot of sense. We were listening for some of those on the operations radio. We just didn't hear those clearly. So, yeah, congratulations to Ryder Davis, who will take the win there. Gabriel Da Silva second with Bodie Page finishing third. You got somebody else down there, Chris? The AMA 500 class will be coming up next. Another 5-lap main event here. Again, AMA 500 coming up next.
Yeah, I'm actually down here with the number 21 of Philip Bailey. Congratulations on your win, Philip. Tell us how this all come together today for you.
Oh man, it was that was wild. That was an awesome finish. Those three of us just going across the line together. And just somehow I ended up first. So I liked it.
What a battle the three of you guys had. Did you do a different bike setup today to make this happen for you?
Oh no, not really. Kind of just did a little bit of compression, rebound, and preload, and that's about it.
Who's all on your team that helped this make it possible for you this weekend?
All my whole crew ready to ride. Ryan Snooks, Alex Johansson, all the guys, Dom Doyle for all the help, Brandon Posh for all the help and advice, all those guys. Yeah.
Absolutely. Congratulations on your win. Let's go.
Yeah, great celebrating experts and amateur winners there in Mobile One Victory Lane. Coming up will be the AMA 500 class. Hopefully you've had a chance to find a really cool place along this 3.51 mile road course and kick back with a nice cooler and something to eat. Crack open a nice cold Coca-Cola or a nice Budweiser. Again, so many great places to watch this race from around this 3.51 mile road course. Turn 3 is always a really cool place to watch because you can see everybody coming out for practice and qualifying. There's a great opportunity to watch, right there, and there's a lot of action, I will say, in turn number 3. And then in the spring, there's that's where they're also doing all of the signaling to the riders in the Daytona 200. But you can see a lot of the infield from there. You can see the exit of turn 1 and 2. You can see 3, the entrance of turn 4. If you're set along the fence line there in turn number 3. Down in turn 5, you can see quite a bit of the infield as well. You've got the Ryan Rawls camp over there between turns 5 and 6. They've got a couple of canopies set up there and a bunch of coolers and lunch. They had a campfire there last night for all the folks that were staying over down there. And then, of course, anywhere in the main paddock area here is a great place to watch. If you're able to watch from the top of the yellow garages, that's actually a cool place too. Not quite as high as the 500 Club Tower, but there's picnic tables up there. You can look down over the garages. You can see everything from the east end of the Speedway all the way across Lake Lloyd and to turn 3. So there's just a lot of great opportunities to watch racing here at Daytona International Speedway. There isn't a bad seat in the house. So remember that when you want to come back here in the springtime for the Rolex 24-hour or the Daytona Supercross, the Daytona 200, or the Daytona Flat Track, all of those tickets are available at the Speedway ticket office or at DaytonaInternationalSpeedway.com. Getting reset here for a 5-lap race. This is going to be AMA 500 cc Superbikes.
What an exciting super sport race we just had.
Absolutely. One more race. Two more races before the lunch break. This 500cc race, and then we have AMA Superstock coming up next, which is going to be the Superstock 1000 event. That'll be a great race to take us into the lunch break. So if we look at the expert riders in this AMA 500 class, you've got Jaden McKellar, Derek Sanchez, Valen Gomez, Nathan Bencourt, Alex Ferreira, and Rafa Amarim. The 177 is Jaden McKellar. He's had quite the weekend already. Derek Sanchez, number 23. We haven't seen him on the podium yet today, but he is our 2025 or 2024 AMA Nikki Hayden Horizon Award winner. Number 64 of Valen Gomez is out there as well. 99 Nathan Bencourt. Number 12 is Alex Ferreira, and Rafa Amarim is on the number 35 machine. When we look at the amateurs, number 119 is Oren Billick. 492 is Nicholas Seedling. 54 is Caden Brown. 305 is Mitchell Snorboss. 212 is Mark 12 Trees. 712 is Roman Rock Edgar. And number 804 is Edward Cordino. 727 is Carter Dabney. 935 is Daniel Waluski. And 624 is Adam Urbani. Several rows of starters here at Daytona. Again, Derek Sanchez, Nathan Bencourt, Alex Ferreira, and Jaden McKellar, along with Valen Gomez.
Yeah, this is
should
getting ready
provide
to be
a pretty good race up front here, Chris.
Yeah, this is going to be a showdown. Absolutely it is.
Riders back from their warm-up lap. Looks like most everybody back to their proper grid positions. One rider still out of place a little bit there, now finally getting set. Back there at the end, there's a couple riders that are still not set in their positions. The last rider there on the race grid, Chris, close to you, out of his box, so he's going to get a penalty because he's not in his box.
Yeah, absolutely. He's actually in front of the box with the rear tire up against it.
So one, looks like 6 experts registered for the class, but I only saw 5 up front in the expert grid, unless one was starting from the back, which is entirely possible.
Yeah, I'm showing the same thing on my timing screen.
Yeah, Nathan Bencourt got the whole shot there. Alex Ferreira, who we saw Bencourt and Ferreira going at it yesterday afternoon in the 500cc classes. If they get hooked up again, that'll be interesting. Valen Gomez, third off the line there with Jaden McKellar, Derek Sanchez, and Rafa Amarim. Riders now into the West End Horseshoe, little short chute between the West End Horseshoe turn 5 to turn 6. Everybody's still trading positions all the way back through the field. Good field of 500cc riders for this AMA 500cc final event today.
Seems like the wind down here has been a constant steady wind too, a nice cool breeze throughout the morning and this afternoon.
Yeah, interestingly, the flags are flying opposite today than what they were yesterday. Everything was going east to west yesterday. Today they're going west to east. So they're going to get a little bit of a push down the back straightaway into the chicane, Chris, but then they're going to get a real crazy side breeze through the flat section of the front straightaway here and into the tri-oval. And then once they get through the tri-oval past the checkered flag, they're going to hit that wind head on going into turn number 1. So it's going to be interesting on these lightweight machines that are so affected by small changes anyway. Be interesting to see if they have challenges versus the larger machines that tend to push through the wind a little bit easier. Three-way battle up front. They are using the draft this time, so they will see them get sorted out as they go 3 long through the exit of NASCAR 12. Now they go side by side through the flat section and side by side again as they continue to change positions up through the tri-oval for the first time.
What a battle out of the top 3 so far.
Yeah, Sanchez might have been able to get up there into that draft this time. He's missed that lead draft the last couple of races, which is why he hasn't ended up on the podium yet here today, this weekend.
Yeah, it looks like the number 12 of Alex Ferreira just did a 210.916, followed up by the number 99 of Nathan Betancourt with a 211.184, followed up by the number 177 of Jaden McKellar with a 210.736. So the top three, and actually the top four, there's hardly anything in between them.
And you see that on the racetrack with Ferreira, Betancourt, and McKellar. Ferreira, Betancourt, and McKellar trading positions literally almost every corner. Just whether it's the pressure, a couple corners, one rider would run wide, one was already attacking underneath. So these three riders continue to change positions throughout the race course. Alex Ferreira, Nathan Betancourt, and Jaden McKellar all tied together as they get up to the West End bank. And now it's Derek Sanchez finally clear of Gomez and Billick, who is trying to make a run and get into that lead draft. We'll see what he can do here, as it looks like they left him behind coming out of turn number 6. So just didn't get the drive or the torque that he needed out of turn number 6, because Sanchez still hung out by himself there in 4th, as Ferreira, Betancourt, and McKellar continue to trade positions at the front.
The wind's definitely picking up a little bit down here, so we'll see how it affects all these guys on the smaller machines.
For those that are watching for the launch of the rocket here today, that launch has been pushed until about 2:52. So we'll try to keep you abreast as time gets closer to that. If everyone looks sort of opposite of the World Center of Racing Tower over Lake Lloyd in the airport, you may see that rocket launch from Cocoa Beach, which is just down the street here from Daytona. And that launch, as I mentioned, is supposed to take off about 2:52, which is the new launch time. It was delayed slightly about an hour or so. So the new launch time, 2:52 this afternoon for that rocket. Large field of 500cc starters here, Chris. Amateurs and experts strung out over the 3.51 miles. The 177 of Jaden McKellar being shown as the leader so far, with Betancourt and Ferreira right there. That three-way battle has now turned into a five-way battle. So Sanchez and Gomez able to make up a little bit of time through the infield. So now that is a five-way draft through NASCAR 2 and onto the backstretch. Ferreira has seemed to set the pace most of the weekend with Betancourt, and everything behind that gets shuffled as they go three wide, Chris. Three wide into the chicane. A little left, right, right combination back up onto the banking.
How exciting is this race so far?
Yeah, Ferreira, Betancourt, McKellar, Sanchez, and Gomez all hooked up in the draft here. They've left the rest of the field behind. There are three riders fairly close to them, about 2.5 seconds back. And here they come, four wide, Chris, into the tri-oval.
How exciting is it to see four riders going wide down across the finish line, down into turn 1. It's anybody's game. Let's see who can outbreak who going into turn 1.
Yeah, it's going to go from Betancourt leading across the stripe to Ferreira leading into turn number 1. 3 laps complete now out of 5, so they'll see the white flag next time by.
Yeah, I'm showing The number 12 in first position, Alex Ferreira, did a 2:11.679, followed up by the number 2 of Valen Gomez with a 2:11.305, and then the number 99 of Nathan Betancourt with a 2:12.038.
Leaders out of turn 6 and up onto the super stretch, or super speedway rather, heading back towards the super stretch. Parallel with Lake Lloyd. If we look at the amateurs, we talked to them yesterday. Oren Billick on the number 119, your amateur leader here. Mitchell Schnorbush is in second with Caden Brown third. Daniel Waluski is fourth with Ty Whiting in fifth. That's the amateur leaders. Up front, though, it is Alex Ferreira, Valen Gomez, Jaden Keller, Betancourt, and Sanchez.
Yeah, and the amateurs, the number 119 of Oren Billick, the number 305 of Mitchell Scorenbush, and the number 54 of Caden Brown, they're almost all identical lap times.
Here they come again, 4 wide to the stripe.
How exciting is this?
Catching a triple draft.
Let's go.
On the back there is Betancourt. White flag. If the checkered flag looked anything like the last 2 or 3 laps, we're going to have a 3-way, possibly 4-way photo finish here, Chris. One of the better races we've seen here today in AMA 500.
Yes, it is.
That might have been Betancourt that ran wide. One rider got right into the middle of turn number 3, and as he went to bend it in the middle of the corner there, you kind of triangulate that corner. As he went to bend it in, he lost the front end and had to stand it up and run out into the grass. So it looked like Betancourt from up here. So we'll see how that shakes up the group. There's a little bit more room now between the leader and the rest of the field, but that won't last long as they're getting ready to get back up onto the high banks here on the west end of the speedway. All 5 riders still within drafting position. Leader will dip down all the way down next to the apron, so knee hanging out over the apron as they work the west bank. Now zigzags all the way up to the top of the banking and try to use the slingshot onto the backstretch. That didn't work because it allowed everyone else to catch up to them. Now they go 2 wide into the braking area of the chicane. Top 3 riders together, 4th and 5th with a few bike lengths between them as 4th closes up. That looked like Sanchez, who closed up on the brakes and the exit of the chicane. 4 riders now spread out. They've dropped the 5th as they work the east end of the super speedway, Chris. They're going to come down through NASCAR 4 onto the flat. They're going to use the draft. They're all in line here. So we'll see if they were going to fan out closer to the line. Here we go. They're now 2 wide to the line. You're going to have a 2-way photo finish.
What a finish!
With a 3rd and 4th place directly behind. So instead of a 4-way photo finish, we had a 2-way photo finish. It looked like the win, Chris, went to Jaden McKellar on the number 177 with Valen Gomez moving up there using the draft and getting 2nd place on the number 64. Alex Ferreira back to 3rd and Nathan Betancourt 4th with Derek Sanchez 5th. Comes another great battle to the checkered flag, Chris. 3-way battle and another photo finish for Oren Billick, Caden Brown, and Mitchell Snorenbush. That was the amateur championship there. So between Billick, Brown, and Snorenbush, that also was a photo finish. So great that both the expert class and the amateur class saw photo finishes to get to Mobile One victory lane today.
Looks like Oren Billick come on top on that one.
He did, absolutely. It was number 119 of Oren Billick who threw down his fastest lap of the race at 1:13.583. Mitchell Snorbush will take second place. Caden Brown is third. Again, those are the amateur riders. And go back to the experts. The number 177 of Jaden McKellar crossed the line first with Valen Gomez and Alex Ferreira finishing third. However, I see it being flip-flopped again, Chris. Do you have anything more for us down there? It looks like they moved Alex Ferreira to the top of the order on the Speed Hive timing and scoring, and Jaden McKellar back to third. Do you have any other information down there regarding the order of the experts and why it would be different than what is shown on timing and scoring?
I'm still showing down here on the time and scoring that Oren Billick got first.
In the amateur class, yeah. Yes. In the expert class, it's showing Ferreira, Gomez, McKellar on one system on the that's on the Speed Hive, and on the ASRA live site is showing McKellar, Gomez, Ferreira. So it's showing everybody inverted there. Maybe you had some insight from the pit stewards as to if there was a penalty in that race.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to hear the word, but that's exactly what I'm seeing down here on the screen in Mobile One Victory Lane.
Since we're in the middle of all of these AMA sprint races here this afternoon, the AMA is fighting to make sure you always have a place to ride your motorcycle. Both local, state, and federal government agencies are trying to take your riding rights away. Join the AMA and find out what you can do to help prevent your favorite place to ride, to preserve your favorite place to ride. Visit AmericanMotorcyclist.com or call 1-800-AMA-JOIN to be a member. And we're going to throw this back down to Mobile One Victory Lane and the one and only Chris Simcoe with some interviews from our winners of the AMA 500 class. Chris?
Yeah, I'm still trying to hear who actually won in the amateur class and the expert.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, a lot of teams down there. Obviously, this is one of the more popular classes because a lot of these riders are moving over to the Junior Cup and World Cup and some of the classes that are hoping will take them over to Europe. So this and some of these riders, they've been racing against each other since they were in little mini pocket bikes. A couple of our primary sponsors for the ASRA Racing Series, of course, Pirelli Racing Tires and Dunlop Racing Tires, both present here, and official trackside vendors. Pirelli's located in the blue garages at the east end. At the west end, you've got the Dunlop garages, so make sure you check in with them. If you have a tire pressure gauge that you use all the time, make sure you check in with the folks there at Pirelli and Dunlop to calibrate your tire gauge. It might be 1 or 2 pounds off, which is very common for your tire gauge to be 1 to 2 psi off. And if you know that, you can actually use it to your advantage. Even though it's 2 pounds off, you can still set your tire pressures to the correct pressures using those. Any other information down there in Mobile One Victory Lane, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm standing down here in Mobile One Victory Lane with the number 15 of Jaden McKellar on his race win. Jaden, tell me your strategy coming into today and how did you pull this win off?
Well, my strategy was, since these guys have been riding amazing races all weekend long, my strategy was to be aggressive off the start, stay with them, and see how the draft works with me and them.
Absolutely. Did you do any bike setup changes between yesterday and today to make this possible?
Yes, actually yesterday my seat broke off, and the only adjustment we made was we silicone it and put it together, and now I got a new seat.
I love it. Who's all on your team to make it come together to make it possible for you to be here this weekend?
I want to thank my dad, Josh, my sister, my media manager over here. I want to thank Alex. I want to thank the whole organization for helping me this whole weekend and put everything together.
Absolutely. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Jordan McCallum is your absolute race winner today. Let's go! I'm down here in Mobile 1 Victory Lane with the 119 of Oren Billick. Oren, congratulations on your win. Tell us your strategy. Was your strategy any different coming into the race today than it was yesterday?
I just wanted to get a pretty good start, but I did exactly the opposite of that. I got passed by a lot of people on the start. I knew I had to make up time, and I knew from the last race my front tire didn't have a lot of life left on it, and I didn't have time to switch it, so I just had to deal with it and slow down towards the end of the race. And I tried to slow down a little bit. I saw Caden coming up behind me. I tried to slow down on the banking to let him go in front so I'd get a draft to the line, but I was able to keep it in the front until the end.
So you used the race strategy to pull this one out.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Congratulations, the number 119 of Oren Billick for your win. Let's go!
Yeah, Jaden McKellar on the number 177 machine being shown as the winner on the ASRA. Timing is going for some reason on the other system, showing in third. But we will continue along here, and as we progress through the AMA races, again, these are all AMA sanctioned races versus the ASRA sanctioned races. So the AMA championships are all available here at Daytona International Speedway. They are one of the sanctioning bodies and partners of American Road Racing. They will help sponsor, promote, and sanction a lot of the regional road races around the country. And of course, motocross and road racing, flat track, hill climbs, you name it. If it's motorcycle racing, AMA is most likely involved there. So if you want to be a member of the AMA, it's really easy. You just call 1-800-AMA-JOIN or go to the American Motorcyclist Association website and you can join there. It's really easy, and they are protecting your rights to ride. This will be our final race before the lunch break, Chris. It is the AMA Superstock 1000 race, and this will be another 6-lap main event. At least that's what it says on the calendar here. The schedule says it's a 6-lap event. Yesterday, it turned out to be 1 lap longer than listed. We thought it was going to be a 7-lap race, and it ended up being 8 laps, which caught us by surprise.
Yes, absolutely it did. And I'm really looking forward to this race before the lunch break, man. We got, again, Tony Storliano up there on the number 1 spot with Gabriel De Silva, and then the 36 of Bodie Page. So this one's going to be a super exciting race.
Yeah, and as we mentioned yesterday, Babushka and Storniolo have both split their races so far, 2-2. Babushka not in this race, so this is going to allow an opportunity for Tony Storniolo to perhaps get one up on Babushka for the weekend and go 3-2. Storniolo being shown in the pole position. The grid marshal holding them a little bit longer, and she now steps off. One rider missing from the front row there. As the RPMs come up and the lights go out, a couple riders out of position on the grid, not in their grid box, so we'll see if there's any penalty for that, but it was towards the back of the grid. It should not make any difference for what's happening up front. And surprisingly, that was not Tony Storniolo who got the whole shot. Antal Halas got a nice launch there, but it might have been Bodie Page. Yeah, that was Bodie Page who got the whole shot from the second position on the front row. So Bodie Page goes straight to the front. Tony Storniolo will be second. And as we saw yesterday, Chris, Bodie Page is great off the start and through the infield, But then once you get up to the banking at Storniolo and that big ZX10 that is tuned very, very well, he has been contender and holds several track records across the country. So we'll see if that ZX10 gets wound up here, gets into 4th, 5th, and perhaps 6th gear, and starts to run down this GSXR 750, which is extremely well built, with Bodie Page, who can tuck down behind that fairing pretty well. They get into the braking area, little rubber banding there as Storniolo was starting to close in, and they get on the gas, and Bodie Page gets on the brakes and was able to make a little bit of time. Bodie Page with a problem. Bodie Page had a problem in the chicane, Chris. It wasn't smooth. It looked like he ran off, missed a shift. Something happened there. So he's going to get shuffled back into the mix with a couple other 750s as they come up across the stripe.
Yeah, and it looks like from that mistake, it definitely allowed Tony Storniolo to just go ahead and make that gap at the front.
So Storniolo on his own now, finishing off turn 1, a little flick to the right and then left to turn 2. That Bodie Page was able to kind of slip through De Silva and Pine. It's being shown as Tony Storniolo, Brian Pine being right there, Antal Halaz, Bodie Page, Ian Graham, Darwin Perez, who we know is the amateur. It's kind of sorting out the 2 different systems here. Storniolo, Brian Pine, Antal Halaz there on the Ducati, perhaps Bodie Page on the 36, and then Ian Graham currently running 5th, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if Bodie keeps his head down and stays in that draft, he can definitely be up there on the podium today, maybe even for the win. We'll just see what happens.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they get shuffled again. Again, Page on the GSXR 750, Antal Halaz on the big Ducati, Ian Graham on a 1000cc machine as well. But you've got Antal Halaz, Ian Graham, Brian Pine, Tony Storniolo, all 3 of those guys on big 1000cc machines. It is Bodie Page on the GSXR 750, who I believe is still in 2nd. He was able to shake himself clear of the other 2 riders. And now Ian Graham has slid back to 5th, or he was in 5th, but he slid back a little bit. He's lost the draft there. So here's Storniolo across the stripe. There's Bodie Page in 2nd. And here's that battle for the final podium position between Brian Pine and Antal Halaz.
That's definitely a battle between the final podium position between Antonio Halaz and Brian Payne. So we're going to see how this one plays out. And their lap times are almost identical between the 2 of them, with a 1:52.055 and a 1:52.095. So it's super tight.
Absolutely. Storniolo about a half a second faster, a 49.5 for Tony Storniolo on that big bright orange Kawasaki ZX-10R built by Jason Farrell, another one of our previous national champions and track record holders. Quick story you might like, Chris. A couple years ago, we were at a racetrack in the Midwest region for a GTO race, and both Tony Storniolo and Jason Farrell were under the previous track record for 12 of the 14 laps. and lap after lap, they continued to go another 1,000 second faster, or a 1/10 of a second faster, but 12 of the 14 laps in a GTO solo endurance race for 25 minutes, 12 of the 14 laps were all under the previous track record.
How exciting was that race? I wish I could have been here to see it live in person.
Not one of them, but both of them, both under the previous track record. So just what a fun day. That was at the Autobahn Country Club there in Joliet, just adjacent to the Chicagoland Speedway. And that was a fun day in the Midwest region.
Here we got with Tony coming down past the stripe again. He's definitely got a gap on Bodie Page, but it don't look like he gapped him anymore from the previous lap, so Bodie's still in there.
Yeah, no, if you watch that gap, if you watch that difference, it's 1.672. That's actually shrank. It was just about 2 seconds on the last lap. So as we approach lap number 4 coming up, working lap 4, 3 laps complete, that gap has gone from almost 2 seconds now down to 1.672. Bodie Page closing on Tony Storniolo. I don't know if he'll catch him. Tony may just be settling in here. Looks like his best lap was a 49.5, and he's running a 50 flat, although Bodie Page just threw down his fastest lap of the race too, right? That's what you had said, a 49.36. So a couple tenths of a second might get him a little bit closer. It'll be interesting to see if he can use a draft or get up there to him, perhaps challenge for the win. This is lap number 4 of 6.
Yeah, I think his big advantage would definitely be on the infield for Bodie Page to make up the time and stick right on the back of Tony and use that draft to try to pass him to the line.
In the amateur field, you've got the number 18 of Darwin Perez. Darwin Perez, your leader in the amateur class. You had a good interview with him yesterday in Daytona International Speedway's Mobile One Victory Lane. The number 79 of Ram Vakata is second, with the number 202 of Jordan Netter there in third. William Huckabee is fourth, with Jason Castro in fifth. Again, that is the amateur class. As we shift back to Tony Storniolo. Oh, red flags, Chris, red flags.
Can you see anything that caused the red flags from up there?
I'm going to look. Turn 3 out. Yeah, just right behind the 500 building there. Just one rider down. Just motorcycle in a bad spot there. So easy enough just to kind of shut things down. Yeah, as we're looking at all the timing and scoring screens, yeah, one rider just right there in the center of the grass area between the old course and new course. Now that the emergency vehicle's there, much easier to see him. And it looks as though they're going to hold everybody here on pit road for a quick restart. 3 laps complete, so we've seen both we've seen both restart earlier, where 3 laps were complete and they went 4 to the finish. So we'll see what race control decides to do here. Take a little bit of a break while they get that motorcycle loaded up onto the crash truck and get them out of that turn 3 area. Again, bikes are just being held right here on pit road, so that's telling us that they're going to let them back out very quickly.
I wonder if this is going to change the strategy of the riders out there.
Quite possibly, right? Because they are going to get ready for the restart here. So same as the previous race, Chris. They're going to do the original grids, and they're going to do 4 laps. So original grids and 4 laps.
This is going to be an all-out brawl to the finish line.
Yeah. Yeah, Storniolo, one of the Pirelli riders here this weekend. The Pirelli tire guys down there checking out the tires and seeing how they're doing and taking some temperatures and pressures and everything.
What a beautiful day here at Daytona International Speedway.
4 days of beautiful weather. It's been 78 to 80 degrees, bright and sunny. We were looking at the weather this morning, you know, all the weather apps and weather stations and everything. One of the cool things about such an incredible facility like Daytona International Speedway is they have all of their own facilities here and, you know, their own weather station essentially. So we get all the most accurate weather and what's coming, and there's absolutely nothing on the radar today to tell us that there's going to be any type of precipitation whatsoever. So super lucky to be down here. Maybe the first time in a while that I haven't seen Daytona or rain at Daytona, but it is a beautiful day here. The grass is green, the sky is blue, and we got motorcycles circulating around this beautiful road course. Thanks again to the entire Daytona International Speedway operations team and all their folks, everything from the safety personnel, the corner workers, the ambulance and EMTs, to all of the operations folks that help get the racetrack ready. You know, you've got everybody who's on the safety team that are interacting with safety procedures and everything, and then you've got the operations team that's consistently preparing the racetrack and keeping the racetrack clean and in pristine condition. And then let's talk about the facilities, Chris. I mean, just such a massive facility, and just everything is perfect and pristine. The beautiful grass and the trees and Lake Lloyd. It's just such a blessing to be able to come to a facility like this in October.
Yes, it is. I mean, this is a world-class speedway track with world-class facilities.
Getting ready for the restart here. I think they've conveyed that they are going to use the original grid positions, and this will be a 4-lap sprint. The course has been cleared, so we should be underway here in just a few seconds, Chris.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see this restart on this 4-lap battle. I mean, it could go either way between Bodie Page, Tony, and then Antonella Haleles was in there close too, so this is going to be super exciting.
Yep. Antal Halaz. Yeah, as we mentioned, Antal Halaz defending #1 plates here. He's been a regional champion, national champion as a amateur rider. He defended those wins as an expert, and he was a regional and national championship as an expert. And he's won national championships down here, and all of this in just like the last 3-4 years. And so he's got one of the fastest Ducatis on the East Coast, and he's proven that here at Daytona. Interesting to see what he can do here. He was third behind Brian Pine and Tony Storniolo. Bodie Page was right there as well, along with 116 of Ian Graham. Graham was running 5th on that number 116 machine, just all black leathers, all black motorcycle. Tony Storniolo on the opposite end of that, the brightest motorcycle you could possibly imagine. Super easy to find across this 2.5-mile course.
Especially from you sitting up there high on the in the tower up there. Tony's big bright orange bike is easy visible to you.
Not only the motorcycle, but the helmet and the suit and everything else. Yeah, I love it. I when we talk to people at the regional level, we talk about the Daytona effect. If you want the Daytona Speedway announcers to talk about you at Daytona, you need to make sure that you stand out from the other motorcycles. And as you look across this massive facility, you can see a lot of black motorcycles and black leathers and everything else. And all of those kind of run together, which we've seen today. So many black, red, white motorcycles, they all kind of look the same in the draft. You don't know who's who. And then they have helmets and suits to match. But guys like Tony Storniolo, you can see him from across the speedway. Eric Wood with a bright yellow Penguin Racing Ducati V2. You can see him from all across the speedway. When we were watching Riston Grigg the last couple days on the Celtic Racing Ducati, you can see those racetracks from across the speedway. And honestly, same with some of the lightweight machines we saw yesterday, right? Aaron Gustafson, that bright yellow and orange machine painted by Christy Clay, and Chris LeBougin's machine, also painted by Christy Clay. Both of those motorcycles, very, very bright, distinct, easy to find, and that's the Daytona effect.
Yeah, absolutely it is. I can't wait for this restart, and we're getting ready to get underway.
So Bodie Page already in his middle grid position there on the front row. Tony Storniolo working his way back from his warm-up lap. Assistant starter has the crimson flag in hand. She's holding that to hold the grid. Looks like everybody's actually in the proper grid space this time, in the proper box. I believe this is going to be a one-wave start. The light is on, and we're away. Storniolo with a nice launch on the inside. He may actually get the advantage here this time, but no, Page, gosh, Bodie Page is just a madman on the starts. He gets, not only does he get a great launch, he just shuts off that inside and closes the door on Storniolo, which allows him to just have a free track in front of him. And Storniolo having to chase. Oh, Page runs really wide in 3, able to square it off and bring it back, but it gives Storniolo the opportunity to get back on the gas, and then Page kind of cuts right back in front of him, almost takes out his front wheel. Oh, and Bodie Page is down. Bodie Page went down in turn 4, the outside of 4 there, and Storniolo was right behind him. So maybe that was a little bit more. Maybe Page was having problems with the handling of the motorcycle and just not working properly for him. But that bike is down on the outside of 4. They're going to shut everything down here, and red flags come out. Bodie Page up on his knees there and sort of taking inventory. That was a very, very fast crash there in turn number 4. I can attest to that. I've crashed there back in the early 90s. I high-sided there at well over 100 miles an hour. Bodie Page up on his knees, the motorcycle just a few feet away, but that was, it started as a quick little low side, and then the motorcycle tumbled pretty good, but looks like Bodie Page up on his knees. The medical personnel right there on the spot. They got to him really, really quickly, and just checking him out, make sure he's okay. The crash truck, the Chevy crash truck, will get the motorcycle loaded up, and we'll get that back to the paddock for Bodie Page. But another red flag stoppage here. I assume they're going to have the same procedures, Chris, where they will probably do a restart with the original grid positions and either a 3-lap or 4-lap race to the checkered flag.
Yeah, this has been an interesting race for sure so far today with 2 red flags. Hopefully on this next restart we can make it to the finish with no additional problems.
Yes, sir. They've got the motorcycle loaded up. They've got Bodie. Loaded up. Just like I said, you know, he was up on his knees, and the medical personnel tending to him. They're just going to walk him over to the ambulance to take him back to the infield care center, make sure he's okay. Just that was a pretty good tumble there, and they're just gonna take a look at him, make sure he's all right. That is standard procedure here. One of the great things about, again, Daytona International Speedway is they actually have their own infield hospital and care center here. So fantastic for the medical staff. We just get them a ride in the nice bright bus there and get him over to the infield care center. So we just take a look at him, make sure he's good to go. And if he's good to go, they'll release him back to the team, and they'll get the motorcycle back over to tech inspection and get that back to the team as well. But everything is cleaned up over there. They're just checking the racetrack, make sure there isn't something there that may have caused it, or something that may have been a result of the crash itself. The corner workers working their way back to their positions, and the operations team, as always, stellar here at Daytona International Speedway. The medical staff, Chris, was right on top of Bodie as soon as this happened, and as soon as the bikes were clear of that area, medical personnel was there just to double check on him, make sure he was okay.
That's the main thing, is that he's okay. It looks like they're pulling the riders off the grid right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're heading back.
We'll have to wait to get the word to see what's going on.
Yeah, so Chris, maybe you can grab Tony Storniolo as he comes through down there and just get his perspective there, as he was right behind Bodie Page when he crashed.
I'm down here with Tony Storniolo. What happened out there with Bodie?
I think we were sitting for a while. Tires got cold, and he went out. You know, I think he's on a 750, so he's got to do what he can to try and get out there. So I think the tires were just cold, and I think I seen him tuck the front. It's a fast corner. I hope he's all right. So, but I heard he got up, so thank God.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, good to hear that, Chris. Yeah, true. On the 750, you know, as we mentioned, Bodie able to get some rocket ship starts on that. Speaking of rocket ships, Chris, you know, one of the things that's happening today in Cocoa Beach, right down the beach, is the SpaceX rocket launch. That's going to be happening in about 1 hour.
How exciting is that, right?
Actually, sorry, actually a little bit longer than that. It's going to be at about 2:50 this afternoon. So it's 12:55 now, almost 1 o'clock. So a couple hours. Yeah. So 2:52 is the rescheduled rocket launch for the SpaceX. And as long as we're all looking south, which is towards the airport here, we should be able to see that. We've seen those at dawn sometimes, at dark. You can really see the rocket take off, but everyone would get a pretty good look at that rocket if you look towards the south, coming up here about 2:55. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say, when I grew up here in Florida in Jacksonville, and that's one thing I used to love to go do. My mom would take me to every time that we had a space shuttle launch, and how amazing is it to see that rocket take off and go out to outer space.
Yeah, very true. And you mentioned you are the son of a fighter pilot, and so you must have seen a lot of airplanes take off in similar fashion. Just some of the cool planes from around the world, and your dad used to land on aircraft carriers and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you've never been on an aircraft carrier, it's literally like a living city. It is so big, and seeing all those jets take off and land, especially out there on the open seas to see videos, it's absolutely amazing what them guys do. Yeah, if you guys haven't had that experience, you should guys definitely check it out.
There you go. All right, we are, I'm assuming we are down for the lunch break. Chris, maybe you can go check in with Jesse Huilka, our race director, and see where we're at in regards to what their plan is for restart and what they want to do here for the conclusion of this race. Otherwise, I think we're going to be on a lunch break here. We'll bring you all the information we can gather here at Daytona International Speedway as we continue to push through the weekend here, the final weekend of racing for the ASRA. If you are just arriving here at the Speedway, dial up asraracing.com. You'll be able to follow along the schedule. There's a live stream video. There is live timing and scoring, and grid sheets should all be available there as well. So you can just dial up asraracing.com for all of the information you may need for your final day of racing here at Daytona International Speedway. Again, schedule and everything is all there. So we're going to get some more information from you here, and we will keep pushing along as we, I assume we're at the lunch break here, 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm trying to get confirmation now.
Yeah. And it looks like they're looking at restarting the races at around 1:55. So restarting races 1:55, but what are we going to do with that AMA Superstock race? Also coming up here at lunch or after lunch, we have Ken Salant from the AMA. He's going to be presenting some #1 plates, and he's going to be presenting the AMA Nikki Hayden Horizon Award at some point today. So we look forward to hearing who the winner of that's going to be. And we'll just keep rolling along here. Thanks for hanging out with us. Welcome to beautiful Daytona International Speedway. Talking to race control, they're going to move that Superstock race to the first race after lunch. So the remaining laps of of race number 28, the 6-lap AMA Superstock 1000 race, that's going to be our first race after lunch, the conclusion of that rather. So 3-4 lap sprint probably just after that, and we will use the original grid positions. Currently in our lunch break, we'll be back at the top of the hour with the start of our next race, which will be that AMA 1000 Superstock race. I think they're looking to go hot around 1:55. We'll be doing opening ceremonies around 1:40. We'll have the invocation and national anthem around 1:40, 1:45 to get our festivities underway here this afternoon. Welcome back to beautiful Daytona International Speedway for the ASRA, the American Superbike Racing Association, and the annual Race of Champions. These are the national championship and regional championship finals races here at Daytona International Speedway to conclude the 2025 racing season. So coming up here, just about 30 minutes, 35 minutes away from getting back underway with more Superbike racing action at Daytona. The first race after lunch will be race number 28, the conclusion of race number 28, the 6-lap AMA Superstock 1000 race. We'll have our invocation coming up here in about 20 minutes right here at the Rolex Bridge. So stick around with us, and please get around to the various spots here at Daytona International Speedway to find a good place to watch this afternoon's action. Grab a nice Coca-Cola or nice cold Budweiser and settle in here for a great afternoon of racing. Thanks to Chevy Trucks, Exalta, Advent Health, and all the great partners like Sunoco and Toyota here at Daytona International Speedway. Of course, Mobile One Victory Lane being used throughout the day for great photographs for all the teams and riders here at the annual Race of Champions event. Again, opening ceremonies coming up here in about 20 minutes at 1:40, 1:45. And then we'll get back underway about 1:55 with on-track action for this final event of the 2025 season. We'll be back with you here shortly. Enjoy the lunch break, everybody. Like I said, grab a nice cold Coca-Cola, nice cold Budweiser, and enjoy yourself in the annual Race of Champions from Daytona International Speedway. Thanks for being with us today. John Dodson to the Rolex Bridge, please. John Dodson. John Dodson to the Rolex Bridge, please. Welcome back, everybody, to the one and only Daytona International Speedway and the World Center of Racing for our annual Race of Champions. Getting ready to go here this afternoon. We're going to move towards our opening ceremonies. And down on pit road, we have the MRO, the Motor Racing Outreach chaplains. That is Ray Rizzo and John Dodson down there. So thanks so much for being there with us. Chaplains, we're going to go straight into the invocation and the prayer for today, and we're going to go to do that. Like I said, we're going to go downstairs to to Chaplain Ray Rizzo for our invocation. Ray?
Thank you, Kenny. Let's all pray. Our loving Heavenly Father, what a beautiful day that you've created, and we say thank you. Thank you for this facility and everyone that's working hard to put this event on. We're thankful for all our security, all of those that are working corners, our vendors, our sponsors, each and every team and factory riders. We're thankful for each and every one of them. We pray that you continue to bless all of our riders, keep them safe from all harm. Those that have suffered injury, we pray that you would superintend over those that are caring for them and bring them back in a speedy manner. We thank you for your healings. And we ask, Lord, that you continue to lead us and guide us in this nation, give our leadership wisdom. I pray, and we're so thankful for each and every one that's caring for our freedom. Around the world, men and women that are serving, we pray that you'd bless them. We're thankful for all of our first responders as well, here and all around our country. We pray that you bless them. Thank you for each and every one. We love you today and pray the remainder would be a blessing to you. And we ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen and amen.
Thank you, Ray. Ladies and gentlemen, please pause for a moment. Join us in celebrating our freedoms and triumphs by standing for the singing of our national anthem. Oh, fantastic. Thank you, John Dodson and Ray Rizzo. We appreciate that. With us down on pit road is also Ken Salant. We're going to do a couple things here. Ken, stay with us here real quick. Ken, stay with us. Yeah, Ken, stay with us real quick here. We're gonna do something here in just a few minutes, but I want to get some questions in with Ken Salant here. Ken, let us know about the Nikki Hayden Horizon Award, and we're going to give that away here sometime today. But give us some words on what the Ken's. He's walking away. Ken Salant, we want you to let us know what the Nikki Hayden Horizon Award means to the AMA, and tell us a little bit about the background of this award and the significance of this award to the racer that's winning it today.
Yeah, thank you, Kenny. We're real proud of it. Back in 1997, Nikki Hayden was awarded the first AMA Horizon Award. I had the pleasure of giving it to him at the Indiana State Fairgrounds on the Indy Mile. And back then, it was an award that the AMA put together to recognize an outstanding amateur rider that had the ability, the character, the drive to turn professional and have a professional career. And over the years, there's been a lot of fellows. Eric Wood is here. He won the first road racing one. And as I said, I had the pleasure of giving it to Nicky in 1997. The award was named after Nicky in 2017. I knew the Hayden family well, Earl, Nicky, and all the family, and it's a personal feeling for me that the people that get this award follow in the steps of Nicky and the Hayden family, and they show the character, the drive, the professionalism as they turn professional. So that being said, I'm very glad and proud to announce the 2025 Nicky Hayden Road Race Horizon Award winner, Bodie Page. Nice job, Bodie. I know today was a little interesting day, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. We were just trying to win races, and unfortunately, crashing happens when you're trying to do that. So, but I can't thank the whole team enough providing me a good bike to ride all weekend. So, and them staying behind today. They were meant to leave yesterday, but they stayed for me and gave me a bike to ride. So I can't thank them enough.
That's good. One thing before I turn you over to Chris. You won the Nicky Hayden Flat Track Horizon Award earlier this year, and you're in pretty good company. The only other rider to win both in the same season was Dallas Daniels, who just won the AFT Grand National Championship. So quite an accomplishment, and I'm proud to give that award to you. We're going to get the award. It's right over. I'm going to find it while Chris asks you a question. Then we want you to get some pictures.
Absolutely. Bodie Page, congratulations on the 2025 AMA Nicky Hayden Horizon Award winner. Man, this is your second one. You know, that is the elite of our sport, giving that to you. It means you're the cream of the crop, the top of the top. Tell me and tell everybody in the world, what does this mean to you?
Yeah, it definitely means a lot to be the second guy to do it. It's very special. And yeah, it just kind of speechless because with how this weekend went, we definitely had a lot of ups and downs, but yeah, we managed to bring out a few good results, which probably helped us. So yeah, I just can't thank everyone enough who helps me. My mum and dad back at home watching, they support me and my whole family. Yeah, I just can't thank everyone enough.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Bodie Page, the 2025 AMA Nicky Hayden Horizon Award.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you to Ken Salant and the AMA, the American Motorcyclist Association. Of course, the AMA fighting for our rights to ride over and over again, year over year. If you're not already a member of the AMA, you got to do that now. You just visit American Motorcyclist Association.com, and even easier, just call 1-800-AMA-JOIN. It's the easiest ad I do all year. It's 1-800-AMA-JOIN to be a member of the American Motorcyclist Association. And congratulations to Bodie Page, obviously deserving. And he's got his friends and family down there getting photos. Make sure you pat him on the back. And congratulations, Bodie Page, winning the 2025 AMA Horizon Award winner, named after the one and only Nicky Hayden. We'll be back with you here in just a few minutes as we get ready. Calls will be going out soon to restart that race number 28. So we'll be getting calls from Jen Carr down there in the garages here pretty soon. We're going to let this settle a little bit and let the folks take photos and videos down there at the Rolex Bridge and Mobile One Victory Lane as Ken Salant and the AMA, along with the ASRA and the entire Daytona International Speedway family, celebrate the award for Bodie Page. And we'll be back with you here in just a few minutes with the start of our next race. Yeah, calls going out for the first race here after lunch will be the restart of the Superstock 1000 race. The 4-lap restart here. It'll be original grid positions with 4 laps for the AMA Superstock 1000 riders. This is the continuation of race number 28. Again, continuation of race number 28. This will be AMA Superstock 1000, a 4-lap continuation race. So, Chris, this is going to be a very, very quick race. And then we'll jump right back into our ASRA finale with race number 29 through 32, the ASRA 500 Thunderbike, Sport Bike, and Superstock races. And to conclude the day, 5-6 races for the Southeast Regional Championships, races 33 through 37. Getting ready to go here. Calls are being made. Motorcycles starting to work their way to the pre-grid here as they wrap up the ceremonies in the Mobile One Victory Lane with Bodie Page and all the photos from that amazing young rider. One of only 2 riders to win the AMA Nikki Hayden Horizon Award in both flat track and road racing. So congratulations to him and the Vision Wheel M4 X-Star Suzuki team. What a great weekend for them. Not only have they been doing very well in the races here, but the opportunity to put that trophy and plaque on the wall, and someone within that Suzuki organization, they've got to feel very proud about having that incredible young man as part of their organization and race team moving forward. Machines working their way to the pre-grid, Chris. We will be back underway here pretty quickly. Tony Storniolo, who was leading that Superstock race, Brian Pine, Antal Halaz, Bodie Page right there with Ian Graham. We'll see the 4-lap conclusion once we get going here. We are probably less than 2 minutes away. If you're just joining us here at Daytona International Speedway, welcome back to the mecca of motorcycle road racing, Daytona International Speedway, and the annual Fall Race of Champions, part of the fall cycle scene here in Daytona Beach and Biketoberfest. Some of our sponsors for this weekend, of course, Pirelli and Dunlop Tires. They are the 2 tire vendor partners of the ASRA and ASRA Racing. So thanks to Pirelli and Dunlop Tires for being here and providing outstanding tire support for our racers. Jaritos Mexican Drink have stepped up this weekend to help sponsor not only the racing but the trophy presentations and music we had last night over in the RO lot. The Road Racing World Action Fund, a major supporter of the ASRA racing program across the country, and many racetracks and many racing organizations across the country, helping to provide safer barriers, air fence barriers, and so on for so many facilities and so many, as I said, racing organizations. Daytona International Speedway, however, they've purchased their own air fence. They have it here. They deploy it for all the motorcycle races and other events here at Daytona. They take safety and very seriously here at Daytona International Raceway. So Daytona actually deploys all of their own air fence here, many sections of that here, and truckloads and truckloads of hay bales is the word I was looking for, throughout the facility. We're getting ready to go here. The warm-up lap for the AMA 1000 Superstock race. Racers have completed their warm-up lap. They're coming back to the pre-grid area. Sitting on pole position the number 55 of David Loikitz is scheduled to be there. Oh, that's the Formula 40. Looking at Tony Storniolo, Brian Pine, and Antal Halas. Bodie Page and Ian Graham also part of the expert field here. In the amateurs, you've got Darwin Perez, Travis Carr, Ram Vakata, William Huckabee, Jordan Netter, and Derek Johnson. Tony Storniolo, one of the only riders there on the front row. Bodie Page did not restart this race, so this should be a pretty easy task for Tony Storniolo. He will get the whole shot and lead the field into turn number 1.
Yeah, I see if
number
Tony,
913. Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I could see the number 79 of Tony Storniolo taking off and winning this race for sure.
Yeah, Storniolo, he had the pace and the speed earlier. Doesn't have a lot of competition for this race based on what we've seen here already this weekend over the last 2 days. Brian Pine not slow by any means, nor is Antal Halas or Ian Graham. However, Storniolo had just proven to be one of the faster machines, and with 2 wins and 2 second places so far in the last 2 days, this should be his race to win or lose. Again, Brian Pine right there, Antal Halas, Bodie Page is popping up on the timing scoring screen, but I didn't see him on the grid. Did you, Chris?
No, he's absolutely not on the grid at
Yeah.
all. After that wreck, the bike's still back there in the garage, so he's not going to be in this race.
Right, yeah, that's what I thought. I still saw him on the scoring page, so I wasn't sure where we were at there, but and I assume you were able to get some grid sheets for this afternoon's races, so that'll prove healthy for all of us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good.
I'm excited about this one. This is going to be a good race. Short race, 4 laps. The wind still stayed consistent like it was earlier, but now it seems like we got some clouds rolling in, so we'll see if it affects anything during this race.
Yeah, looking for the right grid sheets here on the website. If you're following along at home, if you go to asraracing.com, you can access the live video stream, which has been streaming most of the day today. You can also access the grid sheets, live timing, and of course the results towards the end of the day. The grid sheets for today are actually marked as day 2 grid sheets on the website. So you'll have to look for day 2 grid sheets and then match them up with the schedule, which is also online, and you'll be able to put together the rest of the afternoon there for us. The race we're on right now is race number 28. This is a 4-lap recontinuation of the race we had just before lunch, where they just pushed everything until after lunch so we could kind of stay on time there. And Storniolo, even though on the first lap, Chris, he had a bunch of riders there right with him, he's now just taken off. So he's now put 1,000, 1,000, about 2.5 second gap between himself and the rest of the field there, that being Brian Pine and Antal Halas.
Yeah, I have a feeling he's just going to put his head down and just totally walk away with this race win. But anything can happen in racing, so we're just going to see how this plays out.
Yep. Yeah, mixing it up. Oh, one problem there. It looked like Brian Pine maybe had an issue in the chicane, so things got tousled there. It looked like Antal Halaz and Ian Graham were able to go by Pine as he made a massive mistake in the chicane. Here comes Storniolo to the stripe. That's lap number 2.
Yeah, and the number 79 of Tony Storliano just did a 150.495, which is an absolute flyer.
Yeah, and we've seen him, in the mid-59s, right, Chris? 59.4, 59.5s, so he's still got a little bit of pace left in him. He's one of the riders on the Pirelli tires here this weekend, and one of his sponsors is the Jason Farrell Performance Kawasaki team up there out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, who is also the Pirelli tire dealer in the Midwest region. So he's got access to some pretty good tires up there. But when you come to Daytona, both Dunlop and Pirelli have some very specific tires for Daytona International Speedway and the specialties of the high banks here. Really one of the biggest issues, Chris, is just the fact that you're on the left side of the tire for almost the entire race, with the exception of 2 right-hand turns in the infield.
Yeah, that's why it's so important to trust your tires, especially when you only got 2 corners on the right-hand side, to give you the confidence to be able to tip it in and still carry that momentum throughout the lap and be consistent throughout the race too as well. And it looks like we got the number 18 of Darwin Perez, the amateur. He just did a 154.116.
Yeah, you had a good interview with him earlier today, as and honestly, he's been in the mix the entire weekend, Chris.
Absolutely, he has. He's been flying all weekend, setting consistent fast lap times, and there's a reason why he is where he is.
Here's the white flag being displayed to the field. Top 4 riders: Storniolo, Pine, Halaz, and Ian Graham. And they shuffle there as Ian Graham, I thought he was able to nose ahead. They went side by side through the stripe. So Storniolo with the lead so far. He's got a pretty comfortable lead, about 4.7 seconds. Ian Graham is back there in second. Him and Antal Halaz having a great battle. And Brian Pine went from second to fourth there on the last lap with that miscue in the chicane. Those 3 riders actually all close enough. Either 3 of those riders could end up on the podium, and one is going to be shut out, unfortunately. So you've got Storniolo up front. As long as he's able to bring this thing home, he's got about about a mile, maybe 2.5 miles left before he sees that checkered flag. And then you've got that fight for second and third place. You got 3 riders fighting for 2 positions to get on the podium here as they hit the West Bank. They file in, and they will stay in order all the way through the West Horseshoe. It looks like Ian Graham on that all black over black machine will hit the back straightaway, and they'll stay in line there. And here you go. There's Pine, who will jump ahead, and he'll leapfrog Ingram. Ingram now going to try to use that double draft as they exit the chicane. Tony Storniolo all by himself in NASCAR's turn 4. He'll dip down low and use that slingshot onto the front stretch past the Advent Health pit lane entrance there and to the checkered flag. It'll be Tony Storniolo with 3 wins on the day. And here's your drag race to the finish. It's 2 wide across the stripe. I think that's going to be Pine. Ingram's going to be left behind. It is Pine and Halaz. So of the 3 riders racing to the checkered flag, it's going to be Brian Pine who will take the second place spot, and Antal Halaz who get the final position on the podium. Ian Graham will be 4th. And here is the amateur race to the checkered flag. Oh, we're going to have to go to timing and scoring on that as well. And it looks like Perez on the 13 is going to be your winner, Chris, with Jason Castro and William Huckabee. So Darwin Perez on the number 18 machine will take the win in the amateur class. Jason Castro on the 530 is second, and William Huckabee on the number 7 will be third in the amateur class. Tony Storniolo will take another win. That's his 3rd win on the weekend so far, Chris. Brian Pine and Antal Halaz round out the podium in the expert class as they get ready for the next round of races here this afternoon. All the ASRA Cup races, 500, Thunderbike, Supersport, and Superstock, all coming up next.
Yeah, so I just got confirmation that Antala Halaz just got a 5-second penalty for speeding in pit lane.
Oh my gosh. So 5 seconds. Yeah, so we'll have to see. We'll have to just watch that and see how that changes it, if any. So yeah, coming up next will be the ASRA 500 Cup race. That will be, I'm assuming they're going to go back to another 5-lap race for the ASRA 500 Cup. Most of the 500cc races this weekend have been 5 laps instead of the 6 or 7 lap races. So we will make that assumption here in the tower. Again, thanks to all of the sponsors for the ASRA, including Dunlop and Pirelli tires, the Road Racing World Action Fund, and Jarito Sport Drinks, and of course sanctioned by the AMA, the American Motorcyclist Association. Go to 1-800-AMA-JOIN. Advent Health, a massive partner here at the Speedway. Visit adventhealth.com to find out how you can feel whole. Exalta is the official coating system and founding partner of the official finishes, coatings, and paint of Daytona International Speedway. And Chris, you've got Tony Storniolo and that bright orange number 79 headed your way as he makes that hard left-hand turn into the Mobil 1 victory lane. Again, thanks to Chevy Trucks, for the Department of Transportation and Geico, along with the REV Fire Group, Sunoco, and Toyota, big partners to help us put on these races here this weekend. And we invite you to visit their websites for more information and how you can use those products in your everyday life. We're going to throw this show down to the Mobil 1 victory lane and Chris Simcoe with our race winner, Mr. Tony Storniolo.
Yeah, I'm down here in the Mobil 1 victory lane with the number 79, Tony Storniolo. Tony, congratulations on your win. It was a different race because we had a red flag, we had lunch, and now you come back. Did you alter or change anything on the motorcycle during that time?
I actually didn't. I knew it was going to be 4 laps. I felt like the setup was pretty good. I felt like the tires were good, so I just left it alone and went and ripped some laps.
So the race strategy didn't change at all for you?
No, it didn't. You know, you never like the red flags. It's always a little unsettling, but just, refocus and go back at it and have fun.
Absolutely, man. It's your 3rd win of the weekend. Congratulations for the number 79, Tony Storniolo. Dude, congratulations, my man. Let's go! I'm so proud of you, man. How does it feel?
Man, it feels really good. I'm just having a blast this weekend. Like I said, it's kind of like the perfect end to the perfect season. It's just been so much fun. So thank you guys for putting it on.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Go enjoy your win, my friend. All right, I'm down here in the Mobil 1 victory lane with the number 18, Darwin Perez, the number 1 amateur. Dude, congratulations on your win again, man. How does it feel? And during our lunch break and the red flag we have, did your strategy change at all?
Hello, guys. Yeah, I am happy. I am happy. It's very good weekend for me. And thank you so much on the Dunlop. Thank you so much, my family, my friend, everybody.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Number 18, Darwin Perez, the number 1 amateur. Let's go!
Absolutely. Love that energy from Darwin Perez. And congratulations to all of our winners and top 3 finishers there in the AMA 1000cc Superstock Race. As we move on to the opposite end of the spectrum, Chris, the ASRA 500 Cup. Again, we show it listed as race 2. We don't have a definitive lap count on these. We're assuming that they are a 5-lap race, the way all the other races were in the 500cc class. So race number 29 coming up next. We're going to assume again that's a 20. That's a 5-lap race for ASRA 500. These guys coming up next. We're going to see Derek Sanchez, the last year's Nicky Hayden Horizon Award winner, along with Caden Brown, Michael Oliver, Kyle McGill, Douglas Stufflebeam, Jaden McKellar, Alex Ferreira, and Nathan Betancourt. Those riders all coming up next in this 500cc race for the ASRA. So message from race control. This is going to be a 6-lap race, Chris. So 6-lap race for the ASRA 500 Cup. And the rest of the races today are going to be 7 laps. So that is from race control. This race is 6 laps. The rest of the ASRA races today are 7 laps. That from the ASRA race control. So we'll put that on our schedules here. Those riders working their way back to the start grid. Again, most of our field is a split between Pirelli and Dunlop tires. Here we go, day 3.
Seems like the wind's picking back up too, and it's definitely getting cloudier.
Oh, that'll be interesting. That'll change things a little bit, right?
Absolutely. Looks like we got some movement on the grid too as well.
Yeah, riders missing their grid positions. Again, they use the staggered start here, and a couple riders definitely not in the proper grid position or out of position. So we'll see a penalty there. Again, these are staggered starts. Everyone should be in their specific block, which are painted on the ground there. The grid sheet, I believe, shows Nathan Betancourt, Jason Griffin, and Alex Ferreira there on the front row, with Doug Shufflebeam, Jason McKellar, and Caden Brown behind them. Oren Billick, Steven Peterson, and Carter Dabney back there on row number 3. Super tight, getting down into turn number 1 there. And it could have been Sanchez that took the whole shot. That's how it's being shown. Derek Sanchez with the whole shot. Alex Ferreira there in second. We've seen a lot of good things out of Ferreira this weekend already, with Shufflebeam, Brown, and Billick rounding out the top 5 there early on, all grouped together as they get to the very fast left-hand dogleg of turn 4. Back right-hander in turn 5, they'll back shift those little 500s to about second gear. 6 riders now part of that lead battle into turn number 6. Back to the left, up around the yellow barrels and onto the Speedway for the first time. And Chris, their race earlier today, whoa, one rider went really wide all the way out to the safe barrier. And as they did earlier today, Chris, these 500cc machines tend to fan out on the banking for some reason and not use the draft. They go side by side up on the banking and not use the draft. With these smaller motorcycles, it should almost be opposite of that. You want to make sure you use the draft and push your partners up farther and get farther along to try to break from the rest of the field, but a lot of these riders going side by side on the banking and slowing each other down, and they'll get into the chicane and back up into the super speedway past the Sunoco Racing Fuel sign there as they start the trip into the NASCAR turn 3 and through the east side of the super speedway NASCAR 4. They'll finally drop down below the line right near the apron, and again they'll go side by side there up to the tri-oval. Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like Derek Sanchez and Alex Ferreira, you know, over the weekend, he got that what was it, a 3-second penalty, and still ended up on 3rd place or 2nd place on the podium. So he's got a point to prove in this race this weekend, since it's the last race for them of the weekend. So we're going to see how this plays out. And you're right, as far as the small bikes using the draft, it's absolutely imperative to use that draft, especially if you get out by yourself. If the people behind you get in that draft and you keep slingshot each other forward throughout the race, it gives the opportunity to catch back up to the number 1.
Yeah, it did cost Derek Sanchez the lead. He was the leader early on and wanted to go side by side up on the banking and slid back from 1st to 3rd. Ferreira will take the point position there with Jaden McKellar in 2nd. We've seen these two riders up front all weekend as well as they get back to the 2nd right-hand infield corner in turn number 6. Jaden McKellar there putting a lot of pressure on Ferreira to make a mistake here early on, but Ferreira's proven himself over, you know, a 5-6 lap race to be there at the end. He's got the endurance and he's got the skill sets, and the motorcycles have proven themselves as well. He tries to break the draft by going really low on the banking down by the apron. Ferreira, McKellar, Sanchez, Billick, Brown, and Woliski, all 6 riders still part of that lead draft. Actually, they dropped one. Now it's only 5. Not sure where that 6th rider went. May have made a mistake there, but the top 6 have dropped one, so now it's top 5 as they get to the chicane on the backside of Lake Lloyd.
Yeah, absolutely. And to speak of the number 119 of Oren Billick, man, an amateur, always been up there this whole weekend running with the experts and staying on the back end of their tail the whole weekend. So he's got a great opportunity to make it on, definitely for the win again today.
So correction there, Chris, we were given a note there that the remainder of the races were going to be 7 laps, and there's a correction there. The remainder of the races today are going to be 6 laps. 6 laps for the remainder of the races today, not 7. So we'll remark our schedules there. So 6 laps rather for the rest of the races here, including the ASRA Thunderbike, Supersport, and Superstock races coming up next. And races 33 through 37, those are going to be 6-lap main events as well, including the ultra lightweight superbike, middleweight, lightweight, heavyweight, and unlimited superbike races.
It looks like the number 1 of Alex Ferreira did a lap time of a 2:12.307, and in 2nd place, the number 177 of Jaden McKellar, he did a 2:12.284. So there's literally nothing in between them.
So the ASRA races today, Chris, the ASRA races, the national races, these are going to be 7 laps. And the regional races, 33 through 37, those are going to be 6 laps. So a little correction there. So the races on our calendar / schedule that are listed as 6 laps, those are all going to be 6. And then the ASRA Thunderbike, Supersport, and Superstock races, those are all going to be 7 laps, Chris. So another correction there for us as we are working. Is that only 2 laps complete? This will be our 3rd lap, so working halfway.
seems like the front group two is together this whole time. So let's see if one of them can break away or if they stay in each other's draft on each other's tail. It's going to go all the way down to the line. I mean, look at them. They're coming around right now.
Yeah, their best case scenario, honestly, is for them to stay in a draft, for them to stay in the tuck, because otherwise they're going to allow the riders behind them to catch a little bit of a draft, whether it's coming into the tri-oval or into turn number 1, even through the infield. They can do that. So Derek Sanchez actually is in a perfect position because McKellar and Ferreira up front are creating a massive hole in the wind by going 2 abreast through these different sections of the racetrack. They're allowing Derek Sanders to get into some clean air there and bring him back in. So if McKellar and Ferreira are able to stay together and use the draft, they might be able to break away from Sanchez. Otherwise, they're going to allow Sanchez the opportunity to get up there and run with them. And it looks like that's exactly what's happening through the infield. McKellar, Ferreira, and Sanchez now all connected. Back behind them is Billick and Brown as they get to the barrel turn number 6, and accelerate up onto the banking. They'll use the full bank up to the wall, and they'll use the high line all the way around until they get over to NASCAR 4, and then they'll use that slingshot to go down the banking. And there goes Ferreira. Ferreira now to the front. Now if they just stay in that order, they might be able to continue to push away from Derek Sanchez. Sanchez had closed the gap through the infield, and he'll close the gap again going into the chicane. So Derek Sanchez a little bit better on the brakes than the 2 up front, but when they work together, Jaden McKellar and Alex Ferreira are able to move away from Sanchez, and they'll leave Sanchez behind in the draft. But as soon as they break up, like they just did again, and go side by side, they suck Sanchez right into their tailpipes and allow Sanchez the opportunity to compete for the lead as they come down to 4 laps complete.
Yeah, them two definitely need to stay working together to make that breakaway and then fight it out amongst them two for the end.
And here goes Sanchez. Sanchez is going to go around the outside. He'll pass both those riders into turn 1. He almost runs wide. You can see a little bit wider line than he would normally want to take. And then he just taps that rear brake and squares it off and brings it back into the exit there. Sanchez now with the lead through the infield. This is the first time Sanchez has led here in the 500 class today, except for the start of the race. So Sanchez now with the lead through the infield. He's got to keep his head down. And again, if they play their cards right, they will continue to stay in this draft formation all the way up through the white flag, and maybe they will leave the other battle behind them and have the opportunity to break away a little bit there. Sanchez with that white helmet continues to lead through the barrel turn. So Derek Sanchez with the red, white, and black machine. Again, with the white helmet, he continues to lead. The other 2 riders behind him drafting. 1 rider goes high. That was McKellar. So McKellar goes high on the banking again. McKellar seems to be the one that keeps breaking the draft. He tried to steer high and go high on the banking. He got hung out for a bit, slowed down, had to tuck back into Sanchez to get on the back straight, and Ferreira is playing the game properly. He's just sitting back there waiting for the draft, and he's allowing Sanchez to lead, but McKellar continues to try to go side by side with these guys up front, and again, it just slows down those front 2 and allows the 3rd place rider to come up along and sniff the tailpipe.
Yeah, it don't seem like a very good strategy, but we're going to see how this race absolutely ends up, because there's literally nothing in between none of these guys.
This will be race 5. Or lap 5, rather. And look at that.
Look at them, 3 wide across the front start-finish line. Look at them going into turn 1.
Sanchez will be the one to lead into turn number 1.
Such a late
Again,
breaker.
if that was the checkered flag. That would have been a photo finish. The time across the start-finish line, the difference between first, second, and third was .007. So 7 thousandths of a second separated first from third as they work their way through the infield now. The white flag is being prepared by the starter, so they'll see the white flag next time by. They have 5 laps complete, so this will be a 7-lap main event. Sanchez still your leader as they hit the west bank. And Ferreira and McKellen. Again, I think Ferreira understands the game here. Ferreira is sitting back there in a double draft position, allowing Sanchez and McKellar to just punch a hole in the wind for them. And he's going to probably see what he can do here as they work through the chicane this lap. Again, they'll get the white flag next time by and have 1 lap to go. Working the top 5, you've got Ferreira, Sanchez, and McKellar all up front with Billick and Brown just behind. If we were to break these down into expert and amateur classes, it is Oren Billick and Daniel Waluski and Steven Peterson up front in the amateur class with Ferreira, Sanchez, and McKellar. And here they come to the stripe again.
What a battle these 3 are putting on for everybody today. And the white flag is waving.
So Sanchez goes around the outside. Again, Sanchez, he's got turn 1 dialed. He literally just rode right around the outside of Ferreira and McKellar in turn number 1. He's extremely confident in that corner. He'll now lead going into turn number 3, the tight right-hander. Looks like he's trying to make a go of it here. He's got his head down, trying to gap him here through the infield. Maybe that'll make a difference once they get up on the banking. But again, the biggest difference here in these 500cc races is that they keep breaking the draft and going side by side and not allowing their group to pull away from the riders behind them. There's a nice little group behind those two. So Ferreira, McKellar, and Sanchez together fighting over that expert battle. The 2 riders behind them is Billick and Brown. Those 2 riders in a great battle of their own. There's less than a bike length between them as well. So 2 great battles going on in the top 5 here, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of that, the wind is absolutely picking up down here in the pit. So it definitely plays an effect on these little 400cc machines out there on the track, especially at a place like the Daytona International Speedway.
Yeah, they're going to get a little push down the back straightaway here into the chicane. So that'll help a little bit. Sit up and pop out from behind the fairing of those little 500cc machines. Might get an extra little push. Look like Sanchez continues to lead out of the chicane. Where they're going to feel it the most, Chris, that wind rather, where they're going to feel that wind the most is when they get out of NASCAR 4 and they start heading up into the trioval. They're going to get a little crosswind, and then as they come to the checkered flag, they're going to get a brutal headwind. So here they come to the line. They start to fan out. They go 2 wide. A double draft to the line for Sanchez, and he's not able to make it work for him. So it's going to be Ferreira over McKellar and Derek Sanchez. That'll be your podium in the expert class. So Alex Ferreira on the number 12 machine will take a win here to continue his dominance in the lightweight class. Jaden McKellar will be second. Derek Sanchez will have to settle for third. And in the amateur class, Chris, that was a great battle right behind the experts. Owen Billick on the number 119. He takes another win here this morning, or this afternoon rather, with Daniel Waluski and Steven Peterson. rounding out the podium for the amateurs. Good lap for Oren Billick, a 113 flat, 113.074. Jaden McKellar, the expert leader, a 112.284, his fastest lap.
Yeah, the number 119 of Oren Billick, man, has been absolutely crushing it this weekend.
Next race on the docket here this morning is going to be the ASRA Thunderbike race coming up next. Advent Health is here for you and with you at every turn, every pit stop, and every season to support you physically, mentally, and spiritually in this race called life. We're on your team. We're your biggest fans, and we're here to help you feel whole. Visit adventhealth.com. With over 150 years of experience in the coating industry, Axalta Products improves durability, enhance productivity, and add a brilliant color to everything they have passion for. Axalta coating systems are built for performance. If you own a Chevy or a Chevy truck, you can actually order your Chevy accessories and have them delivered either to your dealership or to your home. It's really easy. Just visit Chevrolet.com/accessories to learn more. While you're enjoying the races here this weekend at Daytona, remember to plan ahead and know all of your options. If you drink, please don't get behind the wheel or handlebars. Instead, designate a sober driver to catch a ride service. And if you are the designated sober driver, please commit to staying sober, celebrate responsibly, and remember to drive sober or get pulled over. This message brought to you by the Florida Department of Transportation. Sunoco's proud to be fueling victories for over 20 years as the official fuel of NASCAR. So the next time you're headed to the track or just hitting the road, fill up with Sunoco to keep your engine running strong. Performance is what we do at Sunoco. Leaders of that 500cc class heading to the Mobile One Victory Lane, and Chris Simcoe. And we got the, looks like we got at least two of the three down there in Victory Lane. Coming up next will be the ASRA Thunderbike class, as those riders are being called up to the pre-grid. And here come your other riders, Chris. All right, we're going to go back downstairs to the Mobile One Victory Lane and Mr. Chris Simcoe.
Yeah, I'm actually down here in the Mobile One Victory Lane with the number 12, Alex Fiera. Alex, congratulations on your win. Finally, from yesterday, right, with that penalty you got. Man, listen, coming in today, did your strategy change at all coming into this race?
Basically, I just figured I could try to hang with them for the last lap. These kids are so fast, Eric. All these guys are so fast, Jaden. They were so fast that if I said I could hang with them, maybe I could get a good draft to the end. And these two were playing cat and mouse with each other. I said, you guys, they looked like they were slowing each other down. And I was worried about the people behind us catching us. But it ended up being a good race. I mean, I can't thank these guys enough, man. That's what I came here to do, is have fun and race. And down to the stripe, that was as good as it can get. Thank you, TST Industries. Thank you, Curtis. You made it happen for me. Curtis Woodward, thank you so much. Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, let's go. Congratulations, number 12, Alex Fiera. Let's go!
Yeah.
Now I'm walking up on the number 119 from Oren Billick down here in Mobile One Victory Lane. You took the win today. Congratulations, man. You've been out here killing it all weekend.
Yeah, I went down, had a pretty good start. Me and Caden battled till the end. He kept passing me up coming out of turn 3. I kept ruining my drive out of there. He passed me. I just had to stay behind him every lap till to get in the draft coming onto the banking, and we kept battling back and forth. He'd pass me, I'd pass him. It was a fun race.
I noticed the wind picking up down here. Did it affect you guys at all out there on the track?
No, not at all. I didn't feel it at all. Maybe coming down the back straightaway, the bike was running a little slower, but besides that, it felt pretty good.
Absolutely. The number 119 of Oren Billick. Congratulations on the win. Let's go! Man, it looks like the clouds are getting darker and darker up here in the sky.
That helps a little bit, doesn't it? Gotta remember to turn the microphones on. With the pole position here in race 2 of the ASRA Thunderbike, you've got number 311 Roberto Pietri, who will sit on the pole position with a lap time of 152.321 out of North Miami, Florida, on the Yamaha MT-09. Next to him, number 95, Matthew Chapin, the Damascus, Maryland riders, on a Suzuki GSX-8R. And the other Suzuki GSX-8R is number 71, Levi Batty, the New York rider. Back on row 2, number 177, Jaden McKellar on a Kawasaki 400 out of Mount Holly, New Jersey. 814, Travis Carr out of Virginia is on a Yamaha MT-09. Number 883, Derek Stadler from Haymarket, Virginia, is on a Yamaha MT-09. Back on row 3, number 84, Stephen Hendricks on a Triumph. Number 223, Derek Delanoche on a Suzuki. And number 38, Arnold Hastings on a KTM Duke. Row 4 has number 101, Rich Foster on a Triumph. 142, Derek Graham on a Triumph. And number 40, Josh Everett on a Triumph. So an all Triumph 4th row, Chris. Back on row 5, you've got 113, Jacob Warner out of New York on a Suzuki. Gino Angela from Florida on an Aprilia. And Elisa Gendron Belen on the number 78 Suzuki GSX-R 8R out of New Hartford, New York. Back on row 6, you've got 104 Maverick Sear on another Suzuki from Quebec, Canada. The 79 of Torrey Carnes, who took a win a little bit earlier today from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania on a Suzuki. And 174 Clifford Coglietti, the Aprilia rider, is from Upland, California. Back on row 7 is Joel Powell, Matt Tresky, and Douglas Shufflebeam, along with Christopher Woodman, Michael Oliver, and Samir Fazlik. Ethan Song is scheduled to be back on row 9 on the number 41 XXX. And that looks like that is our grid for, this is Thunderbike race number 2.
Yeah, actually, the number 96 of Isaac Woodworth is actually in 4th position with a lap time of a 1:58.903, I just been told.
Yeah, nice. So the assistant starter is walking off with the crimson flag, and we'll be underway shortly. Some of these lightweight races, Chris, will see an extra person on the back of the grid. You want to explain what's happening there?
Yeah, so Cora Leonard on the TBEX USA, she is obviously paralyzed from the waist down, so she's got to have somebody out there hold her up on the starts and as well as when she comes back in the pits and help her off.
Yeah, absolutely. And they do, you know, each of our wheelchair riders, I think we have 4 of them here this weekend, at least 3 of them participating, maybe 5 of them represented here in total. They do such a great job, and what a cool story they have in that they're just all coming together and helping one another. They've got a great crew that sort of helps all of our wheelchair athletes, and so cool to see Cora as a part of that program. Mark LePansy Jr., one of the riders out of the Midwest region, who's done really well. He's won some championships, and he's very active in that organization.
Oh, it's super cool, his story, too. I actually had Michael, the guy that founded the team, BEX USA. I had him on my podcast. He tells his whole story of how it come together. So you guys go back and take a listen to it because it is a proper mega story. And what they're doing here in the paddock and getting people back on the bikes and out there and racing is absolutely amazing. So nothing but love and props to the whole team.
Absolutely, yeah. And they're, if you want to watch them in action, they're set up right there in front of the Mobile One Victory Lane, and they've been operating there for the last few days. They've got all their folks down there. And obviously, if you want to help in some way, you can do that. You just got to check them out, go to the website, and if you want to touch base with them, you can do that for the remainder of the day here at Daytona, right here on pit road. So Pietri being shown in the first place spot on the number 311 machine, Chris. That is one of the MT-09s, and it is one of the naked bikes. I couldn't imagine trying to get around the racetrack here on a motorcycle without a fairing at that speed, but Pietri able to put it together, and Tino, the second generation son of Roberto Pietri, who I see down there on pit road. He was one of our top racers here in the Superbike Championship in the 70s and 80s, so good to see him down there, always styling with that cool hat that he's got going on, so he knows how to stay out of the sun and chase the shade here at Daytona. Pietri, Chapin, Batty, Woodworth, and McKellar, your top 5 early on here, Chris. This is supposed to be a 7-lap main event.
Yeah, it looks like Robertino Pietri from North Miami, Florida on that Yamaha MT-09s absolutely got that motorcycle dialed in. He did a lap time of a 1:55.809, and in the second place, Matthew Chapin with a 1:57.607.
Fun story back in the amateur field. You've got Ethan Song, who came across the stripe first on that last lap, just ahead of Torrey Carnes. Torrey Carnes just ahead of Stephen Hendricks and Joel Powell. Ethan Song, one of the crew members of the team we saw yesterday with Aaron Gustafson and Chris LeBougan. Ethan Song was helping them out, and Chris LeBougan actually donated his motorcycle to Ethan Song to ride in this race just so that he could experience Daytona International Speedway for the first time. So kind of a cool team story there. where literally like one racer says, "Oh, you want to race, dude? Okay, here, use my bike." And there are very few racers in the paddock that would do that, but great friend and great teammates there as we get more battles going side by side here across the tri-oval. That looked like the 79 of Torrey Carnes and Ethan Song. Robertino Pietri, Chapin, and Isaac Woodworth still your top three here. Woodworth moves up one spot and pushes Levi Batty back to fourth. Good, cool battle going on back there with those two gentlemen. Now into turn number 3. They're literally side by side in every corner here.
Yeah, Levy Batty and Isaac Woodworth been teammates all this year in Moto America in the Twin Cup, so they're very familiar with battling each other out.
Well, the motorcycles are absolutely evenly matched because they are. One will lead through the left-handers and the other leads through the right-handers. It's like they're actually attached at the axle, and they are now through the barrel turn and headed up on the high banks. Maybe they can work together to get up to that second place machine of Matthew Chapin on the number 95 Suzuki, as Robertino Pietri on the 311 continues to just put space between himself and Chapin. The lead now almost or over 2.5 seconds as Pietri gets to the not the carousel, it's the chicane along Lake Lloyd and through the Sunoco Racing Fuel sign back into the Super Speedway NASCAR 3 and 4. He'll stay high on the banking all the way around before slingshotting down. And Pietri has several years here at Daytona on a 600cc machine or larger. So stepping onto this MT-09 and doing the speeds here is very familiar to him. So even though this motorcycle is new, Pietri is not new to the sensation of Daytona International Speedway.
No, Isaac Woodworth and Levy Batty are absolutely battling it out as they go into turn 1. It looks like Levy's got the edge on him going into turn 1, from my point of view.
Yeah, you got it, Chris. The white helmet, and the only way to tell the two apart is through the helmet because the motorcycles are identical.
Yeah, Isaac Woodworth's got the white helmet on.
Yep.
Levy Batty's got the colored helmet.
Yep, so Isaac Woodworth on the 96 will lead through the infield. But again, just like he's got a little tow rope attached to him, he's got Levy Batty there back and forth. Jaden McKellar is 5th with Travis Carr 6th. Derek Delanoche is 7th with Andrew Graham, Josh Everett, and Elisa Gendron-Belen on the number 78. We saw her at that barbecue last night. Elisa Gendron-Belen, she was networking with some of the other riders in the paddock, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely she was. She's awesome. I also had her on my podcast too as well, so you guys go back and have a listen, and you get to hear all about her story and her journey on how she got into these beautiful two wheels in racing.
Yep, she's always very consistent here at Daytona. Been rooting for her in some of the Junior Cup races and everything else. She's making some good progress, her and her dad and family getting around to all of these races, and she's made significant progress, and she's just right there. She's right on that cusp of breaking through, Chris.
And she is so smooth on the motorcycle too. It almost makes it look like she's going slow, but absolutely not.
There's your leader, Pietri, across the stripe. That'll be lap 4 for Pietri. And Matthew Chapin, we've had several conversations with him throughout the weekend, and there's your teammates of Woodworth and Batty. As we start to get towards the end of this race, we've got a couple more of these national championship rounds coming up. The Supersport and Superstock will be next, races 31 and 32. 37 races on the schedule this weekend. Always a full schedule here at Daytona International Speedway. People think, oh, you get to Daytona Speed Weeks maybe with the 500 and everything else, and there's 3 major classes, and IndyCar weekend, you see 1 major class, but there's a lot of other subclasses that kind of go along with it. Yeah, and when you're here with the ASRA, the American Superbike Racing Association, at Daytona for 3 days. 37 different classes and different classifications within those classifications. So 37 different classes with experts and amateurs all along. So what's that? 74 different champions will be crowned after this weekend. Plus, it's the final round of racing for the ASRA Southeast region. So regional trophies are going to be given out this weekend as well. So they're going to have a very busy trophy ceremony this evening when they conclude race number 37. So that'll be nice. People will be able to get to take home some hardware. Look like one rider ran off there, just went wide in turn number 1, able to rejoin and continue. Robertino Pietri with a really funny line down the front straightaway here into the Advent acceleration area. Here come your teammates, nose to tail. Those bikes can't be any more even than that. If that was the last lap, it would have been a photo finish. What was the difference there, Chris?
Hardly anything at all. You could literally put a blade of grass in between them both. They're actually doing what they need to do, working with each other to battle it out on the last lap across the finish line.
It looked like the gap between the two of them on the last lap was 2 thousandths of a second. A 16.508 to a 16.510, literally 2 thousandths of a second between the two of them. So they're going to have a good time tonight, except that one of them is going to be on the podium and one of them is not. So one of them is going to be pretty upset and the other is going to be celebrating. That may or may not be good for the team hauler here in the next 20 minutes.
One of them's definitely going to have some bragging rights over the other one, so we're going to see how it plays out.
Yeah, Ethan Song just across the stripe. We're going to check the, double check the, looks like he is still the leader over Tori and Joel. So Ethan Song, he just threw down a lap at 2:08, 2:51. Tori Carnes a 2:11, 764. And Joel Powell, sorry, it looks like Joel Powell may have been scratched. We don't see lap times for him. And we'll split this. Double check amateurs. Yeah, Ethan Song is the leader. He's got a few seconds over Tori Carnes and Steven Hendricks. That was Robertino Pietri across the stripe. Ethan Song started the season on a 600cc machine and didn't have the best of luck at Pittsburgh. So he borrowed a couple of motorcycles throughout the season and was just coming down to Daytona to help a couple friends. And the friends actually really wanted him to race here, so they donated the motorcycle for this Thunderbike class. So good on you, Chris LeBougan, for loaning him your motorcycle.
Looks like the white flag is waving now too.
Yeah, white flag. So 1 lap to go for Pietri, who's working through the infield here. Quite a ways back from him is the 95 of Matthew Chapin. Chapin's not going slow. He's doing 57s. He just threw down a 57 flat. So Matthew Chapin's rolling on that Suzuki, but Pietri on the Yamaha just threw down a 55.249. So a 55.249 and a 55.6. He's well into the 55s. So he's just got a nice, comfortable pace there in the 55 range and settled in. Chapin still chasing from second. And then Levy Batty and Isaac Woodworth with their own little battle here. And we'll pick them up in the going down the back straightaway into the chicane. So Batty with the white helmet will lead his teammate into the chicane. The little left-right and then right-left to exit the chicane, back up past the Sunoco fuel sign into NASCAR 3. Batty's going to stay high on the banking up above the line as Pietri crosses the finish line, takes another win here this weekend. So Batty will lead his teammate here down onto the apron. And Woodworth goes around the outside. Batty now having to chase from second place into the tri-oval. He's going to try a slingshot pass at the line, and he may have got him. It's going to be a photo finish. We're going to have to go to the tape to see who will take home the win there. Again, one of them will be on the podium and one of them will not. And then Ethan Song back there in the amateur class, waiting for him to come to the line. He's just a little ways back here. He's now out of the chicane. He's got a little momentum going, chasing down some of the experts in this class, Chris. And through NASCAR 4, looks like Ethan Song is going to take the high line here in the down up on the apron. He looks high and then goes low. He'll take the short way around and he won't be able to make that stick. So good race for them all the way to the line. It is going to be Robertino Pietri taking the win. His fastest lap at 1:55.249. A 1:55.249. Here's Ethan Song across the stripe on the number 41 machine. Again, his fastest lap, Ethan Song's fastest lap was his last lap at 2:08.251, Chris. 2:08.251 with Ethan Song. He'll take the win on a borrowed motorcycle.
And that says a lot about his talent too, as well. Jumping on a bike you're unfamiliar with, never even sat on.
He's
before
done it
to
all
come out
year.
here.
Yeah, and he's done it all year too. He did it on a 600. He did it on an Aprilia. Now he's done it again on a Yamaha R7. So Ethan Song will take the win, set the fastest lap for the amateurs, and Torrey Carnes will have to settle for second. Robertino Pietri will take the win in the expert class. His fastest lap of 1:55.249, followed by Matthew Chapin. And as we mentioned, Levi Batty will take the final podium position, leaving his teammate Isaac Woodworth to settle for fourth. And rounding out the top five will be Jaden McKellar. You know, Jaden's already had a pretty good day with some wins and some points, so it's okay. He can finish fifth. Two more races coming up here soon. The Super Sport and Superstock races for ASRA. Again, those are both 7-lap main events. Riders working their way to the victory lane here. Robertino Pietri on the number 311. Matthew Chapin on the number 95.
Yeah, I'm down here in the Mobile One victory lane here at Daytona International Speedway with our winner, the number 311 of Robertino Pietri. Robertino, you've had an amazing weekend so far, getting all these trophies to take home. I hope you got a big bag for you to put all those trophies with for the flight on the way home if you're flying.
Yeah, well, fortunately, I'm driving home. I live in South Florida, so pretty short drive. But yeah, no, what an honor to be here at Daytona. It's an amazing place. Privileged to be up here in the podium this time again. We're just getting ready for next year, and we keep tweaking on the bike. It feels better and better. This Yamaha Giacomoto MT-09 is fantastic. The Dunlop tires are working really good. And yeah, thank you to all the team. Brian, Jason, Scott, my boy Isaiah, my family is here. Super cool weekend, so happy to cap it up this way.
I love it.
Number 311, our race winner in the expert class, Robertino Pietri. Let's go. Congratulations, my man.
Great story there. Matthew Chapin in second place, and Levy Batty, as we mentioned. It'll be a little awkward in the team hauler with Batty and Woodworth going at it for 7 solid laps, and only one could make it to the podium. Were you able to catch Ethan's song there in the Mobile One victory lane, Chris?
No, absolutely not. I was walking in there, and I had nobody else help me out here
Yeah.
to point him in there. So
Yeah. So Ethan, congratulations to Ethan Song, number 41 rider. Again, on the borrowed motorcycle. We've got, more races coming up, so he'll get that machine back to the rightful owner and get some tire warmers on it for some more races here this afternoon. We may see that bike back out again in the lightweight superbike race coming up a little bit later on. So 2 of the 4 ASRA feature races have been completed. 2 more to go. Again, these are 7-lap races for ASRA Supersport coming next. So this is the second of 2 600cc based Supersport races. So this is ASRA Supersport race number 2. We'll get you some names and numbers here. The 711 of Jason Fichter, 988 of Ryan Webb, and 926 of Angelo Alvarez. 755 is Douglas Edmiston. 765 is Conrad Bestable, and 478 is Tony Paganis. 889 is Austin Pine. 701 is Nathan Bobitka, and 210 is Isley Akers. Number 21X is Philip Bailey. 193 is Trevor McCrae, and 247 is Mohammed Mouchette. 530 is Jason Castro. 357 is Connor Jenkins. 818 is Sean Durand, and 935 is Daniel Waleski. Those are the amateur starters. If we look at the expert class, you've got Jared Malika, Sam Martin, Walter French, and Jeff Gray. You've got Alex Johansson, Gary Johnson, and Bear Stevenson. Dominic Doyle scheduled to be out there on the 251, along with Nikolai Greco and Gabriel Da Silva. Kyle Kircher, Ryder Davis, and Matthew Braun, as well as Stuart Lancaster and Justin Riley. Scratches from this race looks like will be Bodie Page, Eric Wood, John Green, Robbie Nigel, Josh Pelkman, Travis Carr, and Terry Ferguson. The field has returned from their warm-up lap. And still looking for grid sheets. Up here.
yeah, down here on my grid sheets, I got the number 36
Looks like Dominic Doyle did make the grid there. Next to him, Da Silva. So Dominic Doyle from the inside. Looks like he'll take the early hole shot in turn 1. Turn 1 is so wide. Usually we call the hole shot on the second apex between turns 1 and 2. And then Da Silva will be second. Gary Johnson out there as well. It looks like Da Silva, Ryder Davis is out there with Eric Wood. Eric Wood on that bright yellow Penguin Racing School Ducati, maybe 3rd or 4th, with Ryder Davis right behind him. Entire field looks like they had one launch, and a very fast field of racers here. Did you see Bodie Page go back out there for this one, Chris?
I have not. I don't think he made the grid.
Gotcha. It looked like he may have made the warm-up lap, but we'll have to double check and see if he makes it back around. It looks like the transponder hit the timing loop, so we'll have to confirm that next time by. Leaders through the tri-oval, they go 3 abreast down the back straightaway, Chris. Literally drag race to the chicane. A great race back there with Dominic Doyle on the number 251 machine who will lead them through there. Back side by side, 2 wide through NASCAR 3, which creates a double draft for either either Eric Wood or Ryder Davis, on both with number 5 on the machines and both yellow. As they split the draft coming to the start finish line, we'll see the same thing. And Gabriel Da Silva is the orange and green Jaritos motorcycle there in second. So he got split by Ryder Davis and Dominic Doyle. Gary Johnson there as well with Justin Riley.
Yeah, Ryder Davis just did a 152.714, followed by the number 55 of Gabriel Da Silva of a 153.209, and the number 251 of Dominic Doyle on that new Yamaha R9 with a 153.16. And Dominic's been looking really good this weekend on that new Yamaha YZF R9 in preparation for, Supersport next year.
Yeah, one rider with a problem, Chris. He'll retire to the paddock. He had a mechanical problem there on the first lap, so he is retired. As the leaders continue through the West Bank down around NASCAR 1 and 2, again side by side up on the banking. Da Silva stays really high. Dominic Doyle down on the low side. He takes the short way around, trying different lines throughout the race here. Da Silva still in second with with Ryder Davis in third. The 2 bright yellow machines are that of Ryder Davis and Eric Wood, although it looks like Wood is not continuing there. We'll have to double check. It looked like Eric Wood didn't make the grid. It was Ryder Davis on the bright yellow machine up in front of that field. Originally, it looked like he had also hit on the transponder. And Ryder Davis, interesting to know if he has changed anything here this afternoon as well, because Ryder Davis has stepped it up here this afternoon. We see him running up front a little bit faster than he's been all weekend.
Yeah, absolutely is. He's definitely one to look out for in the future. He is absolutely super fast on any machine he gets on. His game has definitely stepped up this year. He's got 1 win under his belt. Let's see if he can get on that top box. But he's going to have a battle with the 2-time winner, Gabriel Da Silva, and also with Dominic Doyle.
Yeah, Dominic's just sitting there with them. He's actually in third right now as they work their way into turn number 5. There's one rider back behind them. That's Gary Johnson. So you've got Davis, Da Silva, and Doyle all up front. You're only allowed to run up front here if your last name starts with D. So Ryder Davis up front on the bright yellow number 5 machine. Gabriel Da Silva on the orange, green, and white Jaritos GSXR 750. And Dominic Doyle, as you mentioned, it's in the primer gray and blue Yamaha R9. And Dominic Doyle seems content to just sort of sit behind the other 2 for now. This is a 7-lap main event.
Maybe Dominic has the legs on everybody else and he's just playing his game.
Yeah, he's looking very relaxed. He's not really pushing the pace. We saw him push the pace quite a bit earlier this weekend. We know that he can run high 49s to low 50s, but he's just sitting here in the double draft right now behind Da Silva and Ryder Davis. Davis continues to lead.
Davis looks really good on the brakes going into turn 1, too, from my point of view as well.
Yep. He's been strong all the way around. Dominic Doyle now up into second, De Silva to third. Davis will tip it into turn number 3. The other 2 riders in tow. Dominic Doyle has a little bit steeper lean angle there in turn number 2. The other 2 riders tend to keep it more in the middle of the tire and pick it up a little bit sooner. Dominic Doyle has the motorcycle leaned over farther, longer, as they get into turn number 5, and they have the same strategy there. Chris?
Yeah, maybe Dominique Doyle's got that extra edge grip where he can keep it leaned over and utilize that tile and that corner speed too as well.
Absolutely. Tires are split throughout the paddock. The Dunlop and Pirelli tires both being used here this weekend with the ASRA.
And then we got the number 889, the amateur of Austin Payne, with a 2-minute .649. He's actually leading everybody in the amateur class right now.
Leaders into the chicane. De Silva currently third behind Doyle. The leader, Ryder Davis, still very comfortable just sitting there in the lead. Chris, what bike is Davis on?
Ryder Davis is on a YZF R6.
Gotcha. So he's on the R6. De Silva is on the Gixxer 750, and Doyle is on the R9.
Absolutely. It's going to be a battle because between the 3 machines, obviously they got their own strength and their own weaknesses. It's up to the riders to use those to the best way that they can to make the advantage.
Yes, sir. And the 4th place rider back there, number 7, Gary Johnson. Johnson's back there all by himself. So I'm sure he'd love to be able to catch that battle and mix it up with these guys a little bit. But he's just a tad faster than the 2 machines fighting for 5th and 6th place. And he's doing the same pace, it looks like, as the leaders up front. But they were just able to gap him early, and he hasn't been able to close that distance.
Yeah, especially when you got people that make a real good start and just go super fast straight away. It makes it hard on everybody behind them to play catch up.
Yeah, Gary Johnson, he's at a 2-second deficit, but he's turning, nearly the same lap times as the riders up front. Ryder Davis just turned his fastest lap of the race at 1:51.596. The other 2 riders, De Silva and Doyle, also in the 51.6 range. And Gary Johnson right there at a 52, just a tad bit slower, but essentially he's running by himself. So if he was in the draft like they were, that would get him that extra half a second that he needs to be able to run the same pace.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Daytona is when you lose the front group or whoever's in front of you, you have no draft to get in. So basically you're a sitting duck doing your own lap times around the track.
Yeah, he is that. He's not quite a sitting duck for people to catch, but he's by himself. He's got to push his own air. He's got to find his own way around. He's got to figure out where the advantages and disadvantages are as the leaders up front continue to draft and use the draft. They go side by side into the tri-oval. They'll go 3 abreast this time by. Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. This is such an amazing race. Look at Ryder Davis, Gabriel De Silva, and Dominique Doyle. Like we said earlier, all on 3 different machines and makes. It's going to go down to the wire on this race.
Yeah, Doyle with a nice move there. He kind of went around the outside, and Ryder Davis cut up the inside. Gabriel De Silva ran a little bit wide in turn 1. Now he goes underneath Ryder Davis in turn 3 in the right-hander to take the lead. So De Silva will now lead through the left-hander turn 4 and into 5. Ryder Davis has had a very good weekend here so far. He takes a little bit wider line going into turn 5. And De Silva holds it nice and tight. He runs all the way out to the edge of the racetrack, past the Ryan Rawls camp, and into turn number 6. The Haritos Suzuki GSXR 750 will lead the field up onto the straightaway. Doyle and Davis still just behind, all in the draft. 5 laps completed. They should see the white flag this time by as all 3 riders into the braking area of turn number 1. Dominic Doyle looks like he has pulled the pin here. And, well, just as I say that, they close up on him. So Doyle will go high. De Silva in the middle of the banking. White flag being displayed at the start-finish line. You see the bright orange front fairing of De Silva. As they come to the line, they'll go 3 abreast.
This has been an amazing battle up front all race long.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, like we said, the Suzuki of De Silva will stay low into turn number 1 as Ryder Davis there in 2, holding on, and Dominic Doyle in 3rd. I wonder, Chris, honestly, if Dominic Doyle just trying to stay out of the way here. Oh, and just as I say that, the other 2 riders ran wide, and Dominic Doyle just dipped it, literally just dipped it underneath both of them and drove away from them in turn number 3, now through 4 and into 5. Doyle will still lead with De Silva in 2nd on the bright orange and green Haritos Suzuki. The Giacomoto Yamaha of Dominic Doyle will lead the field up onto the front straightaway. This is the first time he's led this group, Chris, so we'll see what happens here. Let's look at the lap and see if he's able to push air a little bit better and give the group a faster lap time, or if they're going to slow each other down to wait for the final lap. Again, he knows what he can do behind the other 2 riders. He hasn't proven what he can do in front of these other 2 riders. They're going to counter a little bit of traffic at the exit of the chicane. They'll all go around the outside, the high side of that lapped rider. They'll go low on the banking, take the short way around. It's Dominic Doyle down low on the banking. The Suzuki of De Silva looks low, and they'll split them. So Ryder Davis to the line. Here goes De Silva. De Silva will take it over Ryder Davis and Dominic Doyle.
What a battle that was between all 3 of them.
Yeah, what a great race. Here's the 4th place machine of Gary Johnson. Poor Gary left out there all on his own on that Altus Motorsports Suzuki.
But that him being out there by himself is just data and information he can carry over into March coming up.
Sure, absolutely, yes. Yep, Ryder Davis, his fast lap was the last lap there, a 51.591. So perhaps Dominic Doyle did pull everybody. It looks like that was the case. Everybody's last lap, or everybody's last lap was their best lap. So Dominic Doyle, who was out front pushing the air on that Yamaha R9, gave everyone the fastest lap of the race. Starting with Doyle in 3rd, a 51.6. Gabriel De Silva, a 51.67. And then Ryder Davis, a 51.596. The fastest lap of the race was his last lap. So cool to see what that Yamaha can do out front there. And you said you have the amateur winners as well, Chris?
Yeah, it looks like to me it was Austin Payne.
Yep, Austin Payne, the winner in the amateur class, followed by Philip Bailey and Isley Akers, your top 3. Akers with the fastest lap of the amateurs, a 2-minute flat, .249. So 2-minute .249 for Isley Akers, but it's Austin Payne who will take the win in the amateur class. One more race to go here for the ASRA for the ASRA national classes before we get into 5 more races for the regional championships. So Austin Payne, number 889, we'll see him in the winner's circle. And Gabriel De Silva, I'd like to see what he has to say there. And Chris, I'm interested to know if Dominic's plan was to sit behind them the entire race and then try to see what he can do out front and push the pace, and whether or not De Silva and Davis had the same plan in mind there when Dominic went by. So Gabriel will stop at the Pirelli Technicians there just outside Mobile One Victory Lane to get some tire pressures and tire temps. Everyone working their way back to the main paddock. Again, the ASRA Superstock 1000 race is coming up next. As we take it, and we'll throw the show downstairs to the Mobile One Victory Lane. And Chris Simcoe with our top 3 riders in the ASRA 600 Supersport race. Chris?
Absolutely. I'm down here in the Mobile One Victory Lane with the number 74, Gabriel De Silva. What an amazing weekend you've had so far. 3 wins on a motorcycle that was been set up from Jersey. So you're using a Jersey setup to do all these race wins out here at Daytona, man. Tell us how that makes you feel.
Yeah, this weekend I've been just kind of focusing on figuring out the track and trying to get the best out of myself and you know, try to find these little tricks here and there, not have any like setup changes to fix those things for me. But honestly, yeah, it's been a lot of fun. This track is a track that not only requires speed, but also a lot of strategy. So it's been cool to learn the little tricks, the little things you could do in the final laps as the race goes on and try out a bunch of these things. And this weekend we've been running a couple different tire brands too. So it's been cool to try out all of these little different things out. And honestly, it's been a lot of fun. It's been good racing with all the guys we have, with Ryder, Dominic, Ty, you know, Danny Webb, a bunch of guys out here. So it's been great fun, and yeah, just thanks for ASRA and everybody for putting together this event.
Well, congratulations again for the 3rd time for the number 74 on the Jarritos. Gabriel De Silva is our winner in the expert class. Let's go!
Yeah, Gabriel De Silva, you've also got a Ryder Davis and Dominic Doyle down there as well. What do they have to say about that race there, Chris?
Your bike's way faster. You would have still got me.
I'm down here with the number 5, Ryder Davis. Ryder, tell us about your race.
It was a good race overall. We were battling the whole time, back and forth the whole way, and we were freaking 3 deep into 1 every lap and drafting. I thought I could have him by the draft, and I wasn't going to pass him into the chicane, and I wanted to go wide in 3 and let Dom through. That way I could get a double draft, but I just didn't have enough to get past them both, so second's fine. First would be better, but overall I'm still on the podium, so let's go.
Did you do any changes to your bike for this race at all?
No, it's the same as the last race, so just my sticky brand new Dunlop tires again.
Absolutely. Congratulations to the number 5, Ryder Davis. Let's go!
Yeah, top 3 there. Gabriel De Silva, good to see him back in the victory lane. Ryder Davis and Dominic Doyle round out your top 3 there. I mean, I really thought Doyle was going to pull it out there. He had the speed and was setting the pace, but the other 2 riders, De Silva and Davis, able to use that draft to their advantage and go past right there at the start-finish line, which is what Daytona is all about. But Dominic Doyle was in a perfect position for a majority of that race, just sitting back there in the 3rd spot, with catching the double draft. And then it was De Silva who made the move and pulled the pin and was able to get to that checkered flag first. Next race coming up is the ASRA Superstock 1000, race number 2. They're just about a minute away from getting underway here as the Supersport machines work their way to tech inspection. Superstock machines on their way to the pre-grid.
What an amazing battle that last race just was.
Chris, if we look at our grid sheet for this ASRA Supersport, this will be Superstock Race number 2.
Yeah, number 1 on the grid, we got the 723 of Frank Babushka from Pella, New York on a BMW M1000RR, followed by number 2 on the grid, 79 Tony Storniolo, which, man, they've been battling it out all weekend long. This one's going to be super excited, and on my page, I'm showing the number 36 of Bodie Page on the 3rd spot of the grid, followed by the number 913 of Brian Penn, followed by the number 116 of Ian Graham, and then in the 6th spot, we got the 814 of Travis Carr, and 7th, the number 18 of Darren Perez. In the 8th spot, we have William Huckabee. And 9th, the number 63 of Ben Seacrest. And in 10th, on the 4th spot on the 4th row of the grid is number 459, Nicholas Stork. And then we followed up by the number 313 of Nick Helen. And then the number 302 of Robert Powers. Finishing out row 5 is the number 13, the number 81 of Derek Johnson. And then the number 801 of Eric Komorski.
There you go. Just looking for that grid sheet here online. As we get ready to go into this final race of the ASRA national classes here this afternoon, this is going to be the ASRA Superstock 1000 race, another 7-lap main event. Number 116 is going to be Ian Graham with number 814, Travis Carr. As you mentioned, 913 is Brian Pine, Frank Babushka, Tony Storniolo. Again, the head-to-head battles between Frank Babushka and Tony Storniolo are 2-2, although Storniolo added that win earlier today, Chris, in the AMA Superstock class, but they were not head-to-head. So Storniolo's got 3 wins. But in head-to-head battles, it's still 2-2, Babushka to Storniolo. So we'll see if that'll change. Obviously, that will change here in a few minutes. We'll see which one will pick that up. Remember, Babushka on the big 1000cc BMW M1000, and Tony Storniolo on the Kawasaki ZX-10R. Those 2 riders will sit side by side on the front row of the grid, with Babushka in the pole position. Tony Storniolo in 2nd place there, so he'll be in the middle of the front row. Everyone looks like they're in proper grid positions.
The wind's picking up really pretty good down here in pit lane.
Yeah, that's still going to be a west to east wind, so they're going to get that wind in their face when they get to turn 1, also turn 4, but then it'll be at their back when they get over to the backstretch. Tony Storniolo will catch the lead here early on. He's got a great launch, as Babushka did not get a good launch. That was typical of what we were seeing yesterday as well. So Storniolo will lead into turn number 3, the International Horseshoe on that bright orange Kawasaki ZX-10 with the number 79. Babushka runs a little bit wide. He pushes that front. Again, that turn 3 and turn 7, very slick on new tires because there's no heat in those tires. There are 2 major right-hand turns here at Daytona. Everything else is basically counterclockwise, and so it's hard to get heat into those tires. It's super slick first lap until you get heat into them. And even once you start to get heat into these tires, Chris, because the only 2 right-handers are in the infield and everything else is a left all the way on the banking, even once you heat them up, you may not get the ideal grip that you're looking for given any specific situation. Tony Storniolo went way high on the banking. It looked like he actually had to roll off the throttle because Babushka just made up about 10 bike lengths between the NASCAR 4 and the chicane. What a problem for Tony Storniolo. It looked like he just had the wrong line through there, Chris. It looked like he dipped down low And when you go low on the banking here, when it starts to flatten out, you run or slide out towards the concrete wall there, and you have to roll out of the throttle. That looks exactly like what happened to Storniolo. So Storniolo will now be second as these two go side by side up through the tri-oval.
Tony's definitely super strong going into turn 1 on the brakes.
Strong going in there on the brakes. They clocked him as the leader across the stripe, so Storniolo will take the credit for the first lap. Babushka there in second with Brian Pine and Ian Graham in third, and we've seen this amateur there all day. The 5th place rider on the racetrack is Darwin Perez.
Yeah, Darwin Perez has been doing an amazing job this weekend.
Yeah, and Chris, just considering some of the race stoppages that we've seen this weekend, most of them have been in this class, the Superstock class. I'm wondering if Tony and or Frank Babushka are thinking that if that same thing happens, they want to be out front. Obviously at Daytona, one of the positions you like to be in here is the 2nd place position so that you can draft to the finish line if it's a close race. But it looks like Tony Storniolo is saying, nope, I'm just going to check out. He's pulled the pin here. He has maybe a 2-second lead over Babushka on the back straightaway, and he will carry that lead into the chicane. He transitions to the throttle way sooner than Babushka does, and Babushka loses a lot of time in the chicane. Tony Storniolo on a ripper here. This may be one of his best laps. He's on the Pirelli tire. Maybe he just said, hey, give me the Mesa setup, and he's going to go on a tear here, but he's got a lead. Look at this lead he's gained over 1 lap, Chris.
I mean, that's absolutely amazing, and he's going to carry this momentum up for the rest of the race too, it looks like. But we'll see what Frankie Babushka does to put his head down, keep pinning the gas, and hopefully he can make up some ground on Tony.
Yeah, he had a 0.06 of a second lead the last time by. This lap he had 1.32 second lead, so he literally doubled the lead. So he went from a 0.06 to about almost a 1.5 seconds, and he continues to stretch it through the infield here. So they must have put a super soft Pirelli tire on that Kawasaki ZX-10 for Storniolo as he is starting to get rolling here and throws down a 48. What is that? A 48.839. Chris, if I'm not remembering correctly, let me know. But that might be one of Storniolo's fastest laps of the entire 3-day weekend.
I think you're right. And Frankie right behind him did a 150.161. So he's got some ground to make up. But he can do it as long as he keeps his head down and keeps pushing forward.
Yeah, 48.839 is the fastest lap of the race so far. And Storniolo, I believe, his fastest lap of the weekend. Frank Babushka, 1.328 seconds back on the last time across the stripe here. But I believe that gap is going to grow. And look at Storniolo. Like I said, I think he's pulled the pin. I think he wants to make his mark on Daytona. He's tired of racing side by side with Frank Babushka, and he's saying, "Nah, man, I'm done. I'm done with that. I'm gonna dominate. I want to go out and win and put his mark on Daytona here." And it looks like they've put maybe a different tire and a different setup on that bike. They've got Storniolo out front. Babushka is second. Brian Pine is third, with Ian Graham fourth, and Travis Carr rounding out the top 5. Our first place amateur is Darwin Perez. He's back there in 6th, just ahead of Nick Heilman, William Huckabee, Ben Seacrest, and Nicholas Stork.
Yeah, the number 18 of Darwin Perez did a 156.310. And then in 7th, 313, Nick Hellum, he did a 156.419.
Yeah, Babushka able to hold on. Babushka lost another almost full second to Storniolo on that lap. that gap now 2.819 seconds, so almost a 3-second gap now between Storniolo and Babuška, as Storniolo throws down another fast lap for him, a 1:48.839. So he continues to dial down those lap times. He goes 48.39 to a 48.839. So yeah, 48. Yeah, he goes from a 48.8 to a 48.3. So let's see if he can even dip into the 47s here. Remember, the overall track record here at Daytona International Speedway is a 44 flat. Now, honestly, I don't think we're going to see that out of this setup. However, these are the fastest laps that we've seen through the entire 3-day weekend. Chris?
Oh, absolutely. Tony's definitely got this one in the bag, and it seems like as the day wears on, the track gets hotter, the faster these guys are going.
Yesterday in the Unlimited Grand Prix race, I'm getting text messages from all of our Midwest riders. They think that Storniolo went a 48 flat yesterday. So, which he may have. Like I said, it just we were so intent watching the turn-by-turn racing yesterday, we may have missed a couple of the lap times. But I got a text from Jason Farrell, who's watching from back home in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, that he thinks Tony did a 48 flat yesterday. He's not far off. I mean, 48.39. You know, it's going to be enough to keep the lead here and probably continue pushing forward to the checkered flag and take home another Race of Champions trophy, as we are looking at 4 laps complete with 3 to go. Storniolo working the middle sector of this race.
Yeah, Tony's had an amazing weekend so far. It looks like he's going to put another one in the bag, but this is racing and anything can happen. So we'll just see how the rest of the race plays out.
Yeah, Storniolo onto the back straightaway here. He'll approach the chicane on the other side of Lake Lloyd. We're starting to see some of the trucks rolling in for tomorrow's private test. The Harley-Davidson and Indian teams are going to be here tomorrow, so that'll be interesting, testing some of the big baggers around this 3.51-mile road course in preparation for the Bike Week festivities coming up. Of course, you can buy those tickets right here at the Daytona International Speedway ticket office and from DaytonaInternationalSpeedway.com. You can also call 1-800-PIT-SHOP to get those tickets. Storniolo with another lap in the books. That's 5 down and 2 to go of 48.365.
I wonder if the number 723 of Frank Babuška's has a little bit of issues on his bike, because he's dropped way back. Now he's 8 seconds behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Or he just, he may just know that he's not in the hunt. He wants to get there. This is the time of day we start to see a lot of mental and physical fatigue too, especially in these long 3-day weekends. And but yeah, he could have possibly had an issue, and he's just milking it to get to the finish line. He does have 2 riders behind him. That's Brian Pine and Ian Graham. Ian Graham is on the black over black. He has the black suit and black motorcycle. And Brian Pine on the number 913, the bright orange and yellow machine, heading into turn number 5 now. Those 2 riders are stuck together, have been stuck together most of the day today. 3rd and 4th. Again, one of these riders is going to be on the podium and one of them will not. And we'll have to watch that battle all the way to the finish as well. Again, 5 laps complete. Tony Storniolo should see the white flag this next time by. That'll be 6 complete. He's now in the chicane. He makes the left-right combination and up past the Sunoco fuel sign there into NASCAR turn number 3 at the far end of Lake Lloyd. Now staring at the beach, they'll make that turn up through NASCAR 3 and 4. Again, starters with the white flag here at the start-finish line. Chris, when you talk to him, I'd like to know what happened on that first lap when he lost so much momentum back there onto the front straight, or onto the back straight, rather.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely a question I had in my mind. I was going to ask him for sure.
Into turn number 1, he goes a 48 flat, so a 48.078. So that backs up his 47.399, and so good lap for Storniolo here. 6 laps complete, 1 to go for Tony.
Yeah, and Frankie Babuska, his last lap time was a 1:54.618, so he's definitely fallen off the pace.
We see that 48 flat from Storniolo, 48.078 for Tony. Do a little track here. His first lap of 51.1, and then he goes 48.8, 48.3, 48.6, 48.3, 48 flat. So a nice run of 48s for Tony Storniolo. Again, most consistent and lowest lap times of the weekend are on that Farrell Performance Kawasaki out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, ridden by that number 79 machine. Again, he's defending some regional championships, and Tony's going to feel real good walking out of here with 4 of those Daytona trophies. With at least 1 more race to go, we've got Unlimited Superbike coming up a little bit later on, where I imagine him and Babuska will go head-to-head one more time. This race will give Tony the advantage 3-2 in the head-to-head competitions, and here he is at the start-finish line for the photo. Number 79, Tony Storniolo from the Midwest region will take home his 4th national championship this weekend, or his 4th win, rather, this weekend. As we wait for Tony Babuska, he's about 15.5 seconds back on the BMW. Just doesn't sound like the RPMs are as high, Chris.
No, absolutely not. Sitting down here on the front straightaway, it don't seem like he's stretching the legs on it.
Yep, and Brian Pine able to get out front there. Ian Graham made a mistake there on the last lap, so Brian Pine will take that final podium position for the experts. This, I think this is your battle to the checkered flag. This is Darwin Perez and Travis Carr. Good ride for those 2 riders. They take the checkered flag here at Daytona, as Tony Storniolo showing off a little bit for the fans here at Daytona International Speedway. A little wheelie for the Ryan Rawls camp over there between turns 5 and 6. So Storniolo will go a 48.078. Like I said, I think that's the fastest lap time we've seen this weekend. The lap record here, overall lap record for motorcycles, set a couple of years ago by Stefano Mesa, a 44.0. So a full 4 seconds off of that lap time. But Storniolo will be proud to take home another Daytona International Speedway trophy. Frank Babuska is second. Brian Pine will be third. Ian Graham will be 4th in the expert class. Again, Darwin Perez and Nick Heilman. We switch over here to
Man, that 144 flat from Stefano Mesa, that is one heck of a lap
yeah,
time.
could you imagine?
I mean, that's dude, he would have destroyed the field this weekend.
Oh, it's so fast. He destroyed the field then. But yeah, Darwin Perez will take the win in the amateur class, of 54.023 for Darwin Perez. Nick Heilman will be second in the amateur class, and number 7 of William Huckabee will round out the podium for the amateurs. Storniolo, Babuska, Pine is your podium for the expert class. That's the last of our ASRA championship classes here. We're going to take not a break, but we're going to switch over to our ASRA regional classes that are going to start coming up next with our Superbike, ultra lightweight Superbike, middleweight, lightweight, heavyweight, unlimited Superbike. So our last 5 races here will be the Superbike class machines that are competing for regional championships. We're going to go downstairs to the Mobile One Victory Lane with our Midwest champion and 4-time Daytona champion already this weekend, the one and only Tony Storniolo.
Yeah, I'm down here with the number 79 of Tony Storniolo. Man, 3-2 over Frankie this weekend.
Talk us through what happened through your first lap.
Well, I think my fifth gear is actually starting to go. It keeps popping out. I honestly feel bad for Frankie. I've warned him because it's happened a couple times this weekend. I know he's trying to draft, and it's getting iffy. So we'll have to fix that after this round.
Did your race strategy change all for this race this afternoon?
Frankie was going to be in there. He's riding so good. He's always a competitor. So this one was just put my head down and try to pass the lap.
Absolutely. Congratulations for our winner, number 79, Tony Storniolo. Let's go.
Yeah, we're going to take that back, Chris. Sounds like your microphone might be running out of battery there, getting a lot of static. But, yeah, congratulations to Tony Storniolo, who will take home another championship here this weekend. So a nice ride for him. The tally now goes to 3-2 versus Frankie, but it is 4 wins on the weekend for the number 79 of Tony Storniolo on that Kawasaki ZX-10R, and he is on the Pirelli tire. This is going to be the ultra lightweight superbike class coming up next. This is, if you're keeping track, this is race number 33. Race number 33 of the weekend. So 33 of 37. We have race 33 coming up. This is ultra lightweight superbike, followed by middleweight superbike. Looking at the expert class in ultra lightweight superbike, number 45 is Carl Cohen. 21 is Darren Clemens. The 05 is Clariston Silva. Number 5 is Mark Every. 142 is Andrew Graham, and 411 is Daniel Spalding. The 168 is Colleen Grenon Baudet, and 109 is Matt Tresky. 73 is Billy Sane. 93 is Clarence Baudet, and 42 is Sasha Agam. 177 is Jaden McKellar, and number 11 is Steve Johnson. 35 is Rafa Amarin, and number 110 is Michael Oliver. In the amateur class, you've got number 624, Adam Urbani. 407 is Ernest Boyd, and 37 is Colin Thomas. The 314 machine is Lucas Stevens, followed by 886 of Cora Lionheart, and number 193 of Brianna Everett.
And don't forget, Brianna Everett is a BTR Royal Enfield racer going into Moto America. This season coming up is actually going to be her second season. It's only a 2-year program, and her vision and goals this year is to absolutely win the championship.
Yeah, and Cora is one of our special racers as well, Chris, right?
No, Cora does not race with BTR.
No. She's one of our special racers.
Oh, absolutely she is. She's definitely one to keep an eye on, too.
So glad you're hanging out with us here at Daytona International Speedway. This is a 6-lap main event coming up for the ultra lightweight superbike class. Toyota wants to welcome you back to the racetrack for another exciting day of racing. On behalf of the Toyota Gazoo racing team, they want to wish all the teams and riders and crews the best of luck, whether you're cheering from the grandstands or the couch. When you're a part of Toyota Gazoo Racing, you're part of something greater. Now it's time for all of us to do what we've been waiting to do all day, and that's get up and get excited about these racers that are out on the pre-grid. Again, we've got 5 races to go here this afternoon. Let's get up to the fences there and create some waffle bellies. Let's get going. This is the ultra lightweight superbike class, a massive field of lightweight machines here. Almost 25 riders on the grid here for this ultra lightweight superbike class. If you're not watching yet, you can watch the live stream from ASRAracing.com. You can get live timing and scoring. You can watch the live stream. All that can happen from the ASRARacing.com website. And if you are taking photos and videos throughout the weekend, if you're going to tape or film your weekend wrap-up, make sure you tag Daytona International Speedway on all your socials. Oh, they got off the line. What a launch from the Kawasaki on the outside of row number 1. That looks like Billy Sane, the number 73 machine who jumped out there. Andrew Graham and Daniel Spalding were right there as well. Darren Clemens on the number 21 machine trying to work his way up into there. Number 5, Mark Every, usually on the silver Suzuki SV650, is mixing it up there as well. Sasha Agam, number 42X, Chris, we've seen a lot of action out of him this weekend. Matt Tresky on the 109 Suzuki SV650 in the mix there as well. That's the bright blue and yellow machine. He's in the middle of the pack, working his way up through the field. Jaden McKellar on a 177. He's had a great weekend as well as Clareston Silva, Steve Johnson, and Rafa Omariam. Leaders down into the left-hander of turn number 3, or turn number 6 rather. They go side by side up onto the banking. Like I said, I believe that is Billy Sane and Andrew Graham. They're going to try to use the draft to break away from the rest of the field. And Sane may have a little bit of a horsepower advantage there. Daniel Spalding and Daryl Clemens going side by side instead of using the draft to stay in touch with the 2 leaders. So that's going to hurt them and allow that 5th place machine, which I believe may be Mark Every on the number 5, to catch up to them. The draft is so important here. You got to stay in that draft to be able to break away or catch the groups around you. And so many of these riders are breaking off from that draft and going side by side along the entire length of the banking, which just is not helping them at all. 2 Kawasaki's are 2 bright green machines headed to the start finish here. And the stripe. Looks like Daniel Spalding, perhaps one of those riders, and Darren Clemens. Mark Every now up to 3rd with Sasha Agam in 4th. Matt Tresky is 5th with Clareston Silva in 6th. Andrew Graham back there in 7th. Colin Thomas is 8th with Carl Cohen 9th and Billy Sane 10th. So it's Daniel Spalding and Darren Clemens up there on the 2 bright green machines. Spalding starting to stretch the lead a little bit here early on.
Yeah, it looks like Daniel Spalding set a lap time of a 2:08.086 over Darren Clemens of a 2:08.660. So there's almost a half a second to him on the first lap.
Yep. Yeah, 1.044 the gap on that. Spalding will lead the field up onto the super speedway here. He dips down low. He's going to run down along the low side of the banking along the apron, taking the short way around. Darren Clemens finally drops down as well from the middle of the banking. They'll slingshot onto the backstretch along Lake Lloyd and the Daytona Beach Airport. Again, shout out to the sponsors and the official tire companies of the ASRA, Dunlop and Pirelli tires. We see most of the paddock split between the 2 of those vendors. Both of them longtime supporters of the ASRA racing program, and both very successful here at Daytona over the years. Here comes Spalding to the line on that bright green machine. Chris, I assume that's that both of these are Kawasaki's?
Absolutely they are.
Here's Mark Every on that silver number 5. And that was Sasha, correct? That was Sasha Agam on the 250?
Absolutely. Sasha Agam has been absolutely on fire this whole weekend.
Agam, who started towards the back of the grid, got a horrible start, now working his way up through the field. Agam in a full suit and leathers might be 50, 60 pounds. And so he's got the weight advantage for sure, getting up around the banking using a Grand Prix specific NSR 250 Honda in this ultra lightweight superbike class.
Yeah, early when I talked to Sasha Agam, he told me that he's always had bad starts on that motorcycle, but once he gets his laps and his momentum going, he is absolutely on fire. And you're right, he is a little guy, probably weighs 60 pounds wet, so it's a huge advantage. He can actually get in a full tuck and use that NSF 250F to its 250R to its full advantage around this Daytona International Speedway.
Yeah, a lot of those small race-specific motorcycles, you know, you almost have to pedal them off the line, right? And usually when you see those motorcycles, it's a whole grid full of them, and so they're not at any disadvantage. But that motorcycle in the class that he's in is at a significant disadvantage at the start. But like you said, once he gets up and running, it works pretty good for him. Daniel Spalding is up front on that Kawasaki. Darren Clemens chasing on a Kawasaki. And Sasha Agam just barely holding on to that third place and final podium spot here with Mark Every and Matt Tresky both on those big SV650s trying to chase him down on the East Bank. Here come to the line, Chris. Look at these two SV650s trying to run down that little 250 race bike.
Yeah, I just got his dad just ran over here and told me he's actually 85 pounds.
Oh, my mistake. Sorry.
I mean, look at him go. I mean, that 250's got some legs on it too.
Oh yeah, they're usually geared really tall. They're geared specific for racing. That's why, you know, they really don't launch off the line very well. They're not built for street. They're not built for, you know, racing from street light to street light. They are you know, built specifically for racing, just like we see a lot of the Kramers that are starting to emerge now in more club racing and national, international racing. But yeah, this is a cool little bike. We don't see many of these NSR 250s around anymore.
Now I kind of wish they raced those bikes instead of
the Kramers and everything else.
Yeah,
Yeah.
350. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Very not custom built, but very specific built motorcycles for racing that we saw more in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s before everything switched over to 4-strokes. So Spalding's still your leader. He has about a 4.8 second lead over Clemens. Clemens with about a 4-second lead back to Sasha Agam, and then Sasha trying to hold off Mark Every and Matt Tresky, those two riders on the old school SV650s. But Mark Every, man, he's still making that thing work. Comes down here every year with that thing, and sometimes he's won national championships on that motorcycle before. He's always trying to find SV650 parts, but this year it just looks like that thing got outmatched in this ultra lightweight superbike class. Coming up next will be the middleweight superbikes. That'll be an exciting class as well. So we will get ready for that as we are 3 laps into this 6-lap main event for the ultra lightweight superbikes.
Yeah, look at the number 411 of Daniel Spalding out there, man. He just did a 207.675. There's nobody out there even close matching the lap times to him.
As everybody starts to wind up their day here and start to pack up, make sure you stop by the Daytona Experience out in front of the Speedway. Stop out there for your official Daytona International Speedway merchandise and pick up your tickets for the Daytona Supercross, the Daytona Flat Track, and Daytona 200. While you're out there, ask for more information about renting an RV space here at Daytona International Speedway during Speed Week. If you're going to be here for the motorcycle race, there's no better place to park your camper and your RV. There's no better place to camp than right here inside Daytona International Speedway. And if you are in the area, you want to come down here before the motorcycle speed weeks at Daytona, you can do that. They have plenty of races before that, including the Rolex 24-hour, which is now at the end of January. And then, of course, you've got the Daytona 500 and all of the qualifying and everything that's happening with that. That is just before the Daytona Supercross. So you can stop into the ticket office and the Daytona Experience and go in and check out all their cool video games and Daytona Experience simulators and everything else. They have a cool movie you can watch about that promotes Daytona, and it's a big icon theater, and you can feel the rolling thunder and all that good stuff. Make sure you stop there on your way out of the Speedway, and like I said, get your official Daytona International Speedway merchandise.
Yeah, it was funny because me and you, Kenny, Friday evening, we had a chat with Daniel Spalding, and he told us both this race specifically that he was going to win, and it looks like he's going to do just that if he keeps it up.
He did say that. He said, just wait, I'm going to win that race. Okay.
That's exactly what he said. And he told me, he's like, you get to put your stickers on my bike at the Mobile 1 Victory Lane. We both laughed, and here he is.
Here he is. There he is. Putting it into the universe.
Yeah, he's actually on a new ZX4RR machine.
There you go. White flag flying for the field. Here's that battle for the final podium position, Chris.
Look at them go. All three of them across the line, staying close together. Man, the SV's been such an amazing race bike for many, many years, and it's still a great platform, especially for people to get into the sport.
Yeah, Sasha using great racecraft there. He's got that smaller motorcycle. He stays low on the banking right off the apron. And into turn number 1, he just uses that racecraft. He's on the inside. Everybody has to go around him. And so he's just putting that bike right where it needs to be. Here goes Matt Tresky. He's going to try to run up the inside. Coming out of turn number 3, he's able to get the bike squared up and get back on the gas a little bit sooner. Use the horsepower of that SV650 to get up in front of Sasha. So now Sasha is in the 4th place position, squeezed between these two SV650 machines. You got a Sasha sandwich between the two SVs with that little 250. Coming up to the left-hander, turn number 6. This is going to be the final lap for Sasha to see if he can hold on to that final podium position. Otherwise, it may go to Matt Tresky or to Mark Every. I know Every would love to get a podium here. We haven't seen him on the podium yet at all this weekend.
No, we have not. As long as he keeps his head down and he utilizes that draft, maybe he can use it to his advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Tresky's going high on the banking on the exit of turn number 4. Use that momentum to slingshot down onto the backstretch. Sasha still in the middle of those two SV650s. He'll close a little bit on the brakes into the chicane. Now he's going to have to try to get behind Tresky and draft that SV650 to the line. I'm not sure that it's had the horsepower or the top speed to do that. So let me just see how we do here as the winner will cross the line. That's Daniel Spalding. He takes the checkered flag. There's Darren Clemens. He will finish 2nd. And here's your race to the final podium position. Chris? Oh, we lost a motor. Lost a motor there. That is Every. A lot of smoke coming out of that number 5 motorcycle. A lot of smoke coming out of that motorcycle. He needs to get off the racetrack. And Tresky just rode right through it as well in turn number 1. We need to get that motorcycle off the racetrack there. Massive plume of smoke coming off of NASCAR 4. And the 109 of Matt Tresky went right through it as well. Sasha Agam was able to beat him back to the line, Chris. So Sasha Agam will take that final podium position in the ultra lightweight superbike class. It'll be Spalding, Clemens, and Sasha Agam. Tough break for Matt Tresky as he had that checkered flag and podium in sight, but it wasn't to be so today. Every will finish 5th, but like I said, that motor popped it down there over the tunnel turn coming out of NASCAR turn 4, and he went left to right up through the racetrack and up through the start-finish line. So I think they're going to take a quick look at the racetrack to make sure that that is a dry, safe line, because he took that motorcycle all the way around to turn number 2. So they're going to, I think, first and foremost, they're going to look at the motorcycle and make sure that it's wet, or make sure that it's dry. And then if it's wet, then they're going to have to do some investigating here. He is with one of the corner workers over in the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, good job to Colin Thomas for pulling off the win.
So, Chris, I'm going to leave it to you to grab these guys when they come in. I'm going to run down the hall here real quick. I'll be right back with you. And then we'll get back underway with middleweight superbike, which will be coming up next, middleweight superbike. They're going to do a quick track inspection, so you got plenty of time to interview these top 3 riders from each of the classes here in ultra lightweight superbike. So we're going to throw it down to the Mobile One Victory Lane and the one and only Chris Simcoe to handle the duties of talking to our top 3 riders in these classes in ultra lightweight superbike. Everything, you've got the ball, Chris.
SF250 are just taking it to all the big boys out here. Again, you're on the podium. I can't say nothing but congratulations. You've been absolutely killing it this weekend. Tell us about your race.
Thank you. My race went pretty smoothly most of all. I got a better start than I thought I would. And then I passed 2 people on my first lap. then I was by myself for the rest of the race. And the 2 bikes in front of me, they just pulled away, so I couldn't really catch them. And I was just cruising by myself the whole race. And then I think it was the second to last lap, one of the bigger bikes, they passed me. I forgot where, but then it was a white flag. So then I drafted them. I got really close to him on the first bowl, and then on the second bowl, I drafted him to the line.
Did you have a certain race strategy coming into this race?
Pretty much the same as all of my races, just do as much as I can on the first 2 laps, and then just go from there.
I love it. Congratulations. Number 42, all the way from Ashburn, Virginia, from my neck of the woods, on the 3rd spot of the podium. Sasha Agam, congratulations. Let's go. I'm sitting down here with the number 37, the #1 race winner out of the amateur class from Whiteman Air Force Base. It's a little blurry right there on my sheet, right? But Len, congratulations on your win. Did you have a certain strategy coming into this race today?
Just had to get a good start. Starts are so crucial out here, especially with these slower momentum bikes. So just getting a good start and getting out front and just trying to maintain the lead I had.
I love it. Tell us who all was with you this weekend that make all this come together.
I give it up to the good Lord Jesus Christ first. I think my dad, he's always my biggest supporter. Couldn't be here without him. Also Team Moto Butler, just helped keeping the show running for me. And also got to thank my beautiful fiance because I don't want to sleep on the couch tonight. So.
Smart man right there, smart man. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 37 of Colin Thomas with the #1 in the amateur class. Congratulations, my man. Let's go. What a weekend for you.
Yes, sir.
Your girlfriend will be proud.
Absolutely, I hope so.
Yeah, nice work. A little bit of cleanup, Chris, going on when Avery popped that SV650 motor. We saw the smoke starting, well back into NASCAR 4 where the tunnel is there. We saw him smoke up into the start-finish lane here where they got the checker flag, but apparently it didn't let go until he got farther over outside of turn number 1 there. So a very limited area based on the amount of smoke that we saw. So they're going to clean that area up. The belly pan thankfully caught the fluid that came out with a very small exception. So they're going to get that cleaned up. So they are working on that right now. We're going to have a little bit of a time to clean up here. And I just remind everybody, if you haven't yet made it over to the Mobile One Victory Lane to get your photos and videos of your team, your racer, your family, you can do that. We also ask, please use your socials at Daytona when you post on Instagram or Twitter. And if you are posting on Facebook, we ask that you tag Daytona International Speedway. So you can end up on all the social media handles. Make sure that you are using @Daytona or #Daytona in all of your photos from this weekend. Everybody clearing out of the Mobile One Victory Lane there after that race. You had a lot of folks down there, Chris.
Yeah, I'm still actually down here talking to Dan Spalding. Man, you absolutely called it. You was going to win today, man, and you absolutely pulled it off.
I need to get back on your podcast now. We can talk about the race, how boring it was for me, actually, just out front, cruising around.
Absolutely. We'll definitely make that happen. And again, congratulations, my man. One heck of a weekend, and congratulations on your race.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, they're saying, Chris, we're somewhere around 5 minutes or under 5 minutes for the cleanup here. So simple, easy cleanup. Really the first problem we've had in 3 days here. And, of course, leave it up to one of the older SV650s to cause the problems, right? But, again, back on track with our incredible Daytona International Speedway safety crew and track crew. They've got all the equipment out there doing what they need to do, using the Chevy trucks to their full capabilities. They've got brushes and blowers and sweepers and all kinds of stuff going over there. You can see the dust. It's like they're barbecuing over there in turn number 1, but they're actually getting all that oil filler or oil cleaner up, and they've got different equipment to do different things over there. So They're working on all that over there between turns 1 and turns 2. So we'll be ready to go here. They're starting to give first call to the next race, which is going to be the middleweight superbike class coming up. That's going to be, I think, race number 34 coming up.
Yes, it is. And like you said, that was our first motor blow-up of the weekend, which is absolutely pretty good.
Yeah. At least the only one we know about, right?
Right.
Just a congratulations to our AMA Nikki Hayden Horizon Award winner. You want to talk a little bit about that, Chris?
Yeah, man, Bodie Page. He had one amazing season. He's all the way from Australia coming here, races in the Talent Cup. And, I mean, listen, he's putting in the work. He's definitely a future legend of the sport. Everybody needs to keep an eye out for him. Go to all his social media pages. Give him a follow. And, listen, his future is bright. I can't wait to see where he ends up in this sport.
Looks like our Chevy track trucks are starting to clear the scene over there in turn number 1. So we're going to start a track clearance. And we should be ready to go here pretty quickly. Again, thanks to the incredible track crew here at Daytona International Speedway. I mean, Chris, as soon as someone said that there might be fluid on the racetrack, they were on top of it and inspecting it, and they already had chemicals on it to start to soak that up and sweep it through and blow it off. And just like that, we are ready to go racing again here at Daytona International Speedway. What a great job they've done with all those Chevy trucks and all the accessories on the back of those Chevy trucks that make all that happen. And if you're looking for accessories for your Chevy truck, I don't think we can get you a giant sweeper or a jet blower, but if you're looking for almost anything else, you can order it online, and you can even have it delivered to your house or your local dealership. All you got to do is go to visit chevy.com/accessories to learn more. And if you've been taking part in the festive beverages here this afternoon at Daytona International Speedway, we just remind you to, you can hang out here as long as you need to make sure that it's safe for you to drive home. The Department of Transportation just reminds you to not get behind the wheel if you've been partaking in the festive adult beverages. Instead, designate a sober driver and catch a ride home. And if you're the designated sober driver, commit to staying sober for the remainder of the day. Celebrate responsibly and remember to drive sober or get pulled over. This is a message brought to you by your Florida Department of Transportation. Some of the vehicles that we were looking at there, Chris, in the cleanup of that are provided by the REV Fire Group. That's an exclusive fire truck of the Daytona International Speedway and the 2025 racing season. The REV Fire Group is honored to support the safety and emergency preparedness in motorsports. REV Fire Group is comprised of fire apparatus manufacturers that pave the way with industry first innovations, with a full range of fire apparatus available from leading brands E1, KME, Ferrara, Spartan Emergency Response, Spartan Fire Chassis, Smeel, and Ladder Tower. The REV Fire Group delivers apparatus with the highest level of performance, reliability, durability, and safety. Our mission is to make a difference in the lives that count on us by protecting those who protect us. What a fantastic company, Chris, where they're 100% dedicated to just building out fire and response vehicles so that everybody can do their job and be the most efficient at it when we have emergencies at somewhere like Daytona International Speedway or out on the street.
Oh, for sure. And with saying that, Bike Week returns to Daytona February 27th through March 8th. Be here all weekend Be here all week to experience back-to-back motorcycle events that thrill fans of all ages. From high-flying stunts to intense racing, Daytona is the place to be. It all kicks off February 28th with Daytona Supercross, featuring fast-paced racing and fierce competition. The excitement continues with Daytona Short Track on March 5th and 6th, showcasing the best flat track riders in the world. And don't miss the Daytona 200, March 5th through the 7th, the world's most historic motorcycle race. From start to finish, Daytona Bike Week is packed with thrilling events that you do not want to miss, and we hope to see everybody there.
Yeah, of course, all those tickets can be purchased right here at the Speedway ticket office or by going to the Daytona International Speedway.com website. We are underway with middleweight superbike. This is a 6-lap main event. Middleweight superbike is coming up next. These bikes heading out onto course. This is going to be a 2-wave start. They're going to separate the amateurs and experts here. And Chris, we're going to see a lot of the same players that we've seen throughout the weekend in middleweight competition, including Gabriel Da Silva, John Green, Sam Martin, Chris Bouchard, Miguel Betancourt, and Conrad Bestable, Itley Akers, Mark Voigt, and Mohamed Moshette, RJ Wade, Ryan Webb, and Craig Wilson, as well as Bob Edmiston, Andrew Baisley, and Christopher McCullum. Douglas Edmiston is Bob's son. Kind of fun that they're both in the same race with Charles Burton IV and Bear Stevenson. Matthew Braun, Bodie Page, and Muniz Syed also scheduled to be there, but it looks like the riders not taking to the track for the warm-up lap will be Bodie Page, Muniz Syed, Coughlin, Scott Gilbert, Gray, Ferguson, Kindman, Andrew Leach, or Angelo Alvarez. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 riders scratched from the 18-rider field.
Yeah, and down here on pit lane, man, it's actually getting kind of lonely down here. Everybody's done left. I'm out here pretty much all by myself. Either way I look, from Sunoco to Sunoco sign, at least I have this shade I can stand under, which I've been chasing all day, trying to stay out the sun.
Amen. You've got the ASRARacing.com tent, and looks like they left you a motorcycle too, so at least you got that.
Yeah, Cora graciously left me her bike sitting right here, so now I got a nice place to sit.
Yeah, at least you can jump on that and go grab something to drink and, head off to the library, whatever you got to do.
Absolutely. Man, this one's going to be super exciting, man. Gabriel Da Silva is really going to be hard to win to pass in this race. He's got a lot of momentum coming in here. And as long as he keeps his head down and keeps that gas pinned, I don't see why he couldn't win another race this weekend.
No, absolutely. It looks like most of the big names are not in this race. These are the Southeast region races here that are left. So the middleweight superbike, lightweight, heavyweight, unlimited superbike, these are all Southeast region races that are left on the schedule. So these are point-paying classes for the Southeast region racers. Gabriel Da Silva, one of the more talented and probably one of the fastest bikes in this field. Everyone else looks to be a regional competitor. Charles Burton IV might be able to do something here if he can get out with the field. I don't see.
Yeah, it looks like we got some rider movement on the grid too as well right before this race starts.
Yep, again, there's another rider in the wrong spot. Da Silva will take the whole shot. Charles Burton IV, not too aggressive around the outside there. Now he's starting to move up alongside one rider to get into the 4th place spot. So Charles Burton IV currently in 4th through the right-hander infield. Looks like the experts are all through there clean. One rider with a problem on the start, Chris, he gets sucked up, goes from the first row of the amateurs all the way to the back. He was maybe 3rd from last there through turn number 1.
Yeah, from
after
where I'm
blowing
standing,
the
it kind
start.
of looks like, yeah, he was like trying to figure out where he was at in first gear or second.
Yeah, it just didn't make it work. Clearly not in first because he got smoked on the start and several riders almost ran into him there. De Silva already with a gap back to the rest of the field. Second, third spread out a little bit. Fourth place is there with the fifth place rider. 2 riders going side by side across the banking there. That's Charles Burton, the fourth, and I think Matthew Braun. Burton on the black and yellow machine back there. Looks like he just was able to use the draft and go from 5th to 4th. We'll watch his progress as they both gain a little momentum on Sam Martin. Now a 3-rider battle back there in 3rd. That'd be cool if we can get a 3-rider battle to the podium here, because De Silva has pulled the pin. He's gone.
Yeah, he's definitely going to check out on this race.
The second place rider, I believe that's the 210 of John Green. We'll see when they flash up across the stripe here. They got kind of jumbled up there at the start with De Silva for sure.
Yeah, so John Green, the number 210, he's actually from Vinton, Virginia, and that's where my parents live. So he's literally 10 minutes down the road from me.
So yeah, John Green confirmed there in second. Charles Burton the fourth. He was one of the riders, Chris, that his motorcycle was stranded on that TSE racing trailer in Tennessee where they lost the axle. And they had to borrow another trailer from Southern Illinois just to get all the motorcycles here to Daytona Beach. So they missed the whole Thursday practice day with Team Hammer Advanced Riding School and had to try to catch up on Friday, and it took them a while to get up to speed and get all their gearing and get everything going. So this is the first time we've seen Charles Burton the fourth up in a podium contending position. He is one of the fastest riders in the Midwest region. He won a race this year in the rain, I believe.
Yeah, I think
normally
you're right.
Charles Burton the fourth is somewhere around 4th. I always give him that hard time. He's, again, one of the fastest racers in the Midwest, but for whatever reason, 4th. He's actually on a comeback. He broke his back really, really bad last year, and it's been a long time him coming back. So just to see him on a motorcycle again is a miracle in itself.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. He's out there in that story, not showing up on a Thursday, missing out on that track time, just puts you on the back foot. And it's really hard to make up that and catch up to everybody else once you're 3 steps back.
Yep, absolutely. De Silva into the tri-oval here. He's got a good line down through here. He's figured that out. A little line through here, maybe a little bit different on a solo track than with a group of riders. Here's that 3-way battle going into turn number 1. That's turned in, again, Sam Martin and Charles Burton the fourth, they used the draft to get up there to Matthew Braun, and now the 3 of those riders locked in. And if they can, they're actually close enough to John Green. If Matthew Braun, Sam Martin, and Charles Burton, if they can stay together here, they might be able to jump up to John Green and leapfrog him.
Yeah,
and
but
one of these 3 riders might be able to claim 2nd and 3rd place position.
Absolutely. But as we've seen all weekend, nobody's really been doing that. It's been a battle amongst everybody else. But if they can stay together and work off each other, they can absolutely catch up to John Green.
Yeah, Burton with a problem in the infield. He lost a little bit of time. He slides back 2 positions now, so he's now going to have to try to use a double draft after they get through the barrel turn up into the West Bank through NASCAR 1 and 2. Burton definitely lost the drive. Something happened there where Charles Burton the fourth doesn't have the drive to run with those other 2 riders. He still might be able to catch a little bit of a draft, but it's almost like he's got the wrong gearing there. It's like he needs another tooth on the rear sprocket. He just doesn't have the same drive that the other 2 riders have coming out of the corners. He tightens back up on the brakes, and now that group getting a little bit split up through the chicane. They have different skill sets in the chicane, and then once they come to the tri-oval, they all seem to group back up again.
Man,
Burton
Gabriel
around the
De
low side of the banking. Go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say the number 55 of Gabriel De Silva is absolutely on it.
There's Burton now up challenging for that third place spot again. He's able to use the draft, and then into turn number 1, they just smoked back around him. So he went from 3rd to 6th just like that.
I love
or
Daytona.
3rd to 5th.
Yeah.
It's almost like he doesn't have enough of the engine brake there to get into 1, so they go around him, and he doesn't have the torque and acceleration to get off the corners the same way. So they get a little bit jammed. All 3 riders get jammed up in turn 3. Burton will take the lead through turn 4 and back into the right-hander turn 5 again. Again, these 2 right-handers really tricky because it's hard to build heat in the right side of the tire. The only 2 right-handers on the whole racetrack are here in the infield. Burton will continue to lead through 3. You'll see if he can get a better drive up onto the banking this time. And if the 3 of these guys can work together to get around. Burton had some good speed this time. He just didn't have it last time. Maybe he missed a shift or something happened last time. He's able to maintain good speed through NASCAR 4 down the back straightaway with Martin and Braun closing up on the brakes in the chicane.
Yeah, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, as long as they work together and keep slingshotting themselves forward, they should make pretty good progression throughout this race.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to have enough to catch John Green. And we really don't have anybody close enough to them to challenge for that final podium position. So it's going to be De Silva and John Green as long as they can continue to move along the way they have. This is 4 of 6 complete. And Charles Burton, the 4th, will be shown as 3rd across the stripe. One rider just got sucked into turn 1. He ended up running off. I don't know if you saw that, Chris. He got sucked into that double draft across the stripe and went down to the braking area, turn number 1. And he blew turn 1 because he just wasn't ready for when he came out of the draft. He didn't have enough room to get stopped. And so now Burton, and I believe that's Braun, have a little bit of a gap now back to Sam Martin. But if Martin is able to use the draft to catch back up to him again, he might be able to challenge. But right now it's Burton's race through the infield and up to the left-hander turn 6, up past the Ryan Rawls camp.
Yeah, Matthew Braun and Sam Mountain, they're right behind him, too.
Yep, there goes Braun. He'll move up the inside of Charles Burton, which is actually good for Burton because now Burton doesn't have to lead around the banking. He can just sit in there and wait, but he doesn't. Instead of using the draft to try to get away from that 5th place spot, Burton will leapfrog and go to the lead of that group down the back straightaway. So Burton will lead into the chicane again this time with Braun and Martin chasing again for that final podium position. White flag being shown to the field for Gabriel De Silva. John Green back about, oh gosh, is it about 10 seconds, Chris?
Yeah, 10 seconds.
And then behind him, here's that 3-way battle, which has turned into a 2-way battle. Look at this. They've broken away from that 3rd rider, and Charles Burton will lead this group going into the final lap of the race. This could be redemption for his entire weekend if he could wrap it up here, and maybe redemption for his entire year, to be honest with you, Chris. He's had such a brutal year, and especially last year after breaking his back, this could be the redemption that he's been looking for. A podium finish at the Daytona Race of Champions at the one and only Daytona International Speedway. He's got a nice little gap. He's shown that he can do a good job leading through the infield. He's done that this lap. And he's shown that he can run the pace, and he's got the top speed along the banking. So we'll see if he can hold on to that as we watch De Silva continue to destroy the field here in the middleweight superbike class. His fastest lap of 51.956. His last lap of 52.1, so he's backed off a couple tenths. Again, every lap is in preparation for spring, Chris.
Oh, absolutely. There's no reason to push it at this point, neither. Feels like the wind's picking up a little bit down here in pit lane, and we got some dark overcast clouds coming in too as well.
This is going to be an interesting race. There's De Silva to the checkered, Chris, and then you've got John Green. Our battle for third is coming out of the chicane, and Charles Burton the fourth. Again, this may be the redemption he was looking for the entire year. There's something happened in the chicane. Something happened in the chicane, Chris, to break these guys up. It looks like Charles Burton actually went backwards here. This might be Sam Martin stealing a third place podium position from Charles Burton the fourth. Oh, that's heartbreaking for Charles.
Yes, it is.
And there is Matthew Braun across the stripe in fifth. Yeah, Burton was leading coming off NASCAR 4. He was leading into the chicane. He was going to lead coming out and just had enough of a bobble that Sam Martin was able to use momentum and get up ahead of him, and Charles wasn't able to chase him down or use the draft to catch him before the checkered flag. So Charles Burton the fourth will be fourth again today at Daytona. Heartbreaking for Charles Burton and his team. But it will be De Silva, John Green, and Sam Martin on the podium for the expert class. Andrew Baisley, Christopher McCullum, and Mohamed Moshet will be the amateur podium in middleweight superbike. And coming up next, Chris, we're going to have more lightweight machines. This will be race number 35 of 37. Lightweight superbike coming up next. Sunoco is always thrilled to be welcoming you to Daytona International Speedway with over 18 million miles. That's a lot. And 700 cup races. I think that's a lot too. Sunoco is proud to be fueling victories for over 20 years as the official fuel of NASCAR. So the next time you're headed to the track or just hitting the road, fill up with Sunoco to keep your engine running strong. Performance is what we do at Sunoco. Geico Demo Road is the heart of the fall cycle scene at Daytona, where top motorcycle brands like Royal Enfield, Yamaha, Can-Am, and Prime Motorcycle Melbourne line up their newest models for riders to test on the roads here of Daytona Beach. Hopefully you got an opportunity to test ride one of the new motorcycles from Yamaha, Can-Am, or Prime Motorcycles. And, you know, those Royal Enfield machines look pretty cool too, Chris.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's what they race in the BTR build train race of Royal Enfield's, the GT650.
Yep. They've got the road race models, and they've got some of the flat track models, and you can see all of that right here next spring at Daytona International Speedway. We'll see the BTR bikes over at the flat track series, and we'll see the super bikes out in front at the motorcycle marketplace. But down at the Mobile One Victory Lane, Chris Simcoe has got our race winner. That is the number 55 machine of De Silva.
Yeah, I'm down here with the number 74 of Gabriel De Silva. Again, Gabriel with another win. Talk us through this race.
Yeah, it was a good race. I had this one. I just wanted to work on some laps by myself, and I was able to get out front. I want to thank Oscar for helping me out today, and we got a really good feeling on the bike. I was able to dial in the infield. I think I had a little bit of clutch issues or something, so it felt like I was a little bit down on power, but honestly felt really comfortable with the bike, with the riding, really happy, and just got in some good laps and took it to the win. So thank you.
Man, for your first time here at Daytona, you absolutely cleaned up this weekend.
Yeah, it was my first time here, but you know, I've been here a lot as a spectator, and it's a home track, so it's pretty awesome to be able to race here and just from the first couple laps I had, I felt right at home. So really, really pumped with how the weekend went.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 74 of Gabriel De Silva is our winner. Let's go! Congratulations, my man. And I'm standing down here with number 210 of John Green, which is actually 10 minutes down the road from me in Vinton, Virginia. He is on a 2019 Kawasaki ZX6R. John, talk us through that race.
All right, so all weekend long I've been having issues. I popped the motor on Friday, did a motor swap Friday night with my boy's motor. The setup has been off and on throughout the weekend, changing parts off of his bike to mine and stuff. But my goal out here was just go out there and try to follow Gabriel for a corner or two, because that dude is wicked fast. But yeah, luckily it was just me. He checked out, and it was just me by my lonesome, and no one else was behind me, so I just took it in for the second place.
Tell us who all is with you on your team this weekend to help it come together for you.
Everyone that helped this weekend is definitely my girlfriend. She helps make this happen with the tire bill, you know, so that helps her greatly. Then my media team, Full Throttle Visuals, with Faith and Nathan, they helped me with the bike side of things and media, so definitely all my friends there. And Jacob Belcher for sparing me his motor for the weekend, of course. That's the main one right there.
I love it with the girlfriend stepping up with the tire bill. That is absolutely amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, our second place top box, number 210, John Green from Vinton, Virginia. Let's go. Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you, man.
Super jealous. I never had anybody help me pay the, never had a girlfriend help pay the tire bill.
Right? They always laughed at me like, no.
Yeah. I had sponsors help pay tire bills, but never my girlfriend.
No, absolutely not. Where do you find them at? I still haven't found one.